I am Lin Yuni. The moment I opened my eyes, a girl jumped on me. I even kissed her for a minute. My heart was shocked. The girl in front of me was my sister-in-law, Lee Schue. I know that Lee Shue's action was just instigated by my mother-in-law, and she wanted to frame me. In a previous life, the family went bankrupt and my parents died tragically. I had no choice but to marry into the Lee family, where I had a low status and was humiliated many times. Lee Schue has been secretly plotting against me, setting up a trap to force me to divorce my wife. Eventually, my legs were broken and I was kicked out of my home. However, now, I have been reborn and returned to the day before I was framed. Lee Shue's sudden coquettish voice broke my thoughts. Brother-in-law, why don't you hug me? I'm cold. She threw herself on me, her delicate body wrapped around me like an octopus, her face full of temptation. I sneered in my heart and thought, this time, I won't let myself fall into her trap again. I quietly used my spiritual sense to sense that there were indeed a few people lying in ambush outside, waiting to catch the adulterer. I had already seen through Lee Shue's plan. She thought I would be afraid, but in the end, she fell into my control. In an instant, I turned over and pressed her down on the bed, holding her down with one hand and starting to play with her body with the other. Brother-in-law, why are you so anxious? Are you not ready? There was resistance in her words, yet she was also reluctant. I sneered in my heart. Xiaoxue, I have liked you for a long time. It seems that we are really in love. Her eyes started to panic, obviously waiting for someone outside to come in, but I'd already seen through her tricks clearly. Suddenly, I felt a strange force coming from her body. It was a pure energy, Tying Xuani. I was surprised, but secretly happy about this kind of physique. It is a rare resource in the world of immortal cultivation, and it actually appears in her. I didn't hesitate and began to absorb the Tying energy in her body. Li Shue's expression was instantly blurred, and her body relaxed, as if she was immersed in a strange pleasure. The strength in my body began to recover at an astonishing speed. I couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling extremely happy. Ha ha ha! The laughter echoed in the room. Li Shue lay on the bed, her expression confused, her whole body exuding satisfaction. I looked at her and sneered. I really made you feel comfortable. We have to settle the accounts for the rest. I left the room with the last words. You will be surprised when you wake up. As I stepped out of the room, Li Shue finally woke up. She opened her eyes and saw the mess in front of her. She panicked, and her screams pierced the silence. She covered herself with the quilt, her eyes full of confusion and shock. What happened? Why did I faint? Where is Lin Yuni? As her memory gradually emerged, she realized with shock. She had actually taken the initiative to sacrifice herself to that loser. She simply couldn't believe her own behavior. What's going on? The door was pushed open and several people rushed in, their faces stunned. Second miss, are you okay? Li Shue was furious. Useless? How can you be so incompetent? Lin Yuni left a long time ago. Why didn't he come in? Several people looked at each other and lowered their heads guiltily. We accidentally fell asleep. Li Shue was furious and smashed everything in the room. Anger filled every cell in her body. Lin Yuni. As soon as I walked downstairs, I heard Li Shue's angry voice coming from the second floor, and a sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth. Suddenly, a beautiful woman hurriedly came in from outside with a group of people. She was breathing rapidly, with outstanding appearance and figure. The rise and fall of her chest made me look at her a few more times. Lin Yuni, why are you here? Where's Li Shue? She saw me stunned for a moment, and her expression changed. Shouldn't you be in the room? Ha ha! I laughed, with a hint of mockery in my voice. I'm done, so of course I'll come out. You actually attacked Xiaoxue? She was stunned and couldn't believe her ears. A trace of anger flashed in her eyes. You rubbish. Her tone was suffocating, but I no longer cared. I sneered, don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence. Her eyes widened, and she was furious. How dare you yell at me? Don't forget that you are just a useless son-in-law, not worthy of our Jingwan. Haha. I grabbed her neck and whispered, whether I am worthy of you is not your opinion. Bang! My slap made her dizzy. Guan Mingyu covered her swollen face and looked at me in shock, obviously not expecting it at all. How dare you hit me? She was so angry that her eyes turned red. What if I hit you? I've tolerated you for a long time. I sneered, anger burning in my heart. I used to be able to swallow my anger, but now I'm no longer that cowardly waste. Someone, break his legs, she yelled, ordering a group of strong men in black to come over. However, what happened next completely caught her off guard. I walked steadily, facing the group of people head-on, without flinching. As I moved, a conflict quickly broke out. Guan Mingyu sneered. You don't know your own limitations. The next moment, she was dumbfounded by the shocking scene. My fists attacked the opponent like a beast, and the black-clad strong men fell one after another without any ability to fight back. How could you? She was extremely shocked and couldn't believe it. I stood there, looking at her with a sneer, feeling extremely happy. She had humiliated me in my previous life, and now it was finally my turn to fight back. Walking up to her, I pinched her neck and whispered, Don't think I don't know what you and your daughter are planning. I'll tell you a secret. Lee Schue has been eaten by me. Her eyes froze instantly, and her face turned pale. No, impossible. If you don't want the news of two sisters sharing the same husband to get out, be a good boy and don't mess with me again. I laughed mockingly and said, Ha ha. I walked away laughing, leaving her with a shocked and angry look. In a park, Lin Yuni sat cross-legged on a stone, feeling the weak spiritual energy around him seeping into his body. A few hours passed, and my cultivation had made almost no progress. The spiritual energy on Earth was too thin. Last night, I broke through to the Xiantian realm with the help of Lee Shue's Tang Yun Yin, but today's gains are minimal. I sighed, feeling a little disappointed, but I quickly cheered up. Lee Shue's Tang Yun Yin gave me hope. Practice with her once a day, and your progress will be guaranteed. I stood up and prepared to leave. The park was already bustling with visitors. I walked a little further, and suddenly a figure caught my attention. What a sick beauty, I murmured in a low voice. She walked lightly, had a picturesque face and a slender figure, but with a faint morbid beauty. Others looked at her sideways, but did not dare to approach her because there was a burly bodyguard standing next to her with a cold aura. I walked up without hesitation, my eyes full of excitement. Ice spirit body. It's actually an ice spirit body. I was shocked. This physique is extremely rare in the world of immortal cultivation and has great potential. The sick beauty glanced at me, and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. Ashen, drive him away. The bodyguard's face was cold as he approached me step by step. Miss, you don't talk to outsiders. Please leave. I still didn't back down, excitement surging in my heart. I can cure your illness. Wait a minute. The sick beauty stopped the bodyguard's action softly and looked at me coldly, obviously not taking me seriously. She frowned and shook her head to refuse. You are not a doctor. I'm not sick. I don't need your treatment. But I smiled slightly, having already made up my mind. Don't be in a hurry to reject me. Did you suddenly faint when you were 18, and your body was as cold as if you had entered an ice cave? I looked at her, my eyes never leaving her. She was stunned, and laughter broke out around her. People thought I was just a stupid chatterbox. However, the sick beauty and the bodyguard's faces suddenly changed. How do you know? She whispered, with a hint of vigilance and suspicion in her eyes. I smiled confidently. I know that you fall into a coma on your birthday every year, and the coldness in your body gradually worsens, and nothing can cure it. The discussions around gradually stopped, and the atmosphere suddenly froze. Who are you? Her voice was full of doubt, but there was a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Give me 5 minutes, I said without hesitation. Let me help you solve the problem. She looked at me deeply, and her heart was in turmoil. Reason told her that she shouldn't trust me, but my temperament and confidence made her want to try. Miss, how can this be? The bodyguard's face changed slightly, and he wanted to stop her. I chuckled, my eyes firm. You made the right choice. Soon, the sick beauty nodded, and the three of them walked towards the hotel. Soon after, we arrived at the room, and the sick beauty sat on the bed with a frown on her face. Take off your coat and lie down, I ordered, without a single fluctuation in my voice. She hesitated for a moment, but slowly took off her coat, revealing her snow-white skin and exquisite curves. I noticed that she looked nervous, but she was a little excited inside. I'll only give you 5 minutes. If it doesn't work, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. She threatened coldly, her words full of coldness. I smiled and said, You won't be disappointed. Then I put my hand on her shoulder. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes flickered, as if she was thinking about something. My true energy quickly flowed into her body, and the warm feeling instantly spread throughout her body. The sick beauty opened her eyes wide, and was surprised to feel a warm current on her shoulders, and the coldness in her body gradually dissipated. She couldn't help but relax a little. My hands did not stop, sliding gently and starting to treat her carefully. Her body became hot without her noticing, and the coldness in her body continued to dissipate. She had experienced countless cold and pain, but at this moment, she felt the long-lost warmth in her body. In just a few minutes, her clothes were soaked with sweat, and her curves were revealed like a picture in the sun. I secretly enjoyed all of this in my heart, while silently absorbing the icy spiritual energy in her body. Every bit of cold air that entered my body made my true energy more abundant, and my strength increased rapidly. The sick beauty was still immersed in this warmth, completely defenseless. Her breathing gradually became rapid, and her body's reaction became more and more intense. I smiled slightly and thought to myself, luckily I am still a gentleman, otherwise you would be in trouble today. Time passed quickly, and I absorbed the icy spirit energy bit by bit. After 2 hours of treatment, my cultivation reached the middle stage of Xiantian. The sick beauty slowly opened her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief, as if she felt the previous unprecedented comfort. How does it feel? I asked. She stood up, with an expression of surprise that was difficult to conceal. This is too magical, right? I've never felt so relaxed. She stretched her body, as if she had completely gotten rid of the pain and was refreshed. Thank you, she said gratefully. I smiled and nodded. You're welcome, but there's something more important you need to do right now than thanking me. She was stunned for a moment. What's the matter? I glanced at her and pointed at her wet clothes. Your clothes are soaked. The sick beauty looked down and her face suddenly changed. Her clothes were completely wet, and the faintly visible skin exuded an attractive luster. She was a little ashamed and pursed her lips, but she couldn't hide the temptation. I felt a blush on the sick beauty's face, and her shyness made me laugh secretly. This was the first time she did this in front of the opposite sex, and she was obviously a little at a loss. I stood up tactfully and said, I'll wait for you outside. She was stunned for a moment and seemed to have a better impression of me. Not long after, the sick beauty walked out of the room and said softly, My name is Tang Yun Yin. Thank you very much for your help. What is your name? Lin Yuni. I smiled and waved my hands. I don't dare to call myself a miracle doctor. I just got here by chance. Tang Yun Yin smiled, obviously thinking that I was too modest. Dr. Lin is too modest. I will always remember your kindness. I could see that she was trying to get close to me and was secretly calculating. Her icy spirit body could provide me with considerable help in my practice. Soon, she took me to a restaurant halfway up the mountain. She was obviously a regular customer and was warmly received as soon as she entered the door. At this moment, a strange fragrance hit my nose. Ms. Tang, how come you have time to take care of my business today? A mature and sexy woman walked towards us, her voice low and full of charm. I turned around and saw, as expected, a woman in red was walking towards me. She was about 30 years old, plump with fair skin. The red cheongsam outlined her curves to the fullest, perfectly showing the charm of a mature woman. My heart moved. Although the woman in front of me was not as special as the ice spirit, her attraction to men was undoubtedly fatal. She glanced at me and chuckled. It's rare that Miss Tang would bring a man to my place. Her tone was a little teasing. Tang Yun Yin didn't seem to mind and said directly, Arrange a private room for me. I want to entertain Dr. Lin. Her tone was full of confidence. The proprietress was obviously suspicious of my identity, with a look of suspicion in her eyes. Dr. Lin, she looked me up and down with a look of disbelief. I ignored her look and sat down. The proprietress arranged an elegant private room for us. The dishes were served quickly and were delicious. I couldn't help but feel my appetite was whetted. Dr. Lin, please. Tang Yun Yin smiled and gestured, and I nodded for her to continue. Since I fell ill at the age of 18, I have been tortured by the cold every day. Today, I am finally free from this suffering, thanks to the skillful hands of Dr. Lin. Her eyes were full of gratitude. I responded with a smile. Actually, this is not a disease, but you have a special physique. Today's treatment is only for relief. If you want to cure it completely, you need to come to me for treatment every 7 days. I saw her face turn slightly red, and I smiled secretly in my heart. She hesitated, her voice a little shy. Isn't there a more fundamental solution? I shook my head and said calmly, This is a special physique, not a disease. But I had other plans in mind to guide the icy spirit through practice, which would not only solve her cold problem, but also improve my own practice. Tang Yun Yin was a little disappointed, but finally nodded and agreed. then I'll follow your method. I hope Dr. Lin can give me more guidance in the future. At this moment, the proprietress came in with the last dish. She looked at me with a little admiration in her eyes. Dr. Lin is young and promising. It is really admirable that he has such great medical skills at such a young age. Tang Yun Yin introduced. This is the proprietress of Qingzhou Restaurant, Lu Mei. I nodded slightly, knowing in my heart that she was still somewhat skeptical of my behavior just now, and that the test just now was full of challenges. If I'm not mistaken, Boss Lu should still be a virgin, right? My sudden words made the atmosphere in the box freeze instantly. Tang Yun Yin's eyes widened in disbelief, while Lu Mei was slightly shocked, with a trace of astonishment on her face. Her lips moved slightly, and then she whispered, "How did you know?" I smiled mysteriously, with my own plan in mind. My spiritual sense could sense the yin energy in Lu Mei's body, so I dared to make such an assertion. Lu Mei couldn't help but reveal an awkward smile. "Dr. Lin, you're not mistaken, are you?" I found her reaction interesting. It was obvious that she had been keeping this secret, and she didn't expect that I would see through it so easily. "Boss Lu, how is the inconvenience?" I said with a smile, and continued tentatively. There was something strange in Lu Mei's eyes, and she obviously realized that I was not as simple as I seemed. "Dr. Lin, who is your teacher?" She spoke with deep curiosity. "My teacher has passed away, and let's not talk about the past." I responded calmly, not wanting to discuss it further. Lu Mei didn't say anything more. Just as the atmosphere was gradually becoming subtle, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open and a man in luxurious clothes walked in. His aura instantly changed the atmosphere in the box. "Yin Yin, I didn't expect you to be here. It was so hard to find you." A young man walked up to Tang Yun Yin with a smile and sat next to her. He reached out to hug her shoulders, but she quickly dodged. Seeing his dissatisfied look, I couldn't help but sneer. Wong Long looked at Tang Yun Yin greedily, seemingly unaware that he had caused her displeasure. "Wong Long, don't get so close to me. Our relationship is not yet that close," Tang Yun Yin said coldly, with a warning in her tone that could not be ignored. Wong Long didn't seem to care and smiled. "Yin Yin, what do you mean? We are already engaged and have set a wedding date. What's wrong with being intimate?" I could feel the atmosphere in the box suddenly become tense. Tang Yun Yin's face was a little stiff, and I observed silently in my heart. Suddenly, Wong Long turned his eyes to me. His eyes immediately showed hostility, and his face changed slightly. "Who are you?" His voice was full of provocation. Tang Yun Yin reacted quickly and explained immediately. "Wong Long, this is Divine Dr. Lin, my friend." "Dr. Lin? Who does he think he is? How dare he be worthy of these two words?" Upon hearing this, Wong Long couldn't help but burst into laughter, his tone full of sarcasm. I sat there calmly, but in my heart, I looked down on him. This kind of person really looks down on others. "Yin Yin, you are my fiancé. How can you get so close to such a person? I don't want you to be deceived." Wong Long's eyes were full of self-righteous possessiveness. Tang Yun Yin frowned, obviously impatient, and said in a tough tone, "Wong Long, Divine Dr. Lin is a true master. I won't allow you to insult him." I smiled softly from his side. She stood up and seemed to have genuine trust in me. Wong Long sneered. "Yin Yin, your strange disease has not been cured yet. Don't worry. I found a real miracle doctor for you, and I will take you to see Dr. Schue tomorrow." "I told you, Dr. Lin has cured my illness," Tang Yun Yin responded firmly. Wong Long obviously didn't believe it. He turned to me and said jokingly, "Heal? Buy him. That's enough." Tang Yun Yin suddenly raised her voice and said more firmly, "Wong Long, apologize to Dr. Lin right now." I sat there, my eyes narrowed slightly, watching all this coldly. Wong Long's eyes were full of disdain, but I noticed that his expression had begun to change, with obvious anxiety and anger surging. "Are you crazy? Arguing with me over a guy whose origins are unknown?" Wong Long could not accept that Tang Yun Yin supported me so much. I no longer had the patience to listen to their nonsense, so I stood up and said softly, "Since you want proof, let's take a look." I said only one sentence, and then pointed with my right hand. Almost instantly, Wong Long's throat suddenly tightened. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The surroundings suddenly fell into silence. Tang Yun Yin and Lu Mei looked at Wong Long in astonishment, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. Wong Long's eyes widened, his expression extremely angry, but he still couldn't make sound. He tried frantically to shout, but found that his throat was completely out of control, and he couldn't say anything. I looked at him coldly, with a sneer on my face. Isn't this the proof you want? His face was distorted. His eyes were filled with fear and anger. No matter how he struggled, he could not change the status quo. Even when he was extremely angry, his body could not make the slightest sound. Tang Yun Yin was obviously also shocked, with a look of deep curiosity in her eyes. Dr. Lin, how did you do it? I smiled slightly and said in a relaxed tone, it's just a minor trick. She was obviously touched by my confidence, and a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. Lu Mei couldn't help but gloat over the misfortune and said, I didn't expect that Master Wong would be punished. It's really rare. Wong Long's face was filled with anger, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't make any sound. The anger and embarrassment in his heart intertwined, putting him in an unprecedented, desperate situation. He obviously realized what he had experienced today and felt extremely humiliated. Anger made him make a decision. He stood up suddenly, slapped the table, and gave me a threatening look. Just wait. Then he turned around angrily and quickly left the box. His image completely collapsed, as if he had completely lost his self-esteem. I stood there, watching him leave with a sneer in my eyes, feeling disdainful. This guy actually dared to threaten me. He really overestimates his own abilities. As the two left, the box instantly returned to silence. Lu Mei turned her gaze towards me, her eyes no longer cold as before, but full of curiosity and interest. Dr. Lin's methods really opened my eyes. She smiled gently, with a glimmer in her eyes. I toasted Dr. Lin. She raised her glass, her eyes never leaving me. I smiled slightly. It would be tactless to reject the beauty's kindness. In that case, how can I not accept it? I raised my glass and clinked it lightly. Dr. Lin, your technique is really admirable. Tang Yun Yin's tone was sincere. She continued, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you for weekly massages. How about 10,000 per session? 10,000. I nodded slightly, having already decided that this business was a sure win. Okay. There was a flash of shock in Lu Mei's eyes. Dr. Lin, it turns out you can use massage to cure Miss Tang's strange disease. It's amazing. She looked a little surprised, as if she realized that my methods were extraordinary. She thought for a moment, and a charming smile appeared on her face. Dr. Lin, I am usually tired. I wonder if you can help me give me a massage to relax. There was anticipation and a bit of curiosity in her tone, and it was obvious that she was very interested in the way I treated Tang Yun Yin. I was shocked. This mature beauty actually took the initiative to invite me? Could she really? No problem. I smiled, having already decided to accept the challenge. After dinner, I'll give you a massage. After dinner, Tang Yun Yin and I exchanged phone numbers. She reminded me apologetically, Wong Long is a vindictive guy. Remember to be careful of him. Don't worry, it's okay. I replied with a smile, but in my heart, I had already stopped taking him seriously. Wong Long was just a dandy boy. How could I be afraid of him? After Tang Yun Yin left, Lu Mei looked at me expectantly. Dr. Lin, please follow me. I followed her to the depths of the villa and entered a small villa. On the second floor, she pointed at the bed and said, Dr. Lin, what should I do? You just need to lie down and leave the rest to me. I walked up to her with a cold light in my eyes. Lu Mei lay down obediently, and I stood in front of her, pinched my hands together, and performed some simple spells. Then I pressed my 5 fingers on her shoulders. Lu Mei suddenly let out a low cry, and her body shook. The strange feeling like electricity quickly spread throughout her body. I quickly began to work, pressing and tapping her back with both hands, each time with great precision. Lu Mei's cheeks quickly turned red, and she clenched her teeth, trying to endure the strange feeling coming from her body. If you feel uncomfortable, just shout it out, I said calmly in a low voice. If you keep tensing up, the effect will be reduced. Her face became more ruddy, and she seemed to be afraid to speak. I couldn't help but laugh in my heart. I didn't expect this mature beauty to have such a reaction. The massage lasted for half an hour, and when I stopped, Lu Mei was already sweating profusely. She opened her eyes, her face was a little dazed, and her eyes were shining with an unusual brilliance. Is it over? There was a hint of reluctance in her voice, and there seemed to be some anticipation in her eyes. I read some emotion in her eyes and smiled. Let's stop here today. She looked at me with reluctance in her eyes. Dr. Lin, when is the next massage? I smiled in my heart. Could it be that this beauty has fallen in love with me? Wait until the weekend. From now on, you can call me once a week, and each time will cost you 1,000 yuan. I pretended to be calm, but I couldn't help feeling secretly proud in my heart. She looked at me with some disappointment and a hesitant expression. Only once a week? Yes. I nodded, but I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. Lu Mei's appearance gave me a lot of fun. She muttered in a low voice, "Bah, how can you be so shameless, actually pestering a man to want a massage every day?" Seeing her shy look, I couldn't help but smile, but I gradually felt in my heart that this woman seemed not simple. After leaving Qingzhou Villa, I went straight back to the Li family villa. This villa was where I got married, but as soon as I entered the door, I heard Li Shue's roar. Bang! The door was kicked open and Li Schue rushed in angrily. "Lin Yuni, get out here." I couldn't help but frown. It seemed that today was the beginning of another trouble. Li Shue's roar exploded in my ears, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. She led a group of people into the villa, and the door was shaken. Looking at her battle, a hint of disdain appeared on the corner of my mouth. "Didn't your parents teach you what politeness is?" I asked coldly. Her anger was like a fire. "Lin Yuni, you destroyed me. How can I forgive you?" Her words stabbed into my heart like a knife, but I just sneered. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." I pretended to be innocent, with contempt in my eyes. "Didn't you climb into my bed last night?" Her face froze instantly, shock and panic creeping onto her face in an instant. I was secretly pleased with myself and looked at her jokingly. I never thought that I had caught her in such a situation. She was dressed very provocatively, in a shirt and short skirt that showed off her curves. I walked closer to her, my eyes unconsciously scanning her figure. Li Schue panicked. "What do you want to do?" She struggled desperately, but her resistance was meaningless compared to my strength. "Don't you like this smell?" I sneered, my hand unconsciously sliding toward her body. Li Shue's eyes widened, her chest heaving with anger. "Let me go. I'm still your sister-in-law. Shouldn't you pamper me?" I smiled, my tone full of mischief. She glared at him. "You're crazy." I reached out and grabbed her, almost throwing her onto the sofa. Several bodyguards rushed forward from behind me and tried to control me. "Come on, let's try your skills." I sneered. Within a few seconds, all these people were repelled by me and thrown out the door. "You." Her face turned pale as she watched me defeat everyone single-handedly. The surprise in her eyes almost made her speechless. I sneered in my heart. This was the moment when she was superior. She panicked, suddenly becoming uneasy, realizing that her plan had completely failed. "Don't move." I lowered my voice provocatively. Her eyes were filled with fear. "What are you going to do?" She struggled and began to regret. I smiled evilly. "What do you want?" I knew you had other plans in mind since yesterday. Li Shue's emotions began to waver, and she changed from being angry to trying to please. "Brother-in-law, I was wrong. Don't torture me." She was almost begging. I approached her and asked, "Your attitude changed so quickly. Just now you said you didn't like me, but now you admit your mistake." A trace of fear flashed across her eyes, and then turned into helplessness and submission. I looked at her and smiled to myself. This was all part of the game, and she had walked into my trap of her own accord. I looked at the angry and aggrieved expression on Li Shue's face, but I didn't rush to respond. She knew that it was meaningless to resist at this moment, so she could only force a smile and said, "Brother-in-law, I have something to do. Can I accompany you next time?" I sneered in my heart. How could I not see through such a trick? She wanted to leave, but why? Since she was already here, how could I let her leave so easily? I bent my head and kissed her. Li Shue's eyes widened, and she screamed frantically in her heart. "It's over." My first kiss. Her resistance seemed to add to my interest. I could even sense her fear and grievance, but I was not moved at all. Her reluctance made me secretly happy. I was not satisfied with absorbing the Tang power in her body. Although I could feel the power reaccumulating in her body, it was only for one day, and the energy was extremely weak. I needed more, but it was far from enough. Li Schue struggled, tears in her eyes. "Brother-in-law, don't do this." "What? You don't like it?" I asked with a sneer. She lowered her head, suppressed her anger and powerlessness, and said with a forced smile, "How could it be? I like you the most, brother-in-law." I let her go and smiled with satisfaction. "Then come with me. I have something to do." She was angry and reluctant, but she had no choice but to swallow her anger. We walked to the parking lot, where a fiery red sports car was parked. After getting in the car, I said calmly, "Let's go to Yanhai Pharmacy. I want to buy some medicinal herbs. By the way, give me 1,000,000, I added. She almost jumped up and asked angrily why. I asked confidently, "Aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend? What's wrong?" Can you use some of your money? Li Schue was stunned for a moment, then changed her strategy, her voice full of flattery. Brother-in-law, of course I like you. I only have 100,000 in my bank account, and I can only get the rest from my mom. I waved my hand in disdain. 100,000 is 100,000, and you can ask your mother for more money later to supplement it. Li Schue was almost furious, but she could only endure it silently. Half an hour later, we arrived at Yanhai Pharmacy. When I walked into the pharmacy, Li Schue looked at me with doubt. Brother-in-law, what are you doing in the pharmacy? Is there something wrong with your health? Nothing, just medicinal herbs. I replied calmly. She looked at me and couldn't help but smile. I'm happy if you're not sick. I glanced at her and laughed in my heart. She clearly didn't want to cooperate, but she had to pretend to care. As soon as I entered the pharmacy, a petite nurse came over and smiled sweetly. Excuse me, what kind of medicine do you need? I looked at her with a hint of teasing in my eyes. Are you hiring child laborers here? The nurse's face froze. I'm already over 18. Li Schue was also surprised. The nurse looked no more than 16 years old. I was also shocked by her appearance. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I chuckled and stopped paying attention to her. I handed over the list. Give me 20 of each of these herbs. The nurse nodded and skipped to the back. Not long after, a woman in her 30s came out, wearing a white coat and with an extraordinary temperament. She took the list, took a look, and was slightly stunned. This list seems to be medicinal materials for nourishing the body. Whose list is this? She asked. Take me to him. She pulled the nurse away and quickly came to me. I looked up and saw her heroic face, and I couldn't help but be moved. I'm the chief physician of the pharmacy, Su Linguang. Excuse me, is this list of medicinal materials yours? This prescription is what I need. Do you have any questions? I narrowed my eyes slightly and glanced at Su Linguang. She looked me up and down, obviously doubting my identity. Are you from the medical field? Who is your teacher? I smiled, knowing that she had seen through the recipe. My goal was clear: to refine the elixir to improve my physical strength, especially during the practice. Without a strong body, dual cultivation would be nothing but empty talk. Yes, this prescription is mine. I nodded, my tone relaxed. However, if you're interested in learning more, then you don't have to. I'm only here to buy herbs. Su Linguang's eyes flashed a gleam. This prescription is very attractive to me. I have never seen it before. I want to buy it. Name your price. This prescription is not worth 1 million. You can't afford it. I sneered. I'll give you 1 million. She directly offered the price. Are you crazy? Su Xiaoying couldn't help but exclaimed. For a prescription of unknown origin, you actually paid such a high price. Li Shue's eyes were filled with shock. She obviously couldn't believe that Lin Yunyi in front of her could come up with such a priceless recipe. She began to wonder in her heart, is Lin Yunyi playing some tricks? I shook my head. 1 million. You want to buy a bodybuilding pill? How naive. You can afford the prescription, but you can't refine it. Before Su Linguang could respond, Su Xiaoying interrupted impatiently. Do you know who my senior sister is? She is the most powerful pharmacist in the world. Oh, my heart moved, and I immediately released my spiritual sense to explore Su Linguang's physique. My heartbeat quickened when I checked. It turned out to be the 100 Flowers spirit. This kind of physique is extremely rare in the world of immortal cultivation. People with the spiritual energy of hundreds of flowers can not only cultivate medicinal materials, but also gain great advantages in alchemy. It turns out that she dares to be so confident, worthy of being a person with special talents. I won't sell you the prescription, but I'll let you research it yourself. I smiled playfully, but I have a condition. What conditions? Su Linguang's curiosity was aroused. I've been a little tired lately and want to relax. Since you're a Chinese medicine practitioner, it shouldn't be a problem for me to give you a massage, right? Li Shue's eyes widened, obviously not expecting me to make such a request. She couldn't help but curse in her heart. I must be trying to take advantage of you. Okay. Su Linguang agreed easily, apparently without giving it much thought. I patted Li Shue's head and said, Xiao, wait here. I'll go buy some oranges. Then I followed Su Linguang into the depths of the pharmacy. Li Shue's expression was somewhat complicated. Although she hated this situation, she could only endure it silently. Follow me. Su Linguang took me into the ward behind the pharmacy. The room was empty. Lie down. Su Linguang spoke without any expression on her face. I smiled and nodded, took off my coat, and lay down on the bed. She stood at the head of the bed, and as she approached, I couldn't help but notice her curves. As she began to massage me, My awareness immediately turned to the flow of spiritual energy in her body. Her technique was precise, and the strength was just right, which made me squint my eyes. At the same time, I began to mobilize my true qi, and the spiritual energy of the flowers in Su Linguang's body immediately began to surge. She paused slightly, obviously sensing an unusual change. Dr. Su, what's wrong? I pretended to be innocent. Nothing. She shook her head and continued massaging. But as she moved, my true energy began to slowly devour the 100 flowers' spiritual energy in her body. The power in her body began to stir, and she obviously didn't understand what was happening. Her face gradually turned red, her legs involuntarily clamped together, and the feeling of heat in her body became more and more intense. Dr. Su, why did you stop? I urged. Her face was completely red, and her eyes were blurry. It was obvious that she could no longer maintain her previous calmness. I urged her several times, but every time Su Linguang stopped, I couldn't absorb the aura of the 100 flowers in her body. Her cheeks were already red, and she was obviously massaging me, but she looked a little strange. What's going on? Why am I so miserable? She was confused and had no idea why her body was reacting so violently. At my urging, she began massaging again, and I relaxed my whole body, enjoying her touch, while secretly mobilizing my true qi to devour the spiritual energy of the flowers in her body. Great! I was ecstatic. Practicing has never been so easy. This is the correct way to practice. It can improve your strength without any effort. Su Linguang began to pant unconsciously. Her cheeks became redder, and the feeling of heat in her body became more obvious. I know that the spiritual energy of the 100 flowers in her body is being devoured bit by me. My yin-yang fantasy record technique is extremely powerful, and even the coldest woman will lose control of herself. Dr. Su, are you okay? You seem a little hot. Take off your clothes. I suggested with a smile, with a hint of provocation in my words. She was stunned for a moment, and only then did she realize that she was sweating profusely. Sorry, I'm so sorry, she said awkwardly and took off her coat. The t-shirt underneath her was clinging to her skin, outlining her perfect curves, especially the huge pair of breasts, which made it impossible for me to take my eyes off her. I secretly admired in my heart that this woman's figure is really rare. Go on, the massage has just begun. I lay back on the bed, feeling full of enjoyment. Su Linguang's face became redder and redder, and she realized that her posture was wrong, but her duty as a doctor made her suppress the urge to leave. She continued to press, even though my fiery gaze made her more uncomfortable. What will she do? I wondered to myself. The massage lasted for half an hour, and finally Su Linguang was exhausted and sat on the chair next to her, gasping for breath. No, I really am. Her voice was trembling, and she was completely unaware of how attractive her condition was to me. I stood up and chuckled. Okay, research the prescription yourself, and whatever you come up with is yours. I turned and left, walking out of the ward without any regrets, already thinking about the next step. She couldn't find anything valuable from the prescription anyway. In the corridor, I met Su Xiaoying. Where's my senior sister? She looked puzzled. She's resting inside. I smiled, thinking there was no need to explain further. Su Xiaoying frowned, obviously confused. Rest? It's just a massage. Why does she need to rest? She walked into the ward and was shocked to see Su Linguang's condition. Senior sister, are you okay? Did that man do something? Su Linguang hurriedly stopped him. Don't go. It has nothing to do with him. It's my own fault. She looked embarrassed and felt ashamed of her reaction just now. Xiaoying, you go out first. I'll rest by myself. Su Linguang tried her best to stay calm, but the uneasiness in her heart was rising. Xiaoying looked at her with a puzzled look on her face. She stopped asking questions and finally turned and left. Su Linguang was the only one left in the ward. Her face was still flushed, and her mind was filled with Lin Yunyi's figure. After Lin Yunyi bought the herbs, he returned to the villa with Li Schue. The light at the door was bright, and Li Schue rushed into the house excitedly when she saw it. Sister's back? She was as excited as if she had seen a savior. She pushed open the door and saw a woman in professional attire standing in the living room, with a dignified appearance and mature temperament. She was about 24 or 25 years old, with delicate skin like porcelain, willow-shaped eyebrows and cherry lips, and a professional suit that outlined her tall figure. Any man would not be able to help but keep his eyes on her slender legs wrapped in black stockings. She had a unique temperament and the aura of a businesswoman that could not be ignored. Sister. Lee Schue rushed towards her with a crying voice. Li Jingwan was stunned, then frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Schue felt very aggrieved and almost wanted to tell her everything Lin Yuni had done to her. But just as she opened her mouth, footsteps suddenly sounded and Lin Yuni walked in. "Did you go out to play with Xiao Xue?" Li Jingwan's tone was calm, as if her husband was just a stranger. Faced with her indifference, Lin Yuni smiled slightly, knowing in his heart that this was just a tacit transaction. "Yeah, our relationship was a little tense before, but I wanted to ease it off, so I took her to the amusement park." He answered with a smile, his tone relaxed. Li Shue's heart skipped a beat, and then she forced out a smile. "Yes, my brother-in-law took me to the amusement park, and we had a lot of fun." Li Jingwan frowned slightly, obviously confused. She knew that the relationship between Li Schue and Lin Yuni had always been strained, but she didn't expect that it would suddenly become harmonious today. She knew that her sister often made fun of Lin Yuni, but today she actually took the initiative to go to the amusement park with him, which made her a little confused. "I feel relieved to see that your relationship has eased." Li Jingwan nodded, with a rare smile on her face. "You are my family. You can't quarrel anymore." Lin Yuni laughed and stroked Li Shue's hair affectionately, and the atmosphere was particularly warm. "I'm going to cook. You guys stay in the living room." Li Jingwan left with satisfaction and walked towards the kitchen. Only Lin Yuni and Li Schue were left in the living room, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Li Shue's heart tightened, and she wanted to find an excuse to escape from this situation. But before she could move, Lin Yuni quickly grabbed her. "Baby, why are you running?" He smiled playfully. "Are you shy?" Li Shue's expression became stiff in an instant, and the smile on her face was forced. She felt that Lin Yuni's hand had already quietly reached into her body. "Brother-in-law, stop. My sister is still in the kitchen." Her voice was filled with panic, and she quickly covered her mouth. She stared at Lin Yuni with eyes wide open in disbelief. She never thought that he would dare to do such a thing in front of her sister. "Don't worry. Your sister is so focused on her work that she won't even be distracted. It won't be that easy to find out." Lin Yuni's voice was low and slightly provocative. "Besides, think about doing this in front of your sister. Wouldn't it be more exciting?" Li Shue's heartbeat quickened, and she instantly felt an indescribable tension. She lowered her head and looked towards the kitchen, her heart racing. "It's over. If my sister finds out, she'll definitely be very disappointed in me." "Brother-in-law, please stop. My sister will really find out." Li Schue pleaded, her voice low and trembling. Lin Yuni couldn't help laughing, feeling secretly proud. It was really exciting to tease his sister-in-law in front of his wife. Li Schue struggled desperately, but her strength was no match for Lin Yuni. Just as she was trying to break free, Lin Yuni chuckled and slapped her on the buttocks, making a crisp sound. Li Shue's body was stiff, and she could hardly hold back her voice. "Brother-in-law, you're crazy." She quickly glanced towards the kitchen to make sure Li Jingwan didn't hear anything. Before she could react, after a breath of relief, Lin Yuni's hands were already wandering around her body wantonly. She felt aggrieved, but powerless to resist, fearing that she would cause a bigger noise. The three of them were busy with their own things. In the kitchen, Li Jingwan was skillfully cooking dinner, with the aroma filling the air. However, she had no idea that her husband and sister were performing an unknown drama in the living room. Li Jingwan walked into the living room, carrying the food. "Hey, Xiaoxiu, why are you sweating so much?" She looked at her sister in confusion. Li Schue pretended to be calm, quickly tidied her clothes, and made up an excuse. "It's just that the air conditioner is too hot." Her heart beat faster, and she forced a smile on her face. Li Jingwan looked at the air conditioner temperature display on the wall, raised her eyebrows slightly, and turned to look at Lin Yuni. Lin Yuni looked normal, smiled, and walked forward. "I'll help serve the food." Li Jingwan was slightly stunned, with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. "You seem a little different." Lin Yuni was shocked. He didn't expect Li Jingwan's intuition to be so sharp. He had changed a lot, but even Li Schue didn't notice it. Instead, she noticed it first. "I just figured out some things." Lin Yuni evaded the question casually. The three of them sat down to enjoy dinner, and Lin Yuni couldn't help but secretly marvel. Li Jingwan was not only strong in business ability, but also meticulous in housework. Every aspect of her was like a perfect woman. After dinner, Li Schue left in a hurry, and it was obvious that she was eager to avoid Lin Yuni's gaze. Li Jingwan went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, looking a little tired. "Jingwan, I recently learned some massage techniques that can help you relax." Lin Yuni suggested with a smile. Li Jingwan shook her head and said, "No, I need to rest now. You should also go to bed early." She turned around and went back to her room. Lin Yuni didn't care. Li Jingwan was already a part of his plan. He was not in a hurry to take it slow. After returning to his room, Lin Yuni began to refine the bodybuilding pill, and the medicine furnace operated easily in his hands. As a ball of orange-red flames rose, the medicinal materials were gradually refined into liquid medicine, and finally condensed into a medicine ball about the size of a baby's fist. After the refining was completed, Lin Yuni smiled, put away the pill, and left the villa quietly. The park was still quiet. Lin Yuni found a secluded place, took a pill, and began to practice bodybuilding. His movements were strange, his breathing was rapid, and his body was sweating quickly. The power of the medicine was flowing through his body, and his body was undergoing obvious changes. A few hours later, Lin Yuni finished his practice and felt that his physical condition was much better than before. During this period of time, at most 1 month, I can recover to the innate realm. He muttered to himself. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence of the night. Lin Yuni saw a woman being chased, but he did not intervene, just watched quietly. The woman was dressed in black and walked nervously through the park. Lin Yuni hid in the bushes, waiting for her to make a move. She quickly hid in the bushes next to her, but soon realized that there was a man watching her. She turned around suddenly and tried to escape, but was held down by Lin Yuni. "Don't move, be quiet," Lin Yuni whispered in a cold voice. She struggled, trying to get out of his control, but Lin Yuni pushed her to the ground without hesitation. A tense atmosphere filled the air. "Those people chasing you are here, don't move." Lin Yuni's voice was full of threats, and he was ready to deal with the impending conflict at any time. The woman trembled all over, feeling the strong breath of Lin Yuni. She dared not struggle anymore. Lin Yuni lowered his voice. "Can you be quiet for a while?" At this time, four pursuers approached. They stood by the bushes, frowning, looking for their target. Lin Yuni couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself that this scene made him a little uneasy. At this moment, the woman's reaction made Lin Yuni couldn't help but look down. She was actually a woman with a beautiful face, with anger in her eyes, mixed with shyness and embarrassment. I didn't expect to meet a beauty under such circumstances. Could it be because of practicing the yin-yang illusion classic? But the strange thing is that I have never heard that practicing this can increase one's luck in love. The men in black were still searching frantically, their flashlights sweeping every corner. "Fuck, where did that woman go?" One of them cursed in a low voice. "If we can't find her, we're all doomed," another voice said anxiously. My heart tightened. What on earth did this woman do to deserve such a pursuit? She looked like a thief in black. "Mr. Wong," a man in black not far away suddenly mentioned the name. My heart was shocked, and a smile appeared on my face. Wong Long, Tang Yun Yin's fiancé, who happened to be my enemy. It seems that today is just a coincidence. There was a flash of panic in the eyes of the woman in black. I leaned over and whispered, "Is the young master they're talking about Wong Long?" She nodded. "Good man, it's really Wong Long. Now, I have more reasons to help her. Originally, I just wanted to avoid trouble, but now, I have made a decision in my heart." We hid in the grass in the park, completely invisible. I pressed her down, trying not to attract attention. She couldn't help struggling, twisting her body, and seemed uncomfortable. "Don't move," I whispered a warning, feeling the faint struggle beneath her. She stared at me in disbelief, feeling ashamed and angry. After all, she had never been so close to a man before, and the transfer of body temperature made her mind confused. "Let me go. Don't you think it's too much?" she whispered, but at this dangerous moment, she was powerless to break free. Not far away, the man in black was approaching. I held my breath, ready to take action at any time. She was so nervous that she dared not move. Her whole body was stiff. She could almost feel her heartbeat. Just then, footsteps came closer and closer. The bushes were parted, and a group of men in black suits surrounded them. "Why is there one more person?" The leading man in black narrowed his eyes and sneered when he saw me. "It seems to be an accomplice." He pulled out his pistol and pointed it at me. "Come out." I shrugged, feeling a little unhappy. It was her fault for causing us to be discovered. The woman in black and I stood up from the bushes. Faced with the sudden situation, she seemed to know that she had no way to escape. "Wait," she suddenly said coldly. "He has nothing to do with me. Let him go." The black-clad leader laughed. "Since we've all seen you, how can we possibly let him leave alive?" At his command, Several black-clad men immediately rushed over. "Don't touch him!" The woman in black shouted anxiously, with a hint of anxiety in her voice. This surprised me a little. I didn't expect that she would worry about me. Seeing them rushing towards me, I no longer hesitated, and the true energy in my body surged instantly. I rushed down the mountain like a tiger, swinging my fists. The men in black around me didn't even have a chance to react. They fell one after another and were defeated by me in an instant. How is this possible? Several men in black were stunned. They had never expected this result. The woman in black opened her mouth to speak, but I only saw me sneer and retract my fist. "Are you okay?" She nodded, with a complicated look in her eyes. I didn't have time to care about her complicated feelings. There were more people around, so I had to take her away as soon as possible. But everything was not as simple as I thought. My opponent was obviously not an ordinary person, and the troubles that followed were just beginning. In the blink of an eye, the four men in black all fell to the ground, and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was like thunder. How is this possible? The woman in black and the leader were both stunned, their eyes filled with astonishment. "Are you an ancient warrior?" The black-clad leader took a step back, his tone wary. "Ancient warrior?" I narrow my eyes. "It seems you know a lot. So what if he's a warrior from the past? Can he be faster than my bullets?" The black-clad leader sneered, his tone full of threats. "Kneel down, or I'll shoot." The woman in black widened her eyes, suddenly realizing how dangerous the situation was. Apology spilled out of her expression. "I'm sorry, I got you involved." I looked at her and sneered. "Really?" "Of course. But we definitely can't escape. No matter how powerful the ancient warrior is, he can't defeat a gun." She smiled bitterly. I shrugged. "Haha, not necessarily." The black-clad leader had been patient for a long time, his eyes becoming increasingly gloomy. "Have you said enough? Kneel down now." The woman in black gritted her teeth and suddenly rushed towards him. "I'll stop him, you go." Looking for death. The black-clad leader roared and immediately opened fire. Bang! The gunshot rang out and the bullet whizzed out. The woman in black closed her eyes tightly, but the pain she expected did not come. She saw a hand suddenly put on her shoulder, pulling her away, and the bullet passed by her shoulder. She stared with eyes wide open, stunned. Lin Yuni was already standing in front of her, grabbing the black-clad leader's gun wrist with one hand, and instantly there was a sound of bone cracking. "You?" The leader's eyes widened. "Why so fast?" I smiled, picked up the gun that had fallen to the ground and played with it. "Haven't you heard that a punch is faster than 7 steps? You shouldn't be so close to me." The leader was stunned for a moment, then fell to the ground. The scene was so quiet that it was suffocating. The woman in black finally came to her senses. "You?" She hesitated to speak. I chuckled and moved closer to her. "You just said that I can make any request. Is that true?" She was stunned. "Huh?" I smiled, took a step forward, hugged her in my arms without hesitation, and kissed her. Her body was stiff, her eyes full of shock. She didn't expect me to be so bold. She wanted to struggle, but soon relaxed, thinking about what she had just said. I took the opportunity to deepen the kiss, my hand unconsciously wandering to her waist and the other hand touching her chest. Her heartbeat quickened. She was filled with shame and anger, and she tried to break free, but she only felt a cold wind blowing. When she came to, she found herself almost half naked. "What are you doing?" She blushed and was very angry. I shrugged innocently. "You said you could make any request you wanted." She was speechless, with shame and anger on her face. "Even though I said so, you can't go so far." She couldn't help but glance at me, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I was in my 20s, with an extraordinary temperament and handsome appearance, and I seemed to be much more beautiful than she imagined. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. Although this wave made her a little dissatisfied, at least it was a reward for myself. "Tell me, how did you get involved with these people?" I asked curiously. The black-clothed woman's face suddenly changed, and she gritted her teeth. "I'm going to seek revenge on Wong Long. He destroyed my Tao family martial arts school, and I'm going to kill him." I frowned. "Martial arts school? It's the 21st century, and there are still people doing this kind of thing." She was stunned for a moment, her expression complicated. "Aren't you an ancient warrior yourself?" I laughed. "I'm not that old-fashioned." Her eyes looked even weirder. "Then what are you?" "It's a secret." I smiled and avoided the topic. "Tell me about the Tao family martial arts school. I'm very interested." She hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Okay." Then she added in a low voice, "But this is not the place to talk. Let's exchange numbers first and talk tomorrow." I smiled and nodded, and we exchanged numbers and then left the park separately. Before leaving, I silently released several streams of chi into the brains of those men in black, ensuring that they would never threaten anyone again. After doing all this, I smiled with satisfaction and quickly left the park, leaving only a few cold corpses at the scene. The next morning, the beauty in black called me. After agreeing on a location, I drove Li Shue's red sports car to the tea house. Box number 4, I said to the waiter. Please follow me. The waiter led me into the box. As soon as the door was opened, a beauty in black came into view. She was tall, in her 20s, with tan skin, delicate features, and a heroic air. The tight white training suit outlined her curvy figure, and her perfect, long legs attracted attention. She turned around and saw me. Her face flushed instantly. Last night's events were still replaying in her mind. I walked over to her and couldn't help but smile. Why are you so shy? I'm not going to eat you. She stood up hurriedly, her face red as an apple. You last night? What happened last night? I laughed. It was just normal compensation. Did I do something wrong? She was a little stunned, unable to refute, and lowered her head. I'm sorry. I chuckled, that's right. Then I hugged her in my arms. You? She exclaimed, but before she could finish her words, I had already kissed her. Her body stiffened instantly, but in the end she did not resist and let me gently savor her taste. 10 minutes later, she was panting, and I finally let her go. Her face flushed, her lips trembled. That's enough. You've kissed me twice. I smiled and raised an eyebrow. It's only been twice. Is my life worth so little? She was speechless for a moment and said angrily, Okay, let me kiss you a few more times, but you can't go too far. I nodded and held her in my arms and sat down. She sat on my lap and my hands unconsciously wrapped around her slender waist. Stop touching me, she protested helplessly, but her whole body was weak and she leaned in my arms. Don't be in a hurry. Let's talk about business first. I don't even know your name yet. I teased. She blushed. My name is Tang Yun Yin. The Tao family opened a martial arts school, right? I'm quite interested in ancient martial artists, I said with a serious expression and continued to stroke her waist. Aren't you an ancient warrior? How come you are so strong? She was a little confused. This is my secret. I smiled. Answer my question first. Tang Yun Yin did not ask any more questions and could only explain, ancient warriors are professionals who strengthen their bodies and practice martial arts. The top ancient warriors are as powerful as wild beasts, but with the development of firearms, our status has gradually declined. I see. I was a little disappointed. It seemed that these ancient warriors were not as powerful as I imagined. Mr. Lin, can I ask you for a favor? She asked in a low voice, with some confusion in her eyes. I'm willing to help you, but you have to think about the price. I joked with a smile. She immediately understood what I meant. Her pretty face flushed. No problem. I promise to be your girlfriend. Wait, I interrupted her. When did I ask you to be my girlfriend? What's the price? I'm already married. Tang Yun Yin was shocked and looked at me angrily. Since you are married, why are you still taking advantage of me? This is clearly betrayal. I sneered. It's not your turn to teach me. What I do is my business. Her eyes were instantly filled with disgust, and her previous good impression completely disappeared. Tell me, what can I help you with? I said calmly. You want me to help the Tao family martial arts school, right? I already had a premonition in my heart. Tang Yun Yin nodded, with a complicated look in her eyes. I hope you can join the Tao family martial arts school. As soon as she finished speaking, I knew what was behind it. Ancient warriors have gradually declined, but they still have some power. The martial arts schools have formed the Yunhai Martial Arts Alliance, relying on each other for warmth. Tang Yun Yin frowned. But the martial arts school must have a strong man who can really hold up the facade. My Tao family is really lacking in talent in this generation. She paused, a trace of helplessness in her eyes. In 7 days, the alliance assessment will take place. If we fail to prove our strength, the martial arts school will be expelled. I smiled and said, I can't help you, but there is one condition. You have to be my girlfriend. Tang Yun Yin was stunned for a moment. Then she became angry. You are so shameless. You already have a wife. I said casually. You value my ability, not my status. Your Tao family needs my help, and I don't mind adding a few cauldrons. She gritted her teeth in anger, but couldn't refute. I smiled evilly. Think it over carefully. The future of Tao family martial arts school is in your hands. Tang Yun Yin's eyes flashed with anger, but there was also a hint of hesitation. I promise you, but you must do your best to help the Tao family martial arts school take off. The deal was done, and I bent down and kissed her lips. She struggled for a few times, but finally collapsed in my arms, unable to extricate herself. Blushing, she straightened her clothes, turned around, and said, "We should go to the martial arts gym. I'll introduce you to the others." I nodded, having already made a plan in mind. Since I promised her, I would not break my promise. Next, I would see what the Tao family martial arts school is like. As the car drove out of the city and headed towards the suburbs, the air gradually became thinner. The Tao family martial arts school is in a really remote location. I couldn't help but speak. Tang Yun Yin's face darkened, and she said softly, "The Tao family used to have a very high status, and they had face in both the black and white worlds." I chuckled, feeling disdainful. Haha, the past glory is nothing but a passing cloud. When we arrived at the martial arts hall, we found that it was a shabby commercial street, completely on the edge of the suburbs. The so-called Tao family martial arts hall was nothing more than a simple gym. The environment inside the martial arts gym was even more disappointing. The equipment was old, the walls were peeling, there were only a few students training, and the atmosphere was depressed. "Is this your martial arts school?" I smiled coldly and glanced at the young men. They looked at me as if I were a stranger, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. "Is this a newcomer?" one of the young men asked doubtfully. Before Tang Yun Yin could explain, I took the lead. "I am your senior sister's boyfriend, and I will also be your senior brother." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the entire martial arts hall exploded immediately. "Why does he deserve to be the senior brother?" A tall young man came out and glared at me. "Why does he deserve to be the senior brother?" His provocative words directly ignited everyone's anger. Tang Yun Yin was silent. She had already left everything to me. I smiled and walked forward. "Are you not convinced? Since you are all martial artists, prove it with your fists." As soon as I finished speaking, everyone was silent for a few seconds, and then a heated debate broke out. The tall young man Lu Hu stepped forward and said, "My name is Lu Hu. Come on, let me challenge you." He threw a glove at me, full of the smell of challenge. There's no need to be so troublesome. It only takes a moment anyway. I was content. Lu Hu's face darkened, and he strode towards me. The students around him encouraged him. "Beat him hard and get this pretty boy out." I'm not impatient, and my eyes are calm. "Come on, try to see if you can beat me," I said softly. Lu Hu's fist pounced like a tiger, with great momentum. However, I was prepared. I dodged his huge body with one light step and easily avoided his collision. He was stunned, then increased his offensive, punching me like a storm, but I still managed to dodge them skillfully. Lu Hu's eyes flashed with uneasiness, but he did not give up and continued to attack. I smiled slightly and made a precise counterattack with my backhand. This battle has just begun. Lu Hu's fist swung like a violent storm, with great momentum, as if he could knock me down with one blow. The male students around cheered, as if they had already seen me being knocked down. However, the next second, a shocking scene happened. My body swayed slightly, like a piece of willow catkin swaying gently, and Lu Hu's fist missed. His swift attack failed to hit me once, and I dodged like a ghost. How is this possible? Lu Hu took a breath. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and he realized in an instant that I was definitely not an ordinary person. Good. Tang Yun Yin couldn't help cheering, with amazement flashing in her eyes. The students nearby were also shocked. This guy is actually a master. Brother Lu's fist didn't even touch him. "How'd he do it?" I smiled and said, "Do you want to continue?" Lu Hu gritted his teeth and said, "Come again." His rage ignited, and he rushed toward me again, punching me like a beast. However, a quick counterattack allowed me to take the initiative. I punched him lightly, hitting him right on the chin. Bang! Lu Hu fell to the ground and couldn't move. The venue was dead silent, and everyone was stunned. "Who else wants to challenge me?" I asked calmly. The students around looked at each other, shook their heads, and their eyes were full of awe. "Very good. From today on, I will be your senior brother." "Meet you," I said with a smile. "Senior brother." The students saluted in unison, with helpless smiles on their faces. Looking at their complicated expressions, I walked towards the second floor of the martial arts hall with Tang Yun Yin in a relaxed manner. Along the way, the students were talking and guessing my true identity. "This is where I usually live." Tang Yun Yin introduced the second floor. I looked around and had a plan in mind. It will be very difficult to develop this martial arts school. We don't have enough funds, experts, or even a set of systematic boxing techniques. Tang Yun Yin's expression changed slightly. Our family boxing skills were lost in the chaos. I shook my head. It is almost impossible for this martial arts school to rise. She got anxious and immediately grabbed me. No, you've already taken advantage of me so much. How can you give up? I smiled and said, don't worry. If we want to develop, kissing and touching are not enough. Tang Yun Yin glared at me, but there was also a hint of compromise in her eyes. Are you satisfied now? She complained through gritted teeth. I smiled with satisfaction. In 3 days, I'll get you 5 million and leave the boxing matters to me. She looked shocked. 5 million? How did you do that? I chuckled. I have a way. After leaving the martial arts gym, I called Lee Schue. After the call was connected, Lee Shue's voice was full of hostility. Why are you looking for me? I teased. Baby, don't you care about me? She hurriedly changed her words. Brother-in-law. Be good. I laughed in my heart. Give me 5 million. Lee Schue was shocked. 5 million? How can I have so much money? I said impatiently. Ask your mother for it. She is your mother. How could she not give it to you? Lee Schue sighed helplessly. At most 500,000. I frowned. 500,000? It's useless. How can you support me? She gritted her teeth, knowing that she had to keep working hard. Lee Schue finally couldn't help but yelled. Brother-in-law, why is it that other people's husbands support their wives, but it's the other way around for us? Because I am a son-in-law, of course I have to be supported by you sisters. I responded righteously. Lee Schue was so angry that she almost jumped up. I can only take 500,000 at most. She shook her fist in anger, as if she had completely decided that I was a waste. Okay, call me tomorrow. I hung up the phone impatiently. Inside the car, Lee Schue yelled angrily. Damn Lin Yuni, go to hell. In the passenger seat, the quiet girl frowned slightly. Xiao Xue, is the person on the phone just now your brother-in-law? Lee Schue was stunned and sweating profusely. Xiao Ro, you misunderstood. He is not my brother-in-law. Jiang Ro's expression gradually changed. What you just heard, is it not a private matter between you and your brother-in-law? I'm done. Lee Schue screamed in her heart. She really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Xiao Xue, don't let others know. She hurriedly grabbed Jiang Ro, pleading with her face. Jiang Ro was furious. This is immoral. What if your sister finds out? Lee Schue was nervous, so she could only bite the bullet and comfort Jiang Ro. Xiao Ro, I will handle it. Please keep it a secret. Jiang Ro sighed. Okay, since we are sisters, let's keep it a secret. But you should also know that this is not the right way. Lee Schue breathed a sigh of relief, but she knew that Jiang Ro had already planned to do something. Meanwhile, I hung up the phone and calmed down. 500,000 was not enough, and Tang Yun Yin's 5 million was far from enough. In my mind, a figure emerged. Lu Mei. She came from an extraordinary family, so 5 million was no problem for her. I dialed her number and the call was answered quickly. Dr. Lin? There was a hint of expectation in Lu Mei's gentle voice. Ms. Lu, I want to borrow 5 million. Lu Mei said without hesitation, no problem. But there's a condition. I'm very tired recently, and I want you to give me a massage every day. I smiled. Okay, no problem. Less than half an hour after I hung up the phone, 5 million was deposited into my card. I was a little surprised by the speed. At this time, the phone rang again. It was Tang Yun Yin. Dr. Lin, I'm sorry to bother you. Are you free tomorrow? What's the matter? I thought to myself that something was wrong. My fiancé Wong Long hired a doctor and wants to see you. I heard that you cured my illness. I frowned. Okay, send someone to pick me up tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, I took a taxi to meet Lu Mei. At the entrance of Qingzhou Hotel, Lu Mei came towards me with a smile, and a shaking of her breasts made my gaze freeze. She took me into the hotel and finally to a small villa. As soon as I entered the door, a young girl came out. Cousin. When she saw me, her expression changed. Lin Yuni? Lu Mei frowned. Xiao Ro, do you also know Dr. Lin? Dr. Lin? Jiang Ro sounded a little puzzled. Lu Mei smiled. Yes, his massage skills are extraordinary. I specially invited him here. Cousin, this man? Jiang Ro frowned. I recognized her. You are Xiao Xue's best friend, Jiang Ro, right? I looked at Jiang Ro coldly with a faint smile on my face. I am Lin Yuni. Her hostile look made me feel a little uneasy. Her eyes moved between me and Lu Mei, and it was obvious that she had noticed something was wrong. Jiang Ro had never seen her cousin so relaxed before. She was in her 30s and still single, and today she let a strange man come to her house for a massage. This was outrageous. She must have been thinking, this man is just taking advantage of me under the guise of a massage. I could see the disbelief and anger on her face. Lu Mei explained calmly. Dr. Lin's skills are not comparable to those of ordinary masseurs. After my last massage, I felt so comfortable all over. She said softly, with a hint of anticipation. Jiang Ro rolled her eyes fiercely. Cousin, why are you so naive? Although she was dissatisfied, her eyes flashed with a complicated light. Okay, I'll just stay by the side and watch. I knew her thoughts very well. She intended to stop me by being there, but unexpectedly, she was rejected by Lu Mei. No, Lu Mei blushed and said in a low voice, this is a mysterious skill. It's not convenient for outsiders to know. Her attitude was firm, and Jiang Ro was obviously a little overwhelmed and was eventually kicked out of the villa. Dr. Lin, I'm so sorry. My cousin was a little rude. Lu Mei's apology was as gentle as the wind. I nodded. It's nothing. It's just a child. I understand. We walked into her room, and Lu Mei took off her coat without hesitation and lay on the bed, with a look of expectation. Come on. I smiled slightly, touched her skin with my fingers, and felt her tense breath. The inner chi quietly surged and slowly entered her body. Lu Mei's breathing suddenly became rapid, and she groaned in pain. How strange, she whispered. Her body was extremely sensitive, as if every inch of it was responding to my touch. Her reaction shocked me. She was really too sensitive, perhaps because she had not been with a man for many years. Her body was naturally more eager. At the same time, Jiang Ro outside the window quietly climbed into the villa again. She was worried about her cousin, so she decided to sneak in, thinking of recording evidence for her cousin. I noticed a slight movement at the door, looked up, and sure enough, I saw her secretly recording us with her phone. Her eyes were filled with shock and anger. The corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I couldn't help but smile in my heart. What a persistent little girl. Jiang Ro was staring at the screen, her eyes motionless. Her heart was completely shocked. Her cousin had never shown such a relaxed side before, and she couldn't help but blush at the charming gesture. I smiled gently and understood. What evidence did Jiang Ro want to take? She just wanted to show these so-called messy pictures to Lee Schue to destroy my image. But she had no idea that the relationship between Lee Schue and me was far more complicated than she imagined. However, if the video is exposed, it will definitely cause trouble. Thinking of this, I increased the output of my true energy, and the yang power flowed through Lu Mei's body, and her moans deepened, making the sound more seductive. My hands moved over her body, lightly and precisely, over her limbs and shoulders, and my movements seemed flawless. Outside, Jiang Ro's face had changed, and she blushed instantly when she heard the sound coming from the room. This is too weird. Jiang Ro blushed. Her heart was in turmoil. She wanted to leave, but found that her body was out of control, and she couldn't stand steadily. I stopped and frowned slightly. Ms. Liu, let's stop here for today's massage. Lu Mei was stunned, her face full of reluctance. Why did you stop so suddenly? Just continue for a while. Her voice was a little anxious, and I could only agree. Okay. When my hands wandered over her body again, I found that Lu Mei seemed no longer satisfied with my actions, and the tingling pleasure no longer emerged. She said hurriedly, this is not enough. The clothes cover it. Take it off. Her words were bold, and I pretended to be serious and refused. No, there's a difference between men and women. I'm a doctor and cannot go any further. Lu Mei disagreed and retorted mischievously. What are you afraid of? Hurry up. I've already paid. Shouldn't I do as you ask? I nodded helplessly and sighed in my heart. Okay. The movements became slower and more precise, and Lu Mei's movements became more teasing and seductive. Her moans became clearer and clearer, and she seemed not to be aware of what she was doing. At this time, Jiang Ro outside the door could no longer remain calm. She stood outside the door, stunned, as if she had seen an unacceptable scene. She went from suspicion to confirmation, and everything in front of her was completely beyond her imagination. She originally thought that I was seducing my cousin, but she discovered that it was all because of my cousin's own sexual dissatisfaction, and she forced me to satisfy her needs. Jiang Ro was shocked and realized that she had misunderstood me. Jiang Ro's cheeks were burning with shame. She kept thinking about the rumors she had heard about my company, those things about debt. Could it be that my cousin was taking advantage of my weakness of being in debt to force me to serve her? She felt a mixture of anger, shame, and uncontrollable curiosity. I couldn't help but laugh inwardly. My acting skills were incredible. The little girl was fooled by me and didn't realize that I had already taken control of the situation. This game is finally coming to an end. Lu Mei's expression relaxed. Her breathing gradually calmed down, and her hands felt more satisfied again. I quickly covered her with a quilt and prepared to leave the room. However, as soon as I walked out of the door, I bumped into Jiang Ro. She blushed. Obviously, I had seen through her. She forced herself to calm down. Mr. Lin, I am sorry. She lowered her head in embarrassment, with a trace of remorse in her eyes and a hint of uncertainty in her tone. I thought you were a bad guy, but I didn't expect you to be my cousin. Chapter 21 Cross-Server Chat. Jiang Ro felt a lump in her throat and couldn't help but burst into tears. An image of a tall man who endured humiliation and worked hard to pay off his parents' debts emerged in her mind. Hateful. My cousin is so mean. Mr. Lin is already in such a miserable state, but my cousin still bullies him like this. Thinking of this, Jiang Ro patted her ordinary chest and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I will persuade my cousin when she wakes up. I promise to make sure she won't bully you again, and I won't tell Xiao Xue about what happened just now." Huh? Lin Yunyi almost couldn't hold back his laughter. It seems that this girl has learned a lot. He pretended to sigh. "Thank you, I didn't expect you to understand me so well. But there's no need to persuade Ms. Liu. It's only natural to get paid to do things. I have my own professional ethics." Lin Yunyi had a righteous expression on his face, and then he left. Jiang Ro looked at Lin Yunyi's departing back and couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Lu Mei in the room slowly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Jiang Ro walking in. "Ah, Xiao Ro, why did you come in?" Lu Mei looked a little embarrassed. She quickly crawled over the quilt to cover her exposed body. "Cousin, I know you're lonely because you don't have a man, but I didn't expect your desire to reach this level. Mr. Lin is a good man. Don't bully him in the future. You should find a man as soon as possible," Jiang Ro said seriously. Lu Mei looked confused, and then she realized that Jiang Ro must have seen what happened just now. Her face turned red instantly. She didn't expect that her cousin would see her in such an embarrassing state. "Xiao Ro, didn't I tell you not to come in? You're still peeking at me." Lu Mei was ashamed and angry. Jiang Ro said confidently, "I didn't come in. I was always outside the door." Lu Mei felt shy. "Cousin, I'm also a woman, and there are always times when I need a man. Then you can't bully Mr. Lin like this. That kind of behavior is really too bad." Jiang Ro's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. Lu Mei nodded in agreement, then asked, "What do you think about me finding divine Dr. Lin as my man?" "What?" Jiang Ro was shocked. She didn't expect her cousin to be so terrifying. Not only did she force Mr. Lin to do things, but now she wanted to possess him. So scary. "Cousin, you are so mean." Jiang Ro scolded loudly, then turned around and left quickly. Lu Mei was lying alone on the bed, confused as to what was going on. The two sisters were chatting across servers, unaware that they had both fallen into Lin Yunyi's trap. The next day, early in the morning, a black car drove up. A woman in a black business suit got out of the car and knocked on the door of the villa. "Dr. Lin, my name is Tang Yun. My young lady asked me to come and pick you up," Tang Yun said. Lin Yunyi looked her up and down. The other person's hands were covered with calluses, and she was obviously Tang Yunyan's bodyguard. He nodded. "Wait a moment." After simply changing his clothes, Lin Yunyi got into the black car and followed the man. After driving for half an hour, a classically shaped villa appeared in Lin Yunyi's sight. The black car drove into the villa, and as soon as Lin Yunyi got out of the car, he saw Tang Yun Yin. The other party was wearing a light blue corseted long skirt today, which showed off her tall figure to the fullest. Her black hair was draped behind her, and her beautiful face was lightly made up, which further highlighted her beauty. Tang Yun Yin stepped forward with an apologetic look on her face. "Dr. Lin, I'm very sorry to have dragged you into this today. It doesn't matter. I'm also a little curious about the medical world." "Who is that divine Dr. Schue?" Lin Yunyi narrowed his eyes. Tang Yun Yin said seriously. The original name of Dr. Schue was Schue Chonglin. He is the vice president of the Jiangnan Medical Association. He has been practicing medicine for more than 40 years and has saved countless lives. Divine Dr. Schue is very famous in the medical community of the entire Jiangnan region. Wong Long also spent a lot of money to invite him here this time. "I heard that you, Dr. Lin, have cured my strange disease." Dr. Schue was also very curious. Plus, with Wong Long's instigation, what happened today happened. The apology in Tang Yun Yin's tone became even stronger. Lin Yunyi cured her strange disease, but she involved him in such troublesome matters because of her own personal affairs, which made Tang Yun Yin feel very ashamed. "I was the one who caused the trouble. No matter what the outcome is today, I owe Dr. Lin a favor, Tang Yun Yin said in a serious tone. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. Okay, let's go in. A favor from a beautiful woman is still very valuable, and Tang Yun Yin's status is obviously not ordinary. If this favor is used well, it can help him a lot. Under the guidance of Tang Yun Yin, Lin Yuni came to the Lotus Garden deep in the villa. Today's other two main characters were waiting in the pavilion in the center of the Lotus Pond. There were an old man and a young man in the pavilion. One of them was Wong Long, and the other was an old man with a white beard. The old man was dressed in a simple long gown, and he looked like an immortal. When Lin Yuni and Tang Yun Yin walked in, Wong Long's eyes immediately fell on them. Lin Yuni, you are finally here. Let me introduce you. This is Dr. Schue, the vice president of our Jiangnan Medical Association. Dr. Schue, he is Lin Yuni. Wong Long spoke first. Tang Yun Yin looked at Wong Long with cold eyes and didn't give him any good look. There was a stone table in the pavilion. Shui Chonglin was sitting on the upper seat at the moment. He looked at Lin Yuni. You are the one who cured the girl from the Tang family's strange disease? You are really an extraordinary young man. Who is your master? Shui Chonglin said in a calm tone. Lin Yuni's expression remained unchanged. He walked up and sat opposite Shui Chonglin. Oh! His action instantly made Wong Long scold him. Lin Yuni, you are so rude. You sat in front of Dr. Schue without your elders offering you a seat. Wong Long laughed in his heart, but showed a righteous rebuke on his face. Lin Yuni said calmly, smiling, Vice President Schue is not an elder in my family, right? We are just strangers. Where does the term "give me a seat" come from? This. Wong Long's expression froze instantly, and he quickly reacted. Lin Yuni, you are from the medical field, and Dr. Schue is undoubtedly a senior in the medical field. As a junior, you must be respectful in front of your seniors. This is basic courtesy. Hee. Lin Yuni laughed again. Who told you I am from medical field? Huh? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene changed instantly. From the beginning to the end, I never call myself a doctor, right? Chapter 22. Taunting and slapping. There was a playful expression on Lin Yuni's face. He had never said that he was a doctor. I told Miss Tang before that I don't have much medical skills. The reason why I was able to cure her strange disease was just a coincidence. Lin Yuni spread out his hands, with a very calm expression on his face. When Wong Long heard this, he seemed to have found a sore spot in Lin Yuni's side and immediately scolded him. Lin Yuni, since you're not a doctor, then why did you treat Yun Yin? You are clearly practicing medicine without a license. If something happens, can you take responsibility? Lin Yuni sneered. When did I start practicing medicine? I just gave Miss Tang a massage for a while. Does this count as practicing medicine? Your standards for practicing medicine are too broad. What? Massage? Wong Long's face turned green instantly. Lin Yuni actually gave Tang Yun Yin a massage. Was this the kind of massage he imagined? Tang Yun Yin, you actually let a strange man give you a massage. Wong Long was furious. He felt like he was being cuckolded. He had never even touched Tang Yun Yin's body, but now Lin Yuni had touched her and given her pleasure. How could he not be angry? Facing Wong Long's accusations, Tang Yun Yin's expression did not change at all. Wong Long, you're just my fiancé. We haven't gotten married yet. You have no right to tell me what to do. What's more, Dr. Lin and I are friends, and the massage is just an ordinary massage. Don't think too much. Tang Yun Yin didn't look panicked at all. Wong Long's expression had become completely gloomy, and he stared at Lin Yuni with his eyes fixed. If looks could kill, he would have wanted to kill Lin Yuni right now. Inside the pavilion, Shui Chonglin was watching the scene, and he couldn't help but frown slightly on his old face. He was already quite old, so how could he not see what was happening before his eyes? He was not interested in the grudges and hatreds between young people, but he was a little unhappy that Wong Long invited him here for such a small matter. Wong Long, what is going on? I'm not here to help you solve your household chores, Shui Chonglin asked in a questioning tone. Wong Long quickly explained. Divine Dr. Schue, please listen to my explanation. This Lin Yuni is a liar. He cheats people everywhere under the guise of a massage therapist and even calls himself a miracle doctor. He has deceived me this time. I just can't stand this kind of thing, so I asked Dr. Schue to come and do justice for me. Swindlers like Lin Yuni who cheat people out of money and sex must be punished. Wong Long's words sounded righteous, but they made Lin Yuni laugh out loud. Lin Yuni, what are you laughing at? Wong Long was angry. Lin Yuni sneered. I am laughing at your stupidity. If you really think I'm a liar, why not just call the police? I'm not from the medical field. What's the point of you asking him to come over? Are you trying to ban me from the medical community? Lin Yunyi looked at him sarcastically. How could he not see Wong Long's plan? But unfortunately, Wong Long underestimated him too much. He was not involved in the medical field, and the other party's threats seemed to him to be nothing more than a joke. Wong Long was extremely angry. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the pavilion. Dad, a gentle and soft voice sounded, and then a mature and gentle, beautiful woman came in from the front. The woman is very beautiful, with a tall, plump, and mature figure. Her sexy body is as curvy as a ripe peach, which makes people want to take a bite. Shui Chonglin's old face was kind and gentle, and his expression suddenly became smiling. Xiaoru, why are you here? Shui Ru smiled softly. I just passed by, so I came here to take a look out of curiosity. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Yunyi and the other two. Shui Chong said kindly, You're not in good health. Don't run around all day. Go over there and have a good rest. We will leave soon. Dad, my body is not so weak that I can't stand it. Shuiru looked helpless. Faced with his daughter's stubbornness, Shui Chonglin had a headache, but as he had always doted on his daughter, he had no choice but to let her do what she wanted. Lin Yunyi's eyes fell on the beautiful woman Shuiru, and he could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with her body. Although she had a mature body, her breath was abnormally weak. The temperature today was over 30 degrees, but Shuiru was wearing a special layer of clothes. Tang Yun Yin leaned close to Lin Yunyi's ear and said, Dr. Lin, this woman is the daughter of Dr. Shui. She was a premature baby. Her mother died in an accident while she was pregnant with her, so she was born with congenital deficiencies. It is said that she has been weak and sickly since she was a child. Even Dr. Shui has tried many methods but couldn't make her recover. Lin Yunyi nodded slightly. If it was a premature baby, then it would be normal. His spiritual sense fell on Shui Ru's body and sensed her for a moment, and he confirmed Tang Yun Yin's words in his heart. Moreover, Shui Ru's condition was far more serious than what Tang Yun Yin said. She had multiple congenital defects, and under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for her to live past the age of 20. It seems that it was Shui Chonglin, a doctor who had taken care of his health since he was a child, which allowed him to live until now. Suddenly, Shui Ru's face turned pale, and her body collapsed to the ground. Xiaoru, Shui Chonglin was startled and immediately took out a medicine bottle from his body, poured out a pill from it, and fed it to Shui Ru. He put his hands on Shui Ru's shoulders, as if he was massaging a certain acupoint on her shoulders. Dr. Shui, do you want to call an ambulance right away? Wong Long asked quickly. Shui Chonglin stopped him. No need. Calling an ambulance will not do any good. This is Xiaoru's old illness. Just wait for her to rest for a while. Perhaps the medicine was very effective. Shui Ru woke up after a while. Her lips were pale, and she looked completely bloodless. Dad, did I faint again? I'm sorry for making you worry. Shui Ru's tone was apologetic. It seems that my body can't hold on for much longer. I think I'm going to die soon. Shui Chonglin's face was full of distress. Don't worry, Xiaoru. Dad won't let you die. As he said that, he took out another pill and gave it to Shui Xiaoru to take. It's useless. She is innately deficient in essence. Your pills can only slow down the speed of her body's collapse. At this rate, she won't survive this year. At this moment, Lin Yunyi suddenly spoke. After these words were spoken, the eyes of several people present could not help but look at him. Tang Yun Yin's expression changed slightly. Dr. Lin, you are too straightforward. Wong Long laughed out loud on the spot, as if he had caught something on Lin Yunyi. Lin Yunyi, how can you talk like that? You are so rude. What's more, Dr. Shui is a great doctor in the world. There is no disease in this world that Dr. Shui cannot cure. Are you looking down on divine Dr. Shui's medical skills by talking like this? Chapter 23, Showing Strength. Tang Yun Yin frowned. Wong Long, don't slander me. Dr. Lin definitely didn't mean that. Shut up, Tang Yun Yin. As my fiancé, you are actually speaking to outsiders. You are simply embarrassing me. Wong Long was furious. Tang Yun Yin was not interested in paying attention to Wong Long's instructions. She explained to Shui Chonglin, Divine Dr. Shui, Divine Dr. Lin just speaks more directly. He definitely does not have any bad intentions. Shuiru looked helpless and a little desperate. Shui Chonglin's old face did not look very good. He turned around and looked at Lin Yunyi with a cold expression. Young man, you're going too far. Lin Yunyi's expression was calm. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Excessive? I'm just stating the facts. She is born lacking in the two essences of water and wood. Even though you have used the Tianxue flower and Luyan wood to temporarily replenish these two powers, it is only a temporary solution and not a cure for the disease. She has already put in a lot of effort to live to this age. Unless she can make up for these two missing essences, she will not survive this year. Wong Long burst into laughter on the spot. Dr. Lin, you're talking nonsense. You haven't even diagnosed Dr. Shue's daughter, and you dare to say such things. Tang Yun Yin frowned slightly and looked at Lin Yuni with some worry. Lin Yuni cured her strange disease, so she has been thinking about how to repay him during this period of time. Wong Long's behavior was exactly what she wanted. She brought Lin Yuni here today because she wanted to introduce Dr. Lin to Xue Chonglin. Xue Chonglin is the vice president of the Jiangnan Medical Association. In her opinion, if Lin Yuni has Xue Chonglin as his guide, he will definitely become famous in the medical world. However, judging from the current situation, Dr. Lin's personality is a bit too straightforward, and he might offend Xue Chonglin in the future. This is a bit troublesome. Wong Long laughed loudly, as if he had already seen the scene of Lin Yuni being driven out by the furious Xue Chonglin. However, the next moment, Xue Chonglin's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. Missing the two essences of water and wood. How did you know? And how did you know that I gave Xiaoru Tian Shuihua and Li Yunmu? Have you ever had contact with Xiaoru? Xue Chonglin's expression was a little surprised, and his eyes changed when he looked at Lin Yuni. What? Wong Long's expression froze, and he couldn't believe it. Lin Yuni actually guessed it right. The worry on Tang Yun Yin's face disappeared, and a smile appeared on her face again. He is indeed worthy of being called Dr. Lin. No one outside knew about the psychological changes of the two people. Lin Yuni was still drinking tea leisurely at this moment. Both the Tianxue flower and the Luyan would have a unique smell. Even though it's very faint, your daughter does have it. I can't help but smell it. If I'm not mistaken, the pills you gave your daughter should be made of 3 money grass, hydrangea, and lily. Lin Yuni listed out a large number of names of medicinal herbs, as if he knew them all by heart. Xue Chonglin's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly, and there was a hint of horror in his eyes when he looked at Lin Yuni. Who the hell are you? You actually accurately named every ingredient in the yang-boosting pill. Where did you hear this information? Xue Chonglin was shocked. Huh? Wong Long was stunned. Lin Yuni was actually right? Wait, how'd this guy know this? Both of them looked quite shocked, but Xueru's eyes lit up, and there was a hint of curiosity in her look. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. His expression was nonchalant, and he looked very pretentious. At this moment, Wong Long was very unhappy looking at Lin Yuni's expression, and he wished he could rush up and punch him in the face. Watching Lin Yuni showing off was even more painful than being slapped in the face by someone. Young man, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to see so many things. But you were wrong about one thing. With my medical skills, I can at least extend Xiaoru's life for another 5 years. Xue Chonglin said with confidence in his tone. Lin Yuni chuckled. 5 years. You are too confident. If I am not mistaken, you should have cultivated internal energy. Now use your internal energy to sense the condition of your daughter's internal organs, and then make another judgment. Ew, you can actually tell that I have cultivated internal energy. Xue Chonglin was even more shocked. Internal qi exists in the deepest part of the human body. Even if one comes into contact with it, it is difficult to determine whether a person has cultivated internal qi. How did this young man figure that out? Xue Chonglin quickly noticed the second half of Lin Yuni's words. He immediately placed his hand on Xueru's back, and traces of internal energy surged out and entered Xiaoru's 5 internal organs. The next moment, Xue Chonglin's face changed drastically. How is this possible? Xiaoru's internal organs have failed to this extent. Xue Chonglin was shocked. What I said just now about a year is a bit conservative. I estimate that she can only live for a month at most. Lin Yuni spoke again at this time. Xue Chonglin opened his mouth to refute, but after carefully sensing Xiaoru's situation, he found that he could not find any reason to refute. Dad, do I really only have 1 month to live? Xueru asked with a pale face and a trembling voice. Xue Chonglin was speechless. Quiet. At this time, the atmosphere in the pavilion was very quiet. Tang Yun Yin, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but look at Lin Yuni, her curiosity reaching its peak. How'd he do it? He was able to see so much information without any contact. Even Xue Chonglin, a medical genius, didn't notice the situation, but Dr. Lin figured it out with just a few glances. Tang Yun Yin was surprised and felt that Lin Yuni was shrouded in a layer of fog, which made her want to explore. I'm sorry, Xiaoru. My ability only extends to this extent. Shui Chonglin looked sad. Wow. Shui Xiaoru couldn't help crying. Both the father and daughter were immersed in sorrow, and no one spoke. Except Lin Yuni, who spoke again. Etc. I might have a solution for your daughter's situation. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bolt of thunder exploding out of nowhere. Wong Long laughed and mocked. Lin Yuni, you are so arrogant. Even Dr. Xue couldn't solve this problem, and you actually said you have a solution. Do you think your medical skills are better than Dr. Xue's? Lin Yuni smiled and said, although I don't know any medical skills, it's no problem for me to solve this problem. Huh? What does it mean to not know medical skills, but be able to solve problems? Several people were confused by Lin Yuni's words. I can save her. Although I can't cure her completely, I can definitely extend her life by 10 years. Lin Yuni said shockingly. Chapter 24, Let Me Treat You. Shui Chonglin's pupils shrank slightly. Young man, do you know what you're talking about? Lin Yuni, you are so arrogant. Wong Long sneered and mocked. He simply didn't believe that Lin Yuni could do such a thing. I can do it. It just depends on whether you are willing to believe me. You can choose whether to watch your daughter die in a month or let me take a chance on her. Lin Yuni smiled. Shui Chonglin's expression changed continuously, and he couldn't help but ask, what are you going to do? This involves my secret. I can't tell you. Lin Yuni shook his head. I can't possibly hand Xiaoru over to a stranger. Shui Chonglin said firmly. Then just watch her die. Lin Yuni spread out his hands. The reason why he was willing to treat Xiaoru was simply because she was pretty. It would be such a pity for such a beautiful and mature beauty to die like this, so he was willing to help. Shui Chonglin's face didn't look good. At this time, Xiaoru stood up and said, Dad, I'm willing to try. How can this be possible? I don't know this person at all. What if he... Shui Chonglin objected directly. Dad, he's right. I'm almost dead. Instead of waiting to die, I might as well give it a try. Xiaoru's eyes were firm. She walked up to Lin Yuni and said, I am willing to let you treat me, as long as it is successful. Even if it only allows me to live a few more months, I am willing to pay you a generous reward. Good. Next, prepare a quiet room for me, a set of silver needles, and some medicinal herbs. Let's set the remuneration at 100 million for the time being. In addition, all the medicinal materials I need during the treatment will be provided by you. Lin Yuni said. Shui Chonglin gritted his teeth and finally nodded. Okay, I agree to your terms. Soon paper and pen were brought over, and Lin Yuni quickly wrote down dozens of medicinal herbs on them. Shui Chonglin took them and took a look. He found that these herbs were not precious. Except for a few, which were slightly more expensive, the others were very common. I'll get ready right away, Shui Chonglin said. Soon the room and medicinal materials were arranged. According to Lin Yuni's request, Shui Chonglin prepared a wooden barrel large enough to accommodate 2 people and filled it with hot water. Mr. Lin, all the herbs you want are ready. Shui Chonglin came over with a box. Okay, give these herbs to me. You wait outside. Lin Yuni took the herbs. Shui Chonglin couldn't help but ask, is there anything I can help you with? No, you are not capable enough and can't help me. Lin Yuni waved his hand. Huh? These words made Shui Chonglin a little confused. With his medical skills, he was actually considered incompetent in Lin Yuni's words? If even he is not capable enough, then what kind of person is considered to be capable enough? Before Shui Chonglin could say anything, Lin Yuni had already walked into the room with the medicinal herbs. It took him half an hour to come out again and said to Xiaoru, Ms. Xue, you can come in now. Everyone else is waiting outside. No one can come in without my consent. Xiaoru nodded, stood up, and followed Lin Yuni into the room. She was curious and didn't understand how Lin Yuni was going to treat her. Dr. Lin, what should I do? Xiaoru asked. Lin Yuni walked to the huge wooden barrel, took out the refined liquid medicine, and poured it all into it. Soon the room began to be filled with a strong medicinal aroma. This smell was very strange and had no effect on ordinary people. But when Xiaoru smelled the aroma, she was surprised to find that her body seemed to be much more relaxed. What is this? Xiaoru was surprised. Take off your clothes, don't leave any on, and then soak in the wooden barrel, Lin Yuni said. As he spoke, he began to take off his clothes. Ah, Mr. Lin, what kind of treatment is this? Xiaoru's face instantly turned red. She was a little annoyed and immediately suspected that Lin Yuni was deliberately taking advantage of her. I'm going to give you an acupuncture injection to activate your body's potential so that you can perfectly absorb the medicine. Otherwise, simply taking the medicine will be ineffective. Not only is it inefficient, but the treatment is also inadequate. Lin Yunyi said righteously. He spread his hands, and his entire body was stripped down to his underpants. I've already told you, if you want treatment, you have to listen to me. If you can't accept it, you can turn around and leave now. Shui Ru's face turned red. She didn't expect the treatment method to be like this. Medicinal baths are not strange. She has taken medicinal baths countless times since she was a child. But this was the first time she took a medicinal bath in front of a man, and completely naked. I accept. Shui Ru gritted her teeth and finally nodded in agreement. She wanted to survive, so some sacrifice was completely acceptable. Mr. Lin, can you please turn around? Shui Ru blushed. Of course. Lin Yunyi turned around. Seeing this, Shui Ru breathed a sigh of relief. She reached out and began to unbutton her clothes, taking them off one by one. After a while, Shui Ru took off all her clothes. Are you ready? Go soak in the bucket. Lin Yunyi's voice rang out. Shui Ru nodded gently, making a sound smaller than a mosquito. She walked towards the wooden barrel, stepped into it, and immersed herself in it. The water seems too hot. Shui Ru couldn't help but say, that's the temperature. Lin Yunyi turned around and walked to the wooden barrel. Mr. Lin, do you want to come in too? Shui Ru looked a little flustered. She is now naked, and Lin Yunyi in front of her is only wearing a pair of shorts. If both of them were soaking in the bucket, wouldn't she be in great danger? What else? How can I give you acupuncture if I don't enter the wooden barrel? Lin Yunyi asked back, then jumped directly into the wooden barrel. Shui Ru's face was flushed with shyness at this moment, and she shrank to the other side of the wooden barrel. You're not young anymore. Why are you still so shy? Seeing Shui Ru as weak as a frightened deer, Lin Yunyi was speechless. I haven't done anything yet. Why is Shui Ru reacting like an innocent girl? I haven't had a boyfriend yet. I've been weak since I was young, and my father is very strict with me and won't let any man get close to me. Shui Ru explained shyly. Chapter 25 Barrel Treatment. Lin Yunyi was a little surprised. He didn't notice it just now. Now after listening to Shui Ru say this, he realized that Shui Ru in front of him was still a virgin. Good job. Shui Ru must be in her 30s already. After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Yunyi's expression quickly returned to normal. I understand. I will be gentler next time. Lin Yunyi smiled slightly. Shui Ru tapped her chin lightly, her delicate cheeks already flushed. Even though she was inside a wooden barrel, she still couldn't help but cover her key parts with her hands. It was really hard for Shui Ru to accept being so naked in the same barrel with a strange man. Seeing that Shui Ru didn't come over, Lin Yunyi simply took the initiative to go over. Shui Ru exclaimed shyly. Don't be nervous. Nothing will happen to you. If you want to recover and continue to live, then you must go through these things, Lin Yunyi explained. He was not lying. Shui Ru's body was on the verge of collapse. The reason she was still alive was simply because she had not reached her limit yet. As the saying goes, serious illnesses require strong medicine. If she is not treated quickly, once Shui Ru's body collapses, she will collapse like a Bonnie. Even if he waited for that time, he would not be able to cure Shui Ru. Lin Yunyi reached out and pressed his hand on Shui Ru's shoulder. Be more relaxed and don't be nervous. Lin Yunyi patted Shui Ru's body gently. His hands pressed lightly on several acupoints on Shui Ru's body, and Shui Ru, who had been very nervous just now, relaxed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shui Ru felt her own condition and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise on her face. Mr. Lin, how did you do it? Shui Ru couldn't help but ask. Lin Yunyi didn't explain anything. He took out the silver needle that he had prepared from the side. Get ready. Lin Yunyi took out the silver needle, and with a flick of his finger, the silver needle in his hand shot out like an arrow, and the front end instantly shot into Shui Ru's body. Shui Ru's body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and then the second silver needle came, the third, the fourth, the fifth. Lin Yunyi's acupuncture speed was so fast that Shui Ru couldn't even see clearly. Even though there was potion between them, the silver needles shot by Lin Yunyi could always accurately hit the acupuncture points on her body. This scene surprised Shui Ru very much. She had grown up receiving various treatments and was very familiar with acupuncture. Her father Shui Chonglin had given him acupuncture many times, but even Shui Chonglin had to concentrate every time he did so. It was absolutely impossible for him to be as casual and relaxed as Lin Yuni. Did these silver needles really hit my acupoints? Shuiru was a little suspicious and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Don't move. Do you want to die? Didn't your father tell you not to move during the acupuncture process? Lin Yuni rolled his eyes at her. As someone from medical family, how come he doesn't even have this little common sense? After being scolded by Lin Yuni, Shuiru felt a little aggrieved, but she quickly sat up straight and dared not move anymore. 365 silver needles soon pierced Shuiru's entire body. When the last silver needle fell, Lin Yuni started the next step. I saw him putting his hands on Shuiru's body, and the touch felt very comfortable. Perhaps because she often takes various medicinal baths, Shuiru's skin is very delicate as a baby's. Feeling Lin Yuni's strong and powerful hands pressing on her body, the blush on Shuiru's face that had just faded away rose again. For some reason, she felt extremely sensitive. Just the touch of Lin Yuni's hand was a little unbearable for her. Shuiru couldn't help but let out a strange sound. The treatment will now officially begin. I have used special acupuncture to open the channels in your body, activating your potential and putting you in a special state. Next, I will use special massage techniques to further stimulate your body so that you can perfectly absorb the medicine. Once this treatment is over, you will be able to feel the changes in yourself immediately. Lin Yuni's voice rang out. Shuiru blushed and nodded gently. Yes. Mr. Lin, please be gentle. Her voice was soft, like a shy girl. She looked like a completely willing person, with a blushing face that made her look shy and cute, and she couldn't help but attract Lin Yuni's attention. What a beautiful woman. Lin Yuni took a deep breath. He immediately started to work and began to treat Shuiru's body with his hands using special patterns and techniques. Shuiru's eyes widened instantly. As Lin Yuni began to massage her, she felt as if endless medicinal power was pouring into her body. Shuiru's face turned red. She couldn't help feeling so comfortable as never before. Shuiru couldn't help but make a slight sound. Shuiru quickly shut her mouth. No, I can't embarrass myself in front of Mr. Lin. Lin Yuni admired Shuiru's expression in front of him, while his hands were wandering over her body. It's really good. The only pity is that it's a little too thin. He shook his head in disappointment. Shuiru was too thin and was basically just skin and bones. Although she is thin, Shuiru's skin is very delicate. His hands seem to have magical powers, stimulating Shuiru's body precisely every time. Ms. Schue, if you can't hold it in any longer, just scream out. This will help release the pressure. Tincturing your body like this is not conducive to treatment. Lin Yuni said. Shuiru's face turned red. She finally couldn't help it, and a sound came out of her mouth. Chapter 26, Shuiru. Shuiru's voice was echoing throughout the room, and it was as beautiful and pleasant as the sound of nature. She had no strength left and could only lean weakly on the wooden barrel. Ms. Schue, please control your voice. If you speak any louder, people outside will hear it. Lin Yuni had to remind her. Although the beauty's singing voice was very beautiful and pleasant, Lin Yuni also had to consider the impact. Fortunately, the sound insulation of this room is very good, but if Shuiru's voice continued to get louder, Xue Chonglin outside would probably hear it. By then, Xue Chonglin will probably rush in immediately. Shuiru quickly shut her mouth when she heard this, but she felt very uncomfortable. She had enjoyed the feeling of being able to release it freely just now. So how could she hold it in now? After just holding in for a moment, Shuiru couldn't help but make a sound again. No, Mr. Lin, I really can't help it. Shuiru's tone was slightly tearful. Lin Yuni glanced at her and said, It's up to you, as long as you don't mind being heard by people outside. Well, how can this be possible? Shuiru was a little anxious. She was very aware of how strange the sound she was making was. If anyone outside heard it, her reputation would be completely ruined. I don't know how long it took, but the treatment finally ended. Lin Yuni took out all the silver needles from Shuiru's body. He jumped out of the wooden barrel, dried his body with a towel, and put on his clothes again. Inside, Shuiru still had her eyes half closed, with a look of aftertaste and comfort on her face, her whole body limp and without any strength. Ms. Schue, today's treatment is over. How do you feel? Lin Yuni's voice came. Shuiru, who was still immersed in the afterglow, quickly opened her eyes. When she saw Lin Yuni in front of her, her face instantly turned red. Mr. Lin, what happened to you just now? Shueru couldn't help but ask, her tone full of anger. But if you listen carefully, you can't hear any anger. If I don't block your mouth, I'm afraid everyone outside will hear your voice. Lin Yuni explained, why don't you thank me quickly? Shueru. She was shy and angry. Mr. Lin, it's obviously me who was taken advantage of. She was a little speechless, but she couldn't be angry with the man in front of her. Okay, get up quickly and don't stay in the barrel. Lin Yuni changed the subject very naturally. Shueru felt helpless, her cheeks flushed. I don't have the strength. Mr. Lin, can you pick me up? Huh? These words surprised Lin Yuni a little. Shueru scolded. You have already touched my body. What's the big deal if you take another look? Lin Yuni couldn't help but smile. Since Shueru didn't mind, he wouldn't be polite. He reached out and lifted Shueru out of the barrel, and the latter leaned limply against him. Without the obstruction of the potion in the wooden barrel, Lin Yuni could fully appreciate the thin yet sexy body of the beauty in his arms. TSK, TSK, TSK. Although her body is so thin, her breasts are bigger than those of ordinary women. Lin Yuni was amazed. Feeling the man's fiery gaze falling on her chest, Shueru's face turned completely red, and she couldn't help but put out her hand to cover that proud part. Stop, don't look at it. Shueru protested shyly. Lin Yuni did not tease Shueru anymore. This woman had already received enough stimulation today. He was worried that if he continued to provoke the other party, it would cause problems. He took the towel beside him and wiped Shueru's body clean, then helped her put on her clothes. After a while, everything was finally over. At this moment, Shui Chonglin was still waiting outside the room. Besides him, there were also Tang Yun Yin and Wong Long. Shui Chonglin was anxious and kept pacing outside the room. Seeing that nearly an hour had passed since the two of them entered the room, Shui Chonglin's inner anxiety did not relax at all, but became even more nervous. At this moment, the room was suddenly opened. Xiaoru, Shui Chonglin looked over immediately. Lin Yuni and Shueru walked out of the room. Dad! Shueru had a smile on her face. Her complexion was rosy, and she looked full of energy. She looked much better than before. Shui Chonglin hurried forward and began to check Shueru's physical condition. His internal energy quickly circulated inside Shueru's body. When Shui Chonglin sensed Shueru's current state, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. I have really recovered a lot. That's great. Haha, that's great. Shui Chonglin cried with joy, tears streaming down his face. What? Wong Long, who was standing by, couldn't help but widen his eyes, unable to believe what he heard. Lin Yuni, you actually cured Miss Shui. Wong Long was shocked. Lin Yuni's face was calm. It's still far from being cured. It can only be said that it has recovered slightly. Chapter 27. Girl Huai Chun. She will need about 10 treatments next. Once the treatment is completed, Miss Shui will have no problem living another 10 years. Lin Yuni said, 10 more treatments? Hearing this, Shueru couldn't help but blush. She found that she had no intention of resisting, but instead had a hint of anticipation in her heart. How could this happen? I'm not a promiscuous woman. I just want to recover quickly. Shueru explained this in her mind to comfort herself. Shui Chonglin was excited. Great. That's great. Mr. Lin, your medical skills really amaze an old man like me. I didn't expect there's someone in this world who can heal Xiaoru. Shui Chonglin's old face was full of joy and excitement. After saying this, Shui Chonglin bowed deeply to Lin Yuni. Mr. Lin, I misunderstood and offended you a lot in the pavilion before. I hope you can forgive me. Wong Long was surprised. Dr. Shui, what are you doing? Lin Yuni is just a junior. Junior? Shui Chonglin glanced at him and said, as the saying goes, there is no order of learning. The wisest one is the teacher. I can't solve Xiaoru's problem, but Mr. Lin can. This is enough to prove that Mr. Lin's medical skills are better than mine. I'm almost Mr. Lin's junior. Huh? This made Wong Long completely confused. Tang Yun Yin smiled and felt happy for Lin Yuni. Lin Yuni was a little surprised. He didn't expect Shui Chonglin to be so open-minded. Mr. Lin, please do me the honor of coming to see me later. I have already reserved a table at Qingzhou Hotel. Shui Chonglin said, no problem. Faced with such enthusiasm from Shui Chonglin, he nodded and agreed. Shui Chonglin has a good status and position, which can prepare him for entering the medical field. Okay. Shui Chonglin laughed. Several people then set off for Qingzhou Hotel, but Wong Long was the only one who looked unhappy. He made an excuse and fled in embarrassment. Shui Lin saw that Wong Long was just making an excuse, so he didn't try to keep him and just wave his hand to let him leave. The group soon arrived at Qingzhou Villa. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the meal was a great success and everyone was very satisfied. At the dinner table, Shui Ru sat opposite Lin Yuni, and her eyes looked at Lin Yuni from time to time. Her beautiful eyes were sometimes shy and sometimes contained strange emotions. Her expression was clearly seen by Tang Yun Yin, who was sitting diagonally opposite her. Looking at Shui Ru's amorous attitude, Tang Yun Yin immediately knew what she was thinking. She was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Dr. Lin would win Shui Ru's heart in just 1 hour when they met for the first time. Shui Lin didn't notice any of this at all. He looked happy and excited and was toasted by Lin Yuni from time to time. Lin Yuni naturally accepted everyone who came to him. With his current strength in the innate realm, a little alcohol could not embarrass him. Mr. Lin is truly gifted. At such a young age, his medical skills have already reached a superb level. It is truly admirable. Shui Lin exclaimed. Lin Yuni just smiled. He has lived in the world of immortal cultivation for hundreds or even thousands of years, and Shui Lin in front of him is just a fraction of his lifespan. Mr. Lin has such great medical skills. I wonder when he plans to enter the medical field. I can be Mr. Lin's guide. As long as Mr. Lin is willing to enter the medical field, I believe he will become famous soon. Shui Lin said. Lin Yuni smiled and said, I'm not too interested in these reputations, so I don't need them when I enter the medical field. He refused outright. When Shui Lin and Tang Yun Yin heard this, they both looked a little stunned. But seeing Lin Yuni's determined expression, neither of them said much, but just felt a little regretful in their hearts. The meal was quickly finished, and everyone left. Before leaving, Shui Lin and Lin Yuni exchanged phone numbers and agreed that the next treatment would be in a week. Mr. Lin, Shui Ru couldn't help but speak as she saw Lin Yuni was about to leave. What's wrong? Lin Yuni turned around. Shui Ru blushed. I want to ask Mr. Lin out to play tomorrow. I don't know. No, your body hasn't recovered yet, so it's best not to travel around. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it after the treatment is over. Lin Yuni refused. Shui Ru was a little disappointed, and then watched Lin Yuni get into Tang Yun Yin's car and leave. Shui Lin looked at his daughter beside him. As an experienced man, how could he not understand what his daughter meant? Xiao Ru, do you like Mr. Lin? I didn't. Shui Ru acted like a little girl, and she quickly denied it. Ha ha ha. Shui Lin smiled cheerfully. If you like him, you should act quickly, otherwise a man as outstanding as Mr. Lin will soon be favored by other women. I think Miss Tang has a good impression of Mr. Lin. This made Shui Ru nervous. Miss Tang? Isn't she Wong Long's fiancée? If Mr. Lin is willing to speak up, the engagement between Tang Yun Yin and Wong Long is not impossible to cancel. Shui Lin said. Shui Ru looked nervous. She bit her lips lightly, her eyes full of shyness. How can this be possible? Mr. Lin and I have only just met. Looking at his daughter's response, Shui Lin felt helpless. He protected Shui Ru so well that his daughter had no life experience at all. Although she was already in her 30s, her mentality was still like that of a teenage girl, like a blank sheet of paper. Under such circumstances, how can she compete with other women? My silly daughter. Shui Lin felt heartbroken. On the other side, Tang Yun Yin drove Lin Yuni to the door of the villa. After Lin Yuni got out of the car, he said goodbye and left, going straight back into the villa. As soon as I returned to the villa, I saw Li Jingwan was also at home. Jingwan, why are you back so early? Lin Yuni looked surprised. With Li Jingwan's workaholic personality, she usually had to work overtime until late at night before coming home. Looking closely, Li Jingwan was sitting on the sofa with a frown on her face, her brows full of worry and distress. What happened? When Li Jingwan saw Lin Yuni coming back, the expression on her face quickly returned to normal. Nothing, there are just some things happening in the company today. Are you hungry? I'll cook for you. Li Jingwan stood up. Lin Yuni waved his hand. No need, I've already eaten outside. He walked forward with a smile, and when he passed by Li Jingwan, the latter immediately sniffed his nose. Why do you smell like a woman? Li Jingwan frowned instantly. Lin Yuni was stunned. He didn't expect Li Jingwan to have such a sensitive nose. Just as he was about to explain, Li Jingwan waved her hand. Forget it. I don't want to care about this. We are just an agreement couple. As long as you don't mess around outside and let everyone know, I won't care about you. After that, she went back upstairs. Chapter 28. I'll beat you down. Looking at Li Jingwan's departing back, Lin Yuni shrugged without saying anything more. Since Li Jingwan didn't care, then he would have no problem at all. In the afternoon, Tang Yun Yin called. Yuni, there's trouble at the martial arts gym. Can you come over? Tang Yin's tone was a little anxious. After Lin Yuni nodded in agreement, he took a taxi to the Tao family martial arts school. After a while, he arrived at the gate of the martial arts hall. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw several uninvited guests inside. Yuni. Tang Yin called out, then quickly trotted towards him. Lin Yuni hugged Tang Yin in his arms to comfort her, then looked at the strangers in the martial arts hall. Are you the new owner of the Tao family martial arts school? Tang Yin, I never thought that you would actually sell the Tao family martial arts school to someone else. If your Tao family ancestors knew about this, they would probably be pissed off to death by you. A strong middle-aged man walked up and looked at Tang Yin with a sneer in his eyes. There are 4 people in the group in front of me. Each of them has a strong build and looks like the kind of guy who often hangs out in the gym and lifts weights. They all have strong muscles, giving others a strong visual impact. Tang Yin's expression did not change in the face of the man's ridicule. Yin Yi is my man. Of course he can become the owner of the martial arts gym. Besides, it's none of your business to comment on how my martial arts school's affairs are arranged. Tang Yin retorted bluntly. Snort. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and the 4 of them looked at Lin Yuni from head to toe, their expressions quickly revealing contempt. This kid is a little too skinny. He looks like he has never practiced before. You are crazy to hand over the martial arts school to such a person, someone sneered. Lin Yuni turned his head and looked at Tang Yin. What is going on? These people are from Nanshan Martial Arts School. They are subordinates of the Wong family. The purpose of their coming here this time is to challenge the school. Tang Yin explained. That's right. The middle-aged man stepped forward and said, let me introduce myself. I am Lu Nanshan, the owner of Nanshan Martial Arts School. I came here to challenge the school. According to the rules of the martial arts world, the Tao family martial arts school cannot refuse. And if you lose, your martial arts school must close for a year. Lu Nanshan smiled slightly, his face full of confidence. Tang Yin leaned close to Lin Yuni's ear and lowered her voice. Lu Nanshan wants to use the method of kicking us out to force us to close down. As long as we lose, we will have to close for a year. After that, he can come and play once a year. This way, our martial arts school will not be able to open again. Lin Yuni burst out laughing. There were actually such rules in the martial arts world. However, it did sound quite interesting. He took a step forward and said, are you challenging me? No problem. I'll take them all. Who will go first? I'll do it. A young man walked out confidently, jumped onto the arena, and then hooked his finger at Lin Yuni arrogantly. Come up here, pretty boy. I'll make you understand that the world of martial arts is not one where a pretty boy like you can survive, the man sneered sarcastically. If you listen carefully, there seemed to be a bit of envy and jealousy in his tone. Hee. Lin Yuni couldn't help but laugh. He ignored the opponent's provocation. He casually took off his coat and walked onto the arena. Come on, Lin Yuni said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man opposite rushed up without saying a word, raised his hand, and punched Lin Yuni in the face. This jab was very fast. If an ordinary person who had not practiced it had faced this jab, he would definitely fall to the ground. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and then a person on the arena fell directly to the ground. Hooligan! The 3 people below were shocked, and one of them quickly stepped forward to help the young man who had fallen to the ground. It turned out that the person lying on the ground was the young man who had been talking nonsense. Lin Yuni glanced at the remaining 3 people. Who's next? The expressions of the 3 people changed at once, and Lu Nanshan's expression became solemn. Young man, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such strength. As the owner of the gym, he had no idea how strong the young man who came up on the stage was. He didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand a single move from Lin Yuni. Master, let me go up, said someone next to him. Lu Nanshan waved his hand and refused. No, I want to do it myself. After saying that, he immediately walked onto the arena and stood in front of Lin Yuni. If the museum owner takes action personally, this kid will definitely not be his opponent. The 2 people in the audience smiled, and there was a strong sense of confidence in their words. Lu Nanshan assumed a martial arts stance, his sharp eyes fixed on Lin Yuni. Lin Yuni, on the opposite side, was completely relaxed, and it seemed that he had flaws all over his body. Drink! Lu Nanshan let out a light shout and rushed towards Lin Yuni like a mad bull. He made a hook gesture with his left hand and held his right hand horizontally in front of him, as if he was going to attack with an uppercut. Lin Yuni's face was calm, and his expression did not change at all from beginning to end. He took a step forward and then punched out. Bang! The gloved fist hit Lu Nanshan's chin heavily. Lu Nanshan, who was full of vigor and vitality just now, turned white in the eyes and fell to the ground in an instant. Master! The two people below screamed in shock, unable to believe their eyes. It seems that your strength is not as strong as your words. Carry your owner away and don't come here to embarrass yourself in the future. Lin Yuni waved his hands with a suspicious expression. Everyone in the Nanshan martial arts school was stunned and looked at Lin Yuni with shocked expressions. This is impossible. With the gym owner's strength, he was knocked down with just one punch. The two men looked as if they were doubting their lives. They hurriedly went forward to carry Lu Nanshan down. After turning their heads to look at Lin Yuni, who was still on the arena, the two did not dare to stop at all and quickly carried the unconscious Lu Nanshan and the young man away. Okay. Tang Yun Yin's face was full of excitement. She rushed forward excitedly and threw herself directly into Lin Yuni's arms. Yuni, I was right about you. Tang Yun Yin's face flushed with excitement. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. He put his arms around Tang Yun Yin's slender waist, and his hands began to become dishonest. Feeling the big hands playing tricks on her body, Tang Yun Yin's face flushed slightly. What are you doing? It's still daytime. Tang Yun Yin's eyes gradually became watery. Lin Yuni picked her up and went straight to the third floor. Chapter 29, Visiting the Club. Half an hour later, Tang Yun Yin looked resentful. Lin Yuni's face was full of laughter. I noticed that the martial arts hall on the second floor was empty. What's going on? Where are the other students? Lin Yuni was a little confused. Tang Yun Yin looked helpless. Those students have already refunded their membership fees. Lin Yuni didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he soon understood. They must have come here for your beauty. But now that they see that you're already taken, they just left. With Tang Yun Yin's beauty, even he likes her very much. Ordinary people naturally can't control themselves. It seems that the reason why the Tao family martial arts school did not close down was that Tang Yun Yin relied on her beauty to keep it going. Leave if you want to, I don't care. Now with the funds you provided, I plan to renovate and rebuild the martial arts school and expand its scale. Tang Yun Yin said in a firm tone. Lin Yuni nodded with satisfaction. He admired Tang Yun Yin's unyielding attitude. If she was just a vase, she would not be able to arouse his interest. Go brush your teeth, then we'll go out for a walk. Lin Yuni patted Tang Yun Yin's perky butt. It feels great. Tang Yun Yin was puzzled. Where are we going? Kick the door. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Yuni's eyes. Half an hour later, Nanshan Martial Arts School. Lin Yuni and Tang Yun Yin got out of the car and went straight to the gate of Nanshan Martial Arts School. Compared with the Tao Family Martial Arts School, the Nanshan Martial Arts School in front of us is far superior to the former in terms of scale and grandeur. The Tao Family Martial Arts School was built in a remote suburb, while the Nanshan Martial Arts School was located within the second ring road and on a busy commercial street. The facade alone is enough to beat the Tao Family Martial Arts School. The two walked straight in, and a hot receptionist immediately came over. Ladies and gentlemen, do you need a membership to learn martial arts? Our Nanshan Martial Arts School is holding an event recently. If you sign up for a one-year membership, you can get a private lesson for free. The receptionist smiled. Lin Yuni smiled slightly, and the next moment, he leaped up and took down the sign of Nanshan Martial Arts School on the door. Bang! The 100-pound signboard slammed heavily to the ground with a dull sound, instantly alarming dozens of students on this floor. Kick the door. Lin Yuni's voice spread throughout the martial arts hall. Wow! The martial arts hall was immediately boiling with excitement, with many students' faces filled with excitement. It was quite rare for someone to challenge someone in the hall, so they became interested and quickly surrounded the students. The girl at the front desk was a little dumbfounded and quickly took several steps back. Is there anyone in your Nanshan Martial Arts School who can catch his breath? Come out and accept the challenge. According to the rules of the martial arts world, if your Nanshan Martial Arts School loses today, it must be closed for a year. Lin Yuni lifted the 100-gene signboard with one hand and walked directly into the martial arts school. Wow, someone actually came to challenge us. Haha, looks like there's going to be something good to watch today. This guy looks quite strong. He can lift a photo weighing nearly 100 kilograms so easily. No wonder he has the guts to challenge us. I hope this kid has some real strength and doesn't get beaten down by the coaches in a moment. The students in the martial arts hall were talking about it, and many of them had excitement and anticipation on their faces. Tang Yin followed behind Lin Yuni, looking at his domineering back, with surprise and admiration in her eyes. Such a powerful and domineering man is what she likes. Who wants to challenge? A steady and powerful voice was heard, and then the students made way for a muscular man who walked out. The sturdy man is 1.9 meters tall, with explosive muscles that look like they were cast in steel, and looks extremely visually impactful. You're the one who wants to challenge us? You're so brave. Don't you know where my Nanshan martial arts school is? The sturdy coach said with anger and disdain. Of course I know this is Nanshan martial arts school. That's why I came here to challenge you. Lin Yuni smiled. The sturdy coach's pupils shrank slightly. Are you here just for my Nanshan martial arts school? How brave. Let me see how strong you are. The two men walked directly onto the arena and put on boxing gloves. After a simple fist bump, they faced each other. The sturdy coach looked much stronger than Lin Yuni, and the two were not even in the same weight class. Coach Su, come on, beat that guy down. Some students in the audience cheered for the strong coach. Many students shouted and cheered, and the atmosphere on the scene looked very warm. Let's do it, said the sturdy coach confidently. Lin Yuni was not polite either. He took a step forward and moved at an extremely fast speed. So fast, the sturdy coach was horrified, but it was too late to defend himself. Before he could react, Lin Yuni's fist had already landed on his chin. Bang! The sturdy coach fell to the ground instantly, and the whole audience fell into dead silence. Oh shit, killed in 1 second. The students were all shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. The difference in weight between the two seemed to be so huge, like the difference between an antelope and a tiger. But unexpectedly, the tiger was killed instantly as soon as the antelope made a move. Who else? Lin Yuni shouted loudly. Another coach came out. I'll do it. Old Su was just not prepared, so you sneaked up on him. You won't have such an opportunity again this time, said the second coach. Hee hee. Lin Yuni just smiled in his heart. He was too lazy to explain anything. Instead of talking nonsense, it is better to knock your opponent down directly. Let's start, said the coach. Lin Yuni stepped forward again and punched out again. Bang! Another dull sound was heard, and the second coach fell directly to the ground. Who else? Lin Yuni asked. Hiss. There were sounds of people gasping for air, and all the students were shocked. Gosh, gosh, gosh. Who is this guy who came to challenge the club? 2 coaches were killed instantly. His fighting power is too exaggerated. Someone couldn't help but exclaimed. Seeing that no one had come up for a long time, Lin Yuni asked sarcastically and provocatively, why is no one coming up? Are all the coaches at Nanshan Martial Arts School a bunch of rubbish? You don't dare to fight after just 2 people fell? Then just close the school. Lin Yuni started cursing directly, and the coach couldn't help but go on stage in anger. Bang! It was still the familiar punch, and the third coach fell to the ground on the spot. Chapter 30. Closure of Nanshan Martial Arts School. Bang! 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 There were 3 consecutive sounds of punches hitting flesh. Looking again at this time, I saw a group of coaches lying on the arena. Lin Yuni stretched his body briefly and said, no one else? This is only the 5th one. Even the 5 coaches from your Nanshan Martial Arts School couldn't defeat me in a round-robin match. You are such losers. Oh shit. Awesome. The students present were shocked. They had never seen anyone so fierce. Who on earth is this person? Is he a professional martial artist? His fighting ability is too fierce. The martial arts gym was in an uproar, and many students completely changed their attitudes. Before Lin Yuni walked in, they were there to watch the show. But now when all the coaches of Nanshan Martial Arts School were knocked down by Lin Yuni alone, these people directly changed sides. Boss is awesome. I don't know who shouted, but the whole audience cheered immediately. Awesome. So powerful. Fuck, you beat 5 coaches by yourself. Brother, you are simply invincible. Boss, please teach me martial arts. I want to be your disciple. Many people were shouting excitedly, their expressions full of excitement and admiration. The coaches on the ground looked at the students of their own martial arts school, being so enthusiastic towards outsiders, and they all had bitter smiles and helplessness on their faces. Below the stage, Tang Yun Yin watched this scene, her face full of excitement and excitement. The domineering image of Lin Yuni, who punched one opponent after another, was deeply engraved in her mind, making her body feel hot. Tang Yun Yin couldn't help but clamp her legs together. Her eyes were full of tenderness, and she wished she could jump onto the arena and throw herself into Lin Yuni's arms right now. At this time, a familiar voice sounded. What's going on? Who's causing trouble here? The voice was clearly Lu Nanshan's. He had just woken up when he heard cheers coming from the martial arts hall on the second floor, so he went downstairs to check the situation. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw Lin Yuni on the arena and the coaches lying on the side. Lin Yuni, Lu Nanshan immediately realized what had happened, and his face changed drastically. You actually came here to challenge me. Lin Yuni looked at him with a face full of joking. Why? Can't I come over to challenge you? Master Lu, please send out any other experts you have. If you, Nanshan Martial Arts School, cannot defeat me today, you will have to close down. Lu Nanshan was furious and his eyes turned red. Lin Yuni, you are really going too far. He was furious. Ha ha ha. Lin Yuni laughed. Too much bullying? When you came to challenge my martial arts gym just now, why didn't you think it was too much bullying? I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine now. These words left Lu Nanshan speechless. Okay, I don't have time to waste on you. Send someone out now. If it really doesn't work, come up here yourself and let me beat you up. Lin Yuni waved his hands, his tone not polite at all. Lu Nanshan gritted his teeth, his face turning pale and blue. The students next to them were very surprised. The gym leader was defeated by this guy? This is too exaggerated. The students were shocked and excited. Master Lu, don't waste my time. Do you want to fight or not? Lin Yuni asked again. Lu Nanshan's expression kept changing. Facing Lin Yuni's urging, he knew very well that if he went up again, he would just be beaten. Lin Yuni, do you have to be so aggressive? He gritted his teeth. Yes, I'm so aggressive. What do you do to me? If you're not convinced, then come and fight me. Do you have the strength to do so? Lin Yuni mocked him directly. Holy shit, so domineering. The students nearby were all stunned. Lu Nanshan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He didn't expect that retribution would come so quickly. He had gone to his house to provoke him, but less than an hour later, Lin Yuni came to his door and beat him up. I give up. Lu Nanshan said these 3 words with difficulty. Ha ha ha. Lin Yuni laughed wantonly. Okay, then according to the rules of the martial arts world, your Nanshan Martial Arts School must be closed for a year. Unless you can defeat me again, you can't open it again. Yu Yin, let's go. Lin Yuni waved his hand and left with Tao Yin. All the students made way for him and looked at Lin Yuni's back with excitement. Lu Nanshan watched Lin Yuni leave with victory, and his teeth were almost broken with hatred. Lin Yuni, don't be too proud. The two of them left and returned to the parking lot. As soon as they got in the car, Tao Yin could no longer hold back her inner heat and excitement, and threw herself directly onto Lin Yuni. What are you doing? Seeing such an enthusiastic Tao Yin, he was a little caught off guard. Don't talk, just kiss me. Excited, Tao Yin took the initiative to offer a kiss, then turned over and sat on Lin Yuni. Good job. This woman is so proactive. Lin Yuni couldn't help laughing, but since the beauty came to him on her own initiative, he naturally wouldn't be polite. After rolling up the car window, he naturally hugged Tao Yin's slender waist, while savoring the scent of the beauty in his arms. Lin Yuni enjoyed the beauty of the beauty and scrupulously, and only let her go after a long while. I can't take it anymore. Tao Yin's face turned red, and she was breathing heavily, her body limp in Lin Yuni's arms. Lin Yuni looked at her with a teasing look on his face. You can't do it so soon? Weren't you very proactive just now? Tao Yin's face turned red, and her eyes were filled with shyness as she recalled the madness just now. Who made you so domineering and powerful just now? I really couldn't control myself, Tao Yin said coquettishly. Ha ha ha. Lin Yuni smiled proudly and kissed Tao Yin on the face again. You can't just stop now, just because you say so. Tao Yin gave Lin Yuni a reproachful look. At this time, his phone rang. While I picked up the phone, I saw it was a call from the beautiful medical lady, Su Linguang. Hello. Lin Yuni answered the phone. Su Linguang's voice came from the phone. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to bother you by calling you. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. You want to ask about the prescription, right? Lin Yuni pointed out directly. Chapter 31. Be Your Lover. Without Su Linguang saying anything, Lin Yuni could guess that the other party must be looking for him because of the prescription. The reason why he gave the prescription to Su Linguang was because of this idea. Yes, I did come here because of the prescription. Su Linguang's tone was a little embarrassed. No problem, let's meet in the evening. Lin Yuni nodded in agreement. After both parties agreed on the time and place, they hung up the phone. Lin Yuni leaned back in his chair and continued to enjoy Tao Yun's service. Time soon came tonight. Lin Yuni took a taxi and set off, finally arriving at the door of a restaurant. Box number 3. Lin Yunyi walked in, gave his name, and was led to the door of the box by the waiter. He pushed the door open and walked in, only to see Su Linguang inside. She was wearing simple casual clothes tonight, a white shirt on the upper body and jeans on the lower body. Although the dress was very simple, with Su Linguang's own super high looks, even this simple outfit could not hide her exquisite face. Mr. Lin. Su Linguang stood up with a smile. Lin Yunyi walked up and sat opposite her, and the waiter quickly brought over a menu. He ordered a few dishes at random and looked at Su Linguang. How is your research on the prescription? Su Linguang looked helpless. That prescription is too profound. I can't understand anything at all. That's why I came to find Mr. Lin. Although I don't understand the prescription, I can see that it must be of great value because the combination of the herbs in it is very exquisite. When she said this, there was a bright light in Su Linguang's eyes. She seemed quite excited. Lin Yunyi burst out laughing. It was quite rare for Su Linguang to be so passionate about medicine. Then what do you want? Lin Yunyi spread his hands. Su Linguang said directly, I want a real specific prescription. I've said it before, this prescription is very valuable and you can't afford it all. Lin Yunyi didn't give any discount at all, just because the other party was a beauty. Although the body-strengthening pill is ranked at the lowest level of elixir in the world of immortal cultivation, it can definitely be called a miracle drug on Earth. The value of such a prescription is naturally priceless. Su Linguang did not show any surprise. She bit her lip lightly and said, Mr. Lin, I know I can't afford anything of sufficient value to buy this prescription, but I don't want to buy the prescription. I just want to learn and study it. Lin Yunyi smiled lightly, but he did not doubt the other party's thoughts. Su Linguang is obviously a medical fanatic. Impossible. He refused directly. I can't give the bodybuilding pill recipe to outsiders. Su Linguang in front of him showed a bit of confusion. She seemed to be lost in thought, as if she was thinking about something. Seeing that Su Linguang didn't say anything, Lin Yunyi was not in a hurry. After a while, the waiter brought in dishes one by one. The chef skills in this restaurant are pretty good. Lin Yunyi was enjoying the food very leisurely, while Su Linguang opposite him looked quite conflicted, as if she was trying to make a decision. After Lin Yunyi finished eating, Su Linguang finally spoke. Mr. Lin, I already understand what you mean. Lin Yunyi was confused, and Su Linguang understood what he meant no matter what he said. I'm willing to marry you, Mr. Lin. Su Linguang said shockingly. Ah! Lin Yunyi was shocked. Did he say anything that showed this meaning? Etc. He remembered that he had just said that he would not give the recipe of the bodybuilding pill to outsiders. So, Su Linguang understood this? He laughed in his heart, but his eyes looked Su Linguang up and down. I have to say that Su Linguang is indeed very beautiful. Her face is quite delicate, and her appearance is no worse than the other women he knows. Perhaps because she is serious about her work, Su Linguang has a unique temperament, which gives him the feeling that Su Linguang and Li Jingwan have something in common. Both women are the type who work very hard, but one devotes herself to the company while the other is obsessed with medical research. I'm already married. Lin Yunyi smiled and shook his head. Su Linguang was shocked. She frowned quickly and then gritted her teeth and said, Then I will be your lover. Are you serious? This time Lin Yunyi was really surprised. Do you really have to have the recipe for the bodybuilding pill? You are willing to make such a big sacrifice. Lin Yunyi didn't quite understand. Su Linguang said seriously, Reaching the pinnacle of medicine is my lifelong dream. I am willing to pay any price for this dream. Mr. Lin, you must have a high level of attainment in medicine. If I can be your woman, I can definitely get some guidance. Interesting. Lin Yunyi couldn't help but laugh. He nodded directly. Okay, if a beauty like you is willing to come to me on your own initiative, then I will naturally not refuse. Su Linguang frowned when she heard that, and looked at Lin Yunyi with some disgust, but that look quickly disappeared from her sight. When will you give me the recipe for the bodybuilding pill? Su Linguang sounded a little impatient. Let's go to your house later, and I will write the prescription for you then, said Lin Yunyi. Okay. Su Linguang nodded immediately. She finished her dinner in no time, and then couldn't wait to pull Lin Yunyi away. The two walked out of the restaurant, and then Lin Yunyi got into Su Linguang's car. Su Linguang stepped on the accelerator, the car engine roared, and the car body shot out like an arrow, and soon disappeared on the spot. Half an hour later, Su Linguang drove into a villa community and finally stopped deep inside the community. The two got out of the car and looked at the villa community. Lin Yunyi couldn't help but look a little stunned. You live here? Yes. Su Ningxuang not that? Lin Yuni smiled, because Su Ningxuang's villa was in the same residential area as his. However, this villa community is very large, with dozens of villas, so the two had never seen each other before. When the two entered the villa, Lin Yuni soon smelled a lot of faint scents of medicinal herbs. Looking around, the villa was a bit messy, and traces of medicinal herbs could be seen everywhere. There were also several medical books scattered on the table, and Lin Yuni even saw a lot of medical equipment and some animal and human organs soaked in formalin. Chapter 32. Removal of Armor. Good job. Is this a villa or a clinic? However, when Lin Yuni thought about how Su Ningxuang was so passionate about medicine that she was even willing to trade her body, he felt it made sense. When do we start studying? Su Ningxuang looked at Lin Yuni with anticipation. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Since you have agreed to be my lover, you should prove it first. Otherwise, if you regret after taking the prescription, wouldn't I be at a big loss? I'm not the kind of woman who doesn't keep her promises. Su Ningxuang frowned slightly. She nodded and said, Okay, since you want my body, come on. But after this is over, you have to teach me the secret of the body-strengthening pill right away. Lin Yuni nodded. No problem. Before he could do anything, Su Ningxuang took the initiative to walk up to him and hugged him. Lin Yuni was not polite and put his hands directly on Su Ningxuang's slender waist. He picked up Su Ningxuang and asked, Where is the bathroom? Of course you have to take a shower before doing that. In my room on the second floor. Su Ningxuang pointed the way. Lin Yuni carried Su Ningxuang directly into the room on the second floor, and soon the sound of running water was heard. Take off your clothes yourself. Lin Yuni put Su Ningxuang down, then crossed his arms across his chest and prepared to admire the posture of the beauty in front of him. Su Ningxuang looked a little unnatural, but she didn't hesitate and reached out to unbutton her clothes. As the buttons were unbuttoned one by one, a blush gradually crept up Su Ningxuang's face. Even though she was willing to sacrifice her body for the sake of medicine, this was the first time she took off her clothes in front of a man. But after all, Lin Yuni had been around men before, and although Su Ningxuang's posture was indeed very tempting, it was not to the extent that he could not control himself. Feeling Lin Yuni's fiery gaze staring at her, the blush on Su Ningxuang's face became more and more intense. The last restraint was removed, and there was no more obstruction. So embarrassing. Su Ningxuang felt extremely shy. She had agreed readily just now, but when she really started to devote herself, she found that it was more difficult than she had imagined. But now she has agreed, and even taken off half of her clothes, it will be useless even if she wants to regret it. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's really beautiful. Lin Yuni admired the beautiful scenery in front of him, unwilling to move his eyes away. His words made Su Ningxuang even more shy. After spending a long time, Su Ningxuang finally took off all her clothes. I'm already naked. Su Ningxuang's face turned red. She couldn't help but want to close her eyes, but she couldn't suppress her curiosity. Su Ningxuang's face was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out. The two of them soon met each other nakedly. Lin Yuni picked up Su Ningxuang, and then they both lay in a bathtub together. The bathtub in Su Ningxuang's house was big enough. Although it was a bit crowded for two people to lie in it, it was still barely bearable. Hugging a man so intimately was a little too stimulating for the inexperienced Su Ningxuang. She was at a loss as to what to do in Lin Yuni's arms. Her previous seriousness and calmness had completely disappeared, and she was no different from an ordinary girl. Your face is so red. I thought you wouldn't be shy, Lin Yuni teased. Su Ningxuang was extremely shy and couldn't help but hit him lightly with her hand. I'm not a shameless woman. How could I not be shy? Su Ningxuang said with a reproachful tone. Ha ha ha. Lin Yuni laughed loudly. He lowered his head and kissed Su Ningxuang directly on her red lips. Su Ningxuang's whole body suddenly stiffened. Lin Yuni was not polite at all and indulged in the taste of the beauty in his arms. She is now in a completely defenseless state, fully interpreting the meaning of the 4 words, "Let you pick it for me," to the fullest. Lin Yuni savored her taste carefully and only let her go after Su Ningxuang was out of breath. After being freed, Su Ningxuang breathed in deep gulps of fresh air. I almost suffocated, Su Ningxuang said in a dissatisfied tone. You're just too stupid. You can breathe while kissing. It seems that you have no experience at all. Lin Yuni teased. Su Ningxuang rolled her eyes. I have never had any interest in men. I only have eyes for medicine. Many men pursued me before, but I rejected them all. When she said this, her tone was somewhat resentful. So many men have failed to take advantage of her, but Lin Yuni has completely controlled her now and is going to eat her up completely. Lin Yuni chuckled. He kissed her again and tasted Su Linguang's taste again. The two of them played in the water together, and when Lin Yuni felt it was enough, he picked up the powerless Su Linguang and walked towards the bed in the room. Is it coming? Su Linguang looked at the big bed that was getting closer and closer, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. Chapter 33, Li Jingwan's Crisis. Wait a minute, Su Linguang said nervously. What's wrong? You won't regret it now, right? Lin Yuni said with a smile. Su Linguang glared at him and said, How is this possible? You touched me all over my body. How could I regret it now? I want you to turn off the lights. I'm a little shy. Looking at Su Linguang's shy look in his arms, Su Qing smiled and nodded. He flicked his fingers, and a trace of true energy instantly shot out, turning off the switch through the air. How did you do it? Su Linguang looked surprised. When you become mine completely, you will know. Lin Yuni put Su Linguang on the bed and pounced on her like a hungry wolf. He has never had sex with a woman since he was reborn, and the only people he has been in contact with during this period are beauties, which has made him feel suffocated. Although Tang Yun Yin had served him several times, it was no match for a real fight. Tonight, with the beauty Su Linguang, he can finally enjoy himself. Lin Yuni was savoring the taste of Su Linguang, but just as he was about to pick up his gun and mount his horse, the phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Ring, ring, ring. The ringing of the bell continued in the room, interrupting Lin Yuni's actions. Who was calling at this time? Lin Yuni was a little annoyed. Maybe there's an important call. Why not go check it out? Anyway, I won't run away tonight, and there's no need to rush. Su Linguang comforted Lin Yuni. Lin Yuni was very unhappy. He was about to be happy, but was interrupted at this moment. He was naturally unhappy. He got out of bed and picked up his phone, and the caller ID showed it was Li Jingwan calling. What is she calling for? Hello. Lin Yuni hesitated for a moment and finally answered the phone. Given Li Jingwan's personality, there is no reason for her not to call me. Maybe there is something really important. Yin, where are you now? I want you to come and pick me up. Li Jingwan's voice seemed a little hurried, and it was unusually noisy over there, as if they were in a bar. Bar? What was Li Jingwan doing at the bar so late at night? Lin Yuni sobered up immediately and agreed immediately. Which bar are you in now? I'll come right over. Box 12 on the third floor of the Rose Club. Li Jingwan quickly reported the name and address of the bar. After they hung up the phone, Lin Yuni quickly put on his clothes and prepared to leave. On the bed, Su Linguang got up and pulled the quilt next to her to cover her private parts. Was it her call? Su Linguang asked. Well, I have to go out for a while. We'll do it later. After Lin Yuni finished speaking, he put on his clothes and went out. Throwing Su Linguang on the bed, Lin Yuni rushed to the Rose Club. At this moment, in the Rose Club on the other side, Li Jingwan was hiding in the toilet. Her face was flushed, but the blush didn't come from shyness, but more like the result of drinking. A strong smell of alcohol emanated from Li Jingwan's body. She didn't know how much she had drunk, and her steps were a little light and unsteady. Duh, duh, duh. Just at this moment, footsteps were heard outside, followed by a man's voice. Mr. Li, you have been in the bathroom for several minutes. Are you okay? The man outside sounded very young, probably in his 20s. There was a hint of teasing in his tone, and then he walked over and knocked on the toilet door. Li Jingwan tried hard to suppress her drunkenness and tried her best to make her voice sound normal. I'm fine. I just feel a little uncomfortable suddenly. I'll just rest for a while, and I'll be out in 10 minutes at most, said Li Jingwan. She estimated the time. The distance from home to the Rose Bar was not far. If Lin Yuni came over immediately after answering her call, 10 minutes should be enough. The man outside smiled and said, Mr. Li, why didn't you tell me that you were not feeling well? How about this? I'll take you to the hospital. You can't keep dragging it out like this. If something happens, I'll feel guilty. As they were talking, the man outside kept knocking on the door. Boss Liu, I'm really fine. It's just a small problem. You guys drink first. I'll be out soon. Li Jingwan tried her best to calm herself down. However, the noise of the man outside turning the door handle became louder and louder, as if he was trying to break in by force. Mr. Liu, trying to force your way in is not a gentleman's behavior. Li Jingwan advised. She wanted to hold the other party back. You misunderstood me. I just care about you. But you're right. I'll ask a female employee of your company to come and take care of you." The young man turned and left. Soon, the sound of a woman's footsteps was heard outside. "Mr. Lee, are you okay? Mr. Liu asked me to come and take care of you." A female employee in professional attire walked into the restroom of the box and knocked on the door. Upon closer inspection, her clothes were a little messy, and even the buttons of her top were unbuttoned, revealing her snow-white skin. "It's okay. You wait outside for a while. I'll come out after a short rest," Li Jingwan said. But the female employee hesitated. Li Jingwan's tone immediately became stern. "No, but just listen to me." The female employee stopped talking immediately and turned her gaze to the young man next to her. The young man had a smile on his face. He saw Li Jingwan hiding in the toilet and refusing to come out, so how could he not understand her plan? "Mr. Lee, it sounds like you really need help." "Sorry, I had to force my way in. Please don't mind," said the young man, then rushed forward and broke open the toilet door. Bang! A loud noise was heard, and the young man rushed into the toilet without saying a word. "What are you doing?" Li Jingwan was shocked and angry and scolded. She stood up and tried to leave, but her body went limp and she almost fell to the ground. "Mr. Lee, you can't even stand steadily, and you still say you're fine. Let me help you." The young man smiled, then reached out to grab Li Jingwan's hand. Li Jingwan looked at the other party reaching out his hand, feeling a strong sense of disgust in her heart. She could clearly see the desire in the young man's eyes. If she was caught by him, she would be in danger of losing her innocence tonight. "I was so careless. If I had known that all the close associates in the company had been bribed, I would never have come to the cocktail party tonight." She suppressed her physical weakness and burst out with strength, pushing away the young man who was reaching out to her, then seized the opportunity and rushed out of the toilet. Chapter 34, Li Jingwan Crisis. After Li Jingwan rushed out of the toilet, she immediately ran outside without saying a word. Grass! Seeing that Li Jingwan was about to rush out of the box and leave, the young man couldn't help but curse. "Go ahead, grab her," the young man shouted and rushed forward himself. After all, Li Jingwan was physically weak and was caught by a female employee before she could run a few steps. "Let me go. Zhou Yan, what are you doing? I order you to let me go immediately," Li Jingwan said angrily. Zhou Yan apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Li. Mr. Shun is a good man. He has no ill will towards you." Li Jingwan was so angry that she almost laughed. Could this situation be considered to be free of any malice? "Zhou Yan, I have never treated you unfairly, but I didn't expect you to betray me." Looking at Li Jingwan's angry eyes, Zhou Yan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of guilt in her heart. However, when she thought of Mr. Shun's promise to her, the guilt that had just arisen disappeared without a trace in an instant. She needed the money. After all, it was a full $1,000,000. Li Jingwan wanted to struggle out of Zhou Yan's hands, but she was so weak that she couldn't do it at all. Shen Jie, who was in the toilet, also came out with a big smile on his face. "Boss Li, why are you running? I won't do anything to you. I just want to have a good chat with you." Shen Jie emphasized the word communication. While speaking, his eyes could not help but fall on Li Jingwan in front of him. Sexy and mature, Li Jingwan has a cool temperament and a beautiful and delicate face. At this moment, her stubborn look as she bit her lips was even more charming, which instantly attracted Shen Jie's attention. All the women he met in the past would climb into his bed eagerly, and as long as he beckoned, those women would take off their clothes and come to serve him. But Li Jingwan is different. He has been pursuing her for half a year. Although he already knows that Li Jingwan is married, he doesn't care. He has eaten too many docile sheep, and now he wants to try to tame a wild horse, which will make him more eager to conquer it. Li Jingwan looked at Shen Jie's greedy face, and her heart sank. She bit her lip and said coldly, "Shen Jie, you are breaking the law. If you really did something to me tonight, I will never let you go." "Ha ha ha." Shen Jie couldn't help laughing out loud at this. "But let me go? I'm afraid you won't think so after this is over." Shen Jie took out the camera directly, with a wicked smile on his face. "I will record the process carefully." Finished. Li Jingwan's face turned pale, and a hint of fear flashed across her eyes. She was a proud person and naturally cared very much about her reputation. Shen Jie's threat made her feel a little scared. Shen Jie took in all the changes in Li Jingwan's expression, which made the smile on his face even more intense. "Even if you really tell others, I won't care. What can you do with your little influence? If I really did rape you, do you believe that your Li family would be very happy to ask you to come over and reconcile with me? Don't forget that your Li family is just a second-rate family in Yanhai. It's your honor to be my woman. Shun Jie's words were wanton and arrogant, and his arrogant and domineering attitude was fully revealed. When Li Jingwan heard this, a hint of despair flashed in the depths of her eyes. Shun Jie walked straight over, stretched out his hands excitedly, and was about to touch Li Jingwan's body. He reached directly for Li Jingwan's plump and towering breasts. He had long wanted to hold that pair of proud breasts in his hands and play with them. Li Jingwan struggled hard, trying to escape from Shun Jie's clutches, but Zhou Yin held her tightly from behind, so that she could not escape at all. Li Jingwan was completely desperate and felt sad. Ha ha ha! Shun Jie's excited laughter echoed throughout the box. At this critical moment, the door of the locked box was suddenly kicked open. The sudden noise startled Shun Jie, who was about to take action. He immediately became furious. Damn it! Who dares to disturb me at this time? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure rushed in from outside the box, bringing with him a strong, murderous intent and coldness. The person who came was none other than Lin Yuni. As soon as he rushed into the box, he saw a scene that made him furious. Li Jingwan was tied up and held by another woman, and in front of her was a man with an excited face, ready to touch Li Jingwan. TMD, I haven't even touched Li Jingwan's body, so how could this bastard have the chance? Lin Yuni was furious. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward and kicked Shun Jie directly in the chest. Snap! The sound of broken bones was heard, and Shun Jie's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and slammed heavily against the wall. The intense pain and impact made Shun Jie scream, and he almost fainted on the spot. Jingwan! Lin Yuni quickly rushed to Li Jingwan. Who are you? Zhou Yin was shocked and looked at Lin Yuni in astonishment. Roll! Facing this accomplice, Lin Yuni did not have any good expression. He would attack directly even if the other party was a woman. Bang! He slapped the other person in the face with a flick of his hand. Zhou Yin screamed and fell to the ground, half of her face completely red and swollen. Li Jingwan's body softened and she fell to the ground. Lin Yuni acted extremely quickly, and before she fell to the ground, he had already held her in his arms. Yunyi! Li Jingwan looked at the man in front of her and couldn't help feeling surprised. The joy of surviving the disaster made her eyes red, but she quickly controlled it. Yin, take me away quickly. This is not a place to stay for long. Li Jingwan said in a hurry, but she quickly recovered. But at this time, Shun Jie's furious voice had already sounded. Leave? Let's see who among you can leave here today. He took out his cell phone and made a call. There was a burst of hurried footsteps outside, followed by a group of strong men in suits rushing in and completely blocking the exit of the box. Shun Jie was furious. He looked at Lin Yuni angrily. Who the hell are you? How dare you come out and ruin my good deeds? And you even dare to hit me? Lin Yuni had a cold expression on his face and looked at Shun Jie as if he was looking at a dead person. I'm Li Jingwan's man. Who are you, you bastard? How dare you attack my woman? Lin Yuni said in a cold tone. Chapter 35, Disgusting Evil Youngster. Li Jingwan's man? Shun Jie was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly reacted and burst into laughter. Ha ha! So you're the useless son-in-law of the Li family. You are just a useless son-in-law, and you dare to attack me. I think you are really tired of living. Someone come here. Shun Jie laughed loudly and immediately called for help after laughing wildly. At his command, the black-clad bodyguards at the door immediately stepped forward. Seeing that they were about to take action, Li Jingwan couldn't help but show anxiety. She hurriedly said, Wait, stop it. With so many of Shun Jie's black-clad bodyguard around, given Shun Jie's personality, I'm afraid he would really have someone beat Lin Yuni to death. Although she had no feelings for Lin Yuni, he was her man after all, not to mention that he came to save her. Shun Jie sneered. Jingwan, do you want to save your useless husband? If you want to save him, you're welcome. As long as you serve me well tonight, I'll let him go. Otherwise, I will have his hands and feet broken, making him a real cripple from now on. Li Jingwan's pupil shrank, but Shun Jie's expression told her that the other party definitely did not mean a joke. With this playboy's lawless character, he can definitely do it. Li Jingwan bit her lips lightly, a hint of helplessness flashing across her eyes. Okay, I promise you, but you have to let Yuni go. Shun Jie laughed out loud. Don't worry, Shun Jie will keep my word, but he needs to stay here and watch you serve me, and he can leave only after everything is over. Shun Jie, you are really going too far. Li Jingwan was shocked and angry. Let Lin Yuni watch her serve, Shun Jie. This was a huge humiliation for both her and Lin Yuni. You have no choice but to agree to me. Shun Jie laughed wildly, unable to stop the excitement on his face. Someone, take down this loser Lin Yuni. I wanted to watch me play with his woman. Haha. Shun Jie laughed wildly. The bodyguard around him walked forward without hesitation and were about to attack Lin Yuni. At this time, Lin Yuni, who had been silent, finally spoke. Etc. He spoke suddenly, attracting everyone's attention. Li Jingwan looked apologetic. She said ashamedly, I'm sorry, Yin Yi. I didn't call you to come over. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. He hugged Li Jingwan and patted her on the back. What nonsense are you talking about? I am your man, so of course I have to come and protect you when you are in danger. You don't need to worry about anything. A mere playboy can't touch me. Li Jingwan couldn't help but show surprise. In her mind, Lin Yuni had always been timid and resentful. She didn't expect that he could actually say such responsible words. She looked up and saw Lin Yuni's firm and serious expression, which did not show any sign of joking at all. Ha ha ha. Shun Jie, standing by, seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Okay. What a big tone you have. I never thought a useless son-in-law like you could be so confident. You only succeeded by sneak attacking me just now. Do you think you can do it now? Shun Jie laughed. Now kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times. Then I can let you go for Jingwan's sake. Lin Yuni turned his head and looked at him with narrowed eyes. People who were familiar with him knew that if Lin Yuni showed such an expression, it meant that he was really angry. Let me go. As a playboy like you, I'm afraid you don't have such ability. You will be kneeling on the ground and begging me to let you go soon. Lin Yuni said coldly. Arrogant. Shun Jie was furious. Hurry up and break this kid's hands and legs. Li Jingwan was horrified. Don't touch him. The black-clad bodyguards around had already rushed over. 7 or 8 burly bodyguards were coming towards Lin Yuni like bulls. Most people would probably have been frightened to the point of their legs going weak after seeing such a scene. Li Jingwan's face turned pale, and she didn't dare to look at what would happen next. Lin Yuni held Li Jingwan in his arms with both hands, his expression unhurried, and then he took the initiative to rush towards the group of bodyguards. The next moment, Lin Yuni was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. He did not move his hands, but his feet kicked out continuously like iron whips. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few breaths, all the bodyguards at the scene were knocked to the ground by Lin Yuni, holding their injured parts and wailing. What? When this scene appeared, Shun Jie couldn't believe his eyes. His bodyguard were all strong and skilled fighters, but he didn't expect that they would be defeated so easily by Lin Yuni. You actually have such skills? Are you a martial artist? Shun Jie was shocked and angry. Li Jingwan in his arms opened her eyes after hearing the noise and saw a scene that shocked her. Lin Yuni looked at Shun Jie and sneered. Aren't you going to break my hands and feet? Now it seems that you may not be able to do so. Shun Jie was furious. So what if he's a martial artist? He can only fight a little bit. Boy, I advise you not to be so arrogant. It's not too late for you to kneel down and admit your mistake. Lin Yuni's eyes turned completely cold. You really don't know how to live or die. He put Li Jingwan on the sofa beside him and walked straight towards Shun Jie. Yuni, don't touch him. Shun Jie is a member of the Shun family, not someone we can afford to offend. Li Jingwan said hurriedly, her tone urgent. Shun Jie was very proud. Just listen to what Li Jingwan said. My Shun family is one of the 3 major families in Yanhai. Even if the 3 Li families are added together, they're no match for my Shun family. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, I will make sure you die. Before he could finish his words, Lin Yuni had already taken action. Lin Yuni stretched out a hand like lightning and grabbed Shun Jie's shoulder directly. What Shun family? Your threats may work on ordinary people, but do you want to show off in front of me, Lin Yuni? Not worthy yet, Lin Yuni sneered. Snap! He applied a little force with his 5 fingers, and the crisp sound of bones breaking was heard instantly. My hand! Shun Jie immediately let out a scream of pain. It's not over yet. Aren't you going to break my hands and legs? Then I'll let you taste what this feels like. Lin Yuni said coldly. Snap! 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 His hands kept moving around Shun Jie's limbs, and wherever he went, Shun Jie's limb bones were broken by Lin Yuni. Chapter 36, I'll help you. It hurts. Stop now. Lin Yuni, let me go quickly, otherwise I will kill your whole family. Shun Jie was in great pain. Even at this time, Shun Jie was still threatening him. Lin Yuni attacked, even more ruthlessly. A trace of true energy burst out from his 5 fingers and directly hit Shun Jie's limbs. The sound of bones breaking continued one after another, and Lin Yuni broke all the bones in Shun Jie's right arm. The intense pain made Shun Jie scream continuously. At the beginning, he could still insult Lin Yuni, but later on, his whole brain was completely filled with pain. When Lin Yuni broke his right arm, he no longer had the strength to curse. "Can't you bear it? This is just the beginning." Lin Yuni showed a devilish smile. "No." Shun Jie yelled in horror. Snap! The sound of bones breaking rang out again, echoing throughout the box. Lin Yuni was merciless and crushed all the bones in Shun Jie's hands and feet. He did not stop until the last bone was completely crushed. At this moment, Shun Jie had completely fainted because he could not bear such intense pain. Lin Yuni glanced at Shun Jie, who was pale and had completely fainted. He snorted coldly, turned his head, and picked up Li Jingwan, who was lying on the sofa next to him. "Jingwan, let's go home," Lin Yuni said gently. Half an hour later, Lin Yuni carried Li Jingwan back to the villa. He pushed the door open and put Li Jingwan in a room. This was the first time Lin Yuni entered Li Jingwan's room. The decoration style of the entire room is very simple, without any overly gorgeous decorations, which is very consistent with Li Jingwan's personality. Li Jingwan felt weak all over, and a blush had appeared on her face without her knowing when. She suppressed the strangeness in her body and bit her lips lightly. "Yin Yi, why are you?" Li Jingwan couldn't help but ask. She looked at Lin Yuni, who was so close to her, as if she was getting to know him all over again. "You don't have a very deep understanding of me." Lin Yuni smiled and spread out his hands. Li Jingwan was speechless because Lin Yuni was right. Although they were husband and wife in name, they were actually not much different from strangers. Only then did she realize that Lin Yuni actually had such excellent skills. 7 or 8 burly men were dealt with like sheep in his hands. "Martial arts master? Is this Lin Yuni's ability?" "Yin, you are too impulsive." The Shin family's background is very powerful. In Yanhai, it can almost be described as covering the sky with one hand. Only 2 other families can compete with the Shun family. You made Shin Jie like that today. With his vengeful character, he will never let you go. While the Shin family hasn't reacted yet, you should buy a ticket and leave. The Shin family strength is limited to Yanhai City. As long as you stay away from Yanhai City, even the Shun family won't be able to do anything to you. Li Jingwan said in a hurried tone. Lin Yuni couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, the Shun family can't do anything to me. My abilities are stronger than you think." "Yeah?" There was a look of deep doubt on Li Jingwan's face. At this time, she felt her body getting hotter and hotter, and a strong impulse and desire surged in her heart. She instinctively tightened her legs, and her delicate face had already turned red. "Yin Yi, you go back and rest first. I want to go to sleep too." Li Jingwan blusha. When Lin Yuni saw Li Jingwan's appearance, he knew what had happened to her. Aphrodisiac plus bone-loosening powder. This bastard Shin Jie is really skilled. "Jingwan, you are so heartless. I took such a big risk for you tonight. Now that I've just rescued you, you are actually trying to drive me away." Lin Yuni showed a sad expression. Li Jingwan felt guilty when she saw this, and she quickly said, "No, I didn't mean that. I just feel a little unwell." "Really? It just so happens that I know a little bit about medicine, so let me help you take a look." Lin Yuni pretended not to notice. He walked straight towards Li Jingwan, then lifted up her clothes, revealing her flat belly without a trace of fat. The strong masculine scent came toward her, which was a huge shock to Li Jingwan at that time. Her face was instantly flushed, and her head couldn't help but feel dizzy. "No, don't." Li Jingwan tried hard to suppress the dizziness in her brain. Even under the stimulation of the aphrodisiac, she still maintains a clear consciousness. "You were injected with a special drug. I think you know what it is. Although you can handle it yourself, you were also poisoned by the bone-loosening powder. I'm afraid it's extremely difficult for you to even move your arms now. The effect of the aphrodisiac is taking effect in your body. If you don't vent your desire, it will definitely cause serious impact on your body." Lin Yuni said seriously. He was telling the truth. Li Jingwan felt extremely helpless. She tried her best to move, but just as Lin Yuni said, she was now completely powerless and could only rely on Lin Yuni. "Then what should I do?" Li Jingwan bit her lips and tried hard to suppress the desire in her body. But as time passed, she could feel the desire in her body becoming stronger and stronger. It was as if her body was burning on fire, making her feel extremely tormented. Lin Yuni sighed. You are in a very inconvenient situation now. Since you can't do it yourself, I am the only one who can help you. Ah, how can this be possible? Li Jingwan was anxious. Then what else can we do? Do you have any small electric toys here? That thing can come in handy. Although it's not as good as if I did it myself, it can at least help you solve the problem. Lin Yuni said seriously. Li Jingwan's face turned red as if blood was dripping out. She shook her head with all her might. How could I have such a thing? There's nothing we can do about it. Either you suffer on your own and collapse when it's over, or I come and help you vent your feelings. Don't worry, I'll only use my hands. Is that acceptable to you? Lin Yuni smiled. He smiled secretly in his heart, just wanted to see Li Jingwan's conflicted and helpless expression. In fact, with his ability, he can easily deal with this level of aphrodisiac and bone-loosening powder. But if that was the solution, wouldn't it be boring? A beautiful woman who has been drugged with aphrodisiac and bone-loosening powder is in his arms. How can he not play with her properly? Li Jingwan was suddenly faced with a huge choice and felt conflicted. But she quickly thought that Lin Yuni only used his hands, and that he had saved her from the abyss tonight. There's nothing wrong with letting him play with his hands. Just think of it as a reward and payment. Chapter 37 Tasting. Li Jingwan bit her lips lightly, and a sound smaller than a mosquito came out of her mouth. Her face was now completely red, and a lot of sweat was pouring out of her body, completely soaking her clothes. Since the beauty has already agreed, Lin Yuni naturally won't be polite anymore. It's over. Now I have no face at all in front of him. Li Jingwan couldn't help but have such a thought flash through her mind. She let go completely. She had already been completely humiliated, so there was no need to endure anything anymore. Lin Yuni couldn't help himself and bent down to kiss Li Jingwan's seductive red lips. Li Jingwan's eyes widened instantly. She instinctively wanted to struggle, but she was so weak that she couldn't resist at all. I don't know how much time passed before the room fell completely silent. Li Jingwan lay completely exhausted on the bed. She closed her eyes, sweating all over, gasping for breath, and her face flushed. After a long time, Li Jingwan barely regained some consciousness. Everything that had just happened appeared in her mind. Li Jingwan forced herself to open her eyes, feeling shy and helpless. Can you go out now? I want to take a shower, Li Jingwan said reluctantly. Lin Yuni had a smile on his face. You probably haven't recovered your strength yet. How about I help you wash? No, I can wash myself. Li Jingwan quickly refused. Her whole body had been touched clean. If she took off her clothes and they were naked, their relationship would become completely strange from then on. She is not mentally prepared for this yet. Seeing the obvious resistance on Li Jingwan's face, Lin Yuni nodded and did not force it. He thought that if Li Jingwan was not the kind of person who liked to force things, she would be in his control anyway, and there would be no problem in taking the next step. Thinking of this, Lin Yuni stood up and walked out of the room. Suddenly, Li Jingwan was the only one left in the room. Her face turned red and she felt a little overwhelmed. Her mind couldn't help but recall the series of disgusting things that had just happened. It's so embarrassing. Now he will probably think that I'm a shameless woman. Li Jingwan felt helpless. She bit her lips lightly, looked down, and found that her posture was extremely disgusting. Originally, Lin Yuni had no status in her heart, but after what happened tonight, even Li Jingwan herself did not realize that her attitude towards Lin Yuni had quietly changed. Here, Li Jingwan quickly got up and slowly walked to the bathroom to wash her body. On the other side, Shan Jie, who was seriously injured in the Rose Club, was rushed to the hospital by his men. The doctor's expression changed drastically after examining Shan Jie's physical condition. All the bones in his body are broken. Surgery must be arranged immediately, the attending doctor said solemnly. Are you the patient's bodyguards? Notify the patient's family immediately. The subordinates did not dare to delay and quickly notified Shan Jie's parents. After a while, accompanied by a burst of quick and steady footsteps, a middle-aged man with a dignified face walked quickly from the distant passage. Mr. Shun, the bodyguard captain hurried forward. Bang! The middle-aged man had a gloomy face and raised his hand to slap the bodyguard captain in the face. How do you do things? I paid you to protect my son. Why did he get injured so badly? Shen Xiangshan's eyes looked as if he wanted to eat someone, and there was strong anger and coldness in his cold eyes. The bodyguard captain didn't even dare to breathe. He explained, Boss Shun, we have tried our best. The young man who injured young Master Shun was really too powerful. He was a martial artist. We were easily defeated by him when we attacked together. Martial arts master? Shin Xiangqin's eyes were still cold. So what if you were a martial artist? Trash is trash, and you dare to shirk responsibility. The bodyguard captain didn't dare to refute anymore. Shin Xiangqin was obviously angry now. Shin Xiangqin looked at the group of bodyguards he had hired. There were 7 or 8 of them, and all of them were injured. How could he defeat so many people by himself? It seems that this martial artist does have some skills. But you should never, ever hit my Shin Xiangqin's son. A terrifying chill surged in Shin Xiangqin's heart. What on earth happened tonight? Tell me what happened in detail. Shin Xiangqin said coldly. The bodyguard captain did not dare to hesitate and quickly explained the whole story. Li Jingwan, member of the Li family? Shin Xiangqin said coldly. He immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. The next day, a red sun rises from the horizon. Lin Yuni had just finished his evening breathing exercise. He opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of foul air. Feeling that the true energy in his body had hardly increased, Lin Yuni looked somewhat helpless. The spiritual energy of the earth is so thin. He has sighed like this more than once. Compared with the world of immortal cultivation, the concentration of spiritual energy on earth is simply disgraceful. He got up, washed, and went downstairs. As soon as he came downstairs, he smelled a tempting fragrance. You're awake. Go wash your hands and prepare for breakfast. Li Jingwan walked out of the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of noodles. You're still at home? Didn't you go to the company today? Lin Yuni was a little surprised. Chapter 38 Trouble is coming. He looked at the time on the wall. It was already 8 o'clock. In his impression, Li Jingwan is a workaholic who wishes she could stay in the company 24 hours a day. On weekdays, he would go out before dawn and would not come back until dark. Something small happened in the company, so I took 3 days off, Li Jingwan said calmly. Lin Yuni showed a look of understanding. Is this the reason why you went to see that playboy last night? You wanted to help you? Li Jingwan nodded. The Shin family has a huge influence in Yanhai. If we can get help from the Shin family, the company will definitely be able to overcome the difficulties. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you that you should leave now. You attacked Shin Jie last night. The Shin family will never let you go, Li Jingwan said in a slightly hurried tone. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. He was not in a hurry and teased. Are you worried about me? Li Jingwan couldn't help but frown. It's already this time and you're still talking about this. If you don't leave now, when the Shin family comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Hee hee. Lin Yuni smiled in his heart. He walked downstairs and came to Li Jingwan, reaching out to hug her. Li Jingwan turned around and tried to dodge, but before she could move, Lin Yuni asked, What? I risked my life to save you yesterday. What's wrong with letting me hug you now? Li Jingwan. Lin Yuni reached out his hand again, and this time Li Jingwan came over but did not dodge. He held Li Jingwan's slender waist with both hands and stroked it gently. Li Jingwan felt a familiar breath coming towards her in his arms. Her mind couldn't help but recall what happened between them last night, and her cheeks suddenly flushed. Don't move. I just allow you to hug me temporarily, Li Jingwan said stubbornly, biting her lips lightly. No problem. I'll just hold you and won't move. Lin Yuni laughed. Although he said this, his hands showed no sign of being honest and were still stroking Li Jingwan's slender waist. Li Jingwan felt helpless. I'm not kidding you. The Shin family's affairs are really huge. Although I don't know when you learn martial arts, your strength is useless in front of the Shin family. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. That's not necessarily true. I've already been reborn, but you just don't understand it yet. The Shin family alone can't hurt me. Such confident words coming out of Lin Yuni's mouth made Li Jingwan stunned for a moment. She couldn't believe that Lin Yuni was so confident. Just at this moment, footsteps were suddenly heard outside. When I turned around, it was Guan Mingyu. Mom, Li Jingwan. Guan Mingyu walked in hurriedly from outside, and as soon as she entered the door, she saw Li Jingwan and Lin Yuni hugging each other. Lin Yuni, you are so brave. Let my daughter go. Guan Mingyu cursed on the spot. Lin Yuni sneered in his heart. He turned around and said, Is this the way you talk to me? It seems you have forgotten the lesson I taught you last time. As soon as these words were spoken, Guan Mingyu's expression changed, and then the anger in her heart became even stronger. Lin Yuni, you are really going to make a scene. I'm your mother-in-law. Who allowed you to talk to me like that? Go away for now. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you today. After that, Guan Mingyu looked at Li Jingwan. Jingwan, did you have a conflict with Shun Jie? the son of the Shun family, last night? Did you even beat him up? Li Jingwan's face changed slightly, and she immediately realized that the Shun family came to ask for accountability. Yes, I did everything. She nodded without hesitation, taking all the responsibility on herself. Guan Mingyu was shocked and angry. Jingwan, you are simply crazy. Don't you know how powerful the Shun family is? How dare you attack the young master of the Shun family? The Shun family is furious now and demands that we hand you over. You must come with me to see the old man right now. Li Jingwan nodded her chin lightly, and then was about to leave with Guan Mingyu. Etc. Jingwan, I'll go with you. Lin Yuni. Li Jingwan refused on the spot. No, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't get involved. Leave the sea of clouds immediately. Li Jingwan spoke in a firm tone, and it was obvious that she wanted to handle the task on her own and did not want to drag Lin Yuni into the vortex. However, this look of hers made Lin Yuni like her even more. Which man in the world could resist such a pretty, gentle, excellent cooking and responsible beauty? I was the one who beat Shun Jie last night. How come it has nothing to do with me? Let's go see the old man together. Lin Yuni smiled. Li Jingwan was a little anxious, with an anxious look on her face, but nothing she said worked, and Lin Yuni just followed her. The three of them went out and got in the car to the Li family's old house. After a while, an old house appeared in front of them. There were already several luxury cars parked at the gate of the mansion, and it was obvious that other members of the Li family had also arrived here. The three of them got out of the car and entered the house together, only to see 7 or 8 people in the yard. An old man with gray beard and hair was lying on a chair, and in front of him were several middle-aged men and women. There was a tense and urgent atmosphere in the yard. Everyone in the Li family was talking about something, and there was a worried look on everyone's face. At this time, someone turned around and looked at Lin Yuni and others who had just walked into the yard. Jingwan is here. Now let's just ask her directly. Her words instantly attracted the attention of all the Li family members in the yard. Jingwan, what happened last night? Why did the Shun family call us and express their anger? How dare you offend even the Shun family? A man questioned on the spot. The middle-aged woman next to him also frowned. We heard that Shun Jie, the son of the Shun family, has been admitted to the hospital. What have you done? Do you know how powerful the Shun family is? How dare you attack the son of the Shun family? Jingwan, you've really hurt us this time. How could you be so impulsive? When I woke up early this morning, the company called me and said someone was secretly restricting and targeting us. Yes, my company has also been targeted. I have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in this morning. A group of people were talking to each other, complaining and venting their grievances. Everyone looked at Li Jingwan angrily, wanting an explanation. That's enough. At this time, the old man on the chair spoke. Be quiet. It's noisy and noisy. Chapter 39, Li Family Accountability. The old man's scolding made everyone quiet for a while, and a young man complained. Old man, this time my cousin has caused a big disaster. You can't be partial to her anymore. Although I am old, I'm not confused. I know what to do, the old man said in a low voice. He looked at Li Jingwan. Jingwan, what happened between you and Mr. Shen last night? Li Jingwan pondered for a moment, then described what happened last night. What? Shen Jie actually wants to do that kind of thing to you? Everyone was shocked. Li Schue was overjoyed. This is a good thing, Jingwan. You are lucky to be noticed by the young master of the Shun family. It would be a great thing if you could enter the Shun family's gate. Li Jingwan frowned when she heard this. Uncle, what nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense am I talking about? Am I wrong? The Shun family is so powerful. If you become a young lady of the Shun family, you will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. At that time, you will no longer need to work hard to run the company every day. Isn't that a good thing? Li Schue said confidently. Your tone was full of regret. Jingwan, you are so stupid. Such a good opportunity was placed in front of you, but you actually threw it away. Wang Fin nodded in agreement, with envy in her eyes. Yes, Jingwan, your uncle is right. If you marry into the Shun family, then all of us can benefit from you. This is a great opportunity that will bring glory to the family. How could you be so foolish as to reject Master Shen? The two's words were agreed by other members of the Li family. Guan Mingyu was furious. Jingwan, how could you be so stupid? You rejected the young master of the Shen family? Or were you thinking? Everyone nodded, blaming Li Jingwan for being ungrateful, etc. What happened after you rejected young Master Shen? How did he get injured? Guan Mingyu asked hurriedly. Li Jingwan's expression remained unchanged. After I refused, Shun Jia tried to force himself on me, so I beat him up and sent him to the hospital. What? Guan Mingyu and others were horrified. Crazy, Li Jingwan. You are absolutely crazy. Who is the young master of the Shun family? You actually hit him. No wonder the Shun family is so furious. Guan Mingyu was shocked and angry. The expressions of Li Schue and Wang Fan changed. Everyone then understood what had happened last night and the reason for the Shun family's rage. Li Jingwan, you are so brave that you even beat the young master of the Shun family. Do you know how much trouble your actions will bring us? Li Shi shouta angrili. Wang Fan gnashed her teeth and said, Li Jingwan, you are too selfish. You hit the young master of the Shun family. The Shun family will never let us go. Because of your own actions, the whole family has suffered misfortune. Don't you feel a little guilty? No wonder the Shun family called and asked us to hand you over. It turns out you caused such a big trouble. Everyone in the Li family looked at Li Jingwan with shock and anger, and their tone was full of blame. Guan Mingyu was furious and panicked. She grabbed Li Jingwan and said, Jingwan, let's go and apologize to Mr. Shun. As long as you apologize sincerely, I think Mr. Shun will definitely forgive you. It's impossible for the Shun family to swallow such a big thing. Now that they are not completely angry, we can take the initiative to apologize and resolve the situation. Li Jingwan felt helpless when she heard this. At this time, Lin Yuni, who had been silent, suddenly walked forward. Wait! He came up and spoke directly. After hearing his words, everyone in the Li family noticed Lin Yuni. Lin Yuni just divorced Jingwan. You have seen the current situation. Jingwan is in trouble. Only if she marries the young master of the Shun family can this problem be resolved. I know that doing this will definitely be unfair to you, but you've been in our Li family for the past 2 years, and we have not treated you unfairly. Let's part ways in peace. Li Schue said. His words were recognized by others. Guan Mingyu also nodded. That's right, I will go and handle the divorce procedures for you later. I don't agree. Lin Yuni started talking directly. Guan Mingyu was immediately furious. Lin Yuni, please don't be ungrateful. We are not asking for your opinion. Don't forget your own identity. You're just a son-in-law of our Li family. We allowed you to marry into our family because we felt sorry for you. How can a piece of trash like you be qualified to marry into the Li family? If you really like Jingwan, you should get a divorce. Jingwan is in trouble now. There is no other way to solve it except this method. Don't drag Jingwan down. Lin Yuni crossed his arms and said calmly, what if I have a way to solve the Shun family's problem? This statement was like a bolt from blue. Everyone in the Li family was shocked and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Lin Yuni, you are so arrogant. You actually said that you have a way to solve the Shun family's troubles. When you married into my Li family a year ago, you almost had to beg on the street. It's only been a year, and you dare to say such arrogant and ignorant words. Li Schue laughed out loud. Wang Fan laughed so hard that she fell backwards. I am dying of laughter. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Lin Yuni, who gave you the confidence to make such a bold statement? You, Lin Yuni, still want to solve the Shun family's problems? You are simply overestimating your own abilities. A group of Li family members sneered at Lin Yuni. Li Jingwan frowned slightly. Yin, don't be stubborn. I know you want to help me, but this matter is not something you can solve. If you really want to help me, then you should leave Yanhai and never show up again. This will be the best help to me. Guan Mingyu nodded. Lin Yuni, you heard what my Jingwan said. My Jingwan is kind-hearted and doesn't want you to die. So, I'll let you leave. Be sensible and stop causing trouble for my Jingwan. Facing everyone's questioning looks, Lin Yuni's expression did not change at all. He was still confident and smiling. I told you, I will handle the Shun family's affairs myself. After all, this is the trouble I caused. Guan Mingyu's heart skipped a beat, while Li Jingwan's expression changed drastically. Yin, don't say anything. There's nothing to hide. I was the one who broke Xin Jie's limbs. I deliberately used heavy force to break all the bones in his hands and feet. If nothing unexpected happens, he will become a useless person in his life. Lin Yuni said lightly. Boom! Everyone in the Li family was shocked. Chapter 40 Lin Yuni's confidence. Everyone in the Li family couldn't believe their ears, and they all looked at Lin Yuni with horror. Lin Yuni, you are absolutely crazy. Do you know what you have done? Guan Mingyu looked at Lin Yuni angrily, with disbelief in her eyes. The other members of the Li family were almost scared silly. At this moment, Mr. Li's phone rang. When he picked it up, he saw that it was indeed a call from the Shun family. After answering the call, The old man of the Leaf family nodded repeatedly with a complicated expression on his face. After a while, the call was hung up, and the other members of the Leaf family hurriedly spoke. Grandpa, is this a call from the Shun family? Guan Mingyu asked hurriedly. The old man of the Leaf family nodded. Yes, it was Xin Xiangchen who called. He asked us to bring Jing Wan and Lin Yuni to see him tonight. Hearing these words, everyone's expression changed. Li Schue hurriedly said, Old man, this matter was caused by Jing Wan, and she must take responsibility for it. Besides that, there's also Lin Yuni. He will also be going with us tonight. Wang Fan also nodded in agreement. That's right, we didn't do anything, so of course we can't suffer together with them. Since they caused the trouble, let them solve it. The matter was decided, and Lin Yuni and Li Jingwan were left in the yard. Neither of them was allowed to leave, and they had to wait until the evening to visit the Shun family. This practice was clearly house arrest, especially for Lin Yuni, who was even locked up in the house. Inside the house, Guan Mingyu was still mocking Lin Yuni. Lin Yuni, this incident is all your fault. If you hadn't hit me so hard, my Jingwan wouldn't have suffered with you. You are a troublemaker. Guan Mingyu gritted her teeth. Li Jingwan frowned slightly. Mom, don't say anything more. It should be me who implicated Yuni. He attacked Shun Jie because of me. Guan Mingyu was a little anxious. My silly daughter, why are you still speaking in favor of that loser Lin Yuni at this time? You must divorce him this time. Since young Master Shun has taken a fancy to you, it would be best if you marry him. You will have no worries about food and drink for the rest of your life, and I can also benefit from your kindness. When saying this, Guan Mingyu even showed an expectant look on her face. She turned her head and looked at Lin Yuni. Lin Yuni, you heard everything we said just now. If you are a man, you should take all the blame and don't harm my Jingwan. Lin Yuni sat leisurely on a chair beside him. He glanced at Guan Mingyu with a sneer in his heart. My mother-in-law is really a snob. Because he had no power, the other party completely looked down on him. Even though Shun Jie almost did something wrong to Li Jingwan, she couldn't wait to send Li Jingwan to Shun Jie's bed. It's really hard to be this realistic. It's not your turn to teach me. Just take care of yourself. Lin Yuni was blunt. Guan Mingyu was furious. Lin Yuni, how can you talk to me like that? You are so disrespectful. Hee. Lin Yuni did not hide his sarcasm at all and just sneered. His behavior made Guan Mingyu even more angry. Li Jingwan saw that the two were about to quarrel and immediately stepped forward. Mom, you go out first. I will talk to Yuni. Snort. It seems that for Jingwan's sake I won't bother with a piece of trash like you. But you'd better be sensible and not have any unrealistic thoughts. Guan Mingyu said sarcastically. After saying that, she turned and walked out of the room. Only Lin Yuni and Li Jingwan were left in the room. Li Jingwan said, Yin Yi, I'm sorry that you have been wronged. It was because of me that you offended Shun Jie, so I will take full responsibility for this matter. There was tenacity in her tone. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. He stood up and walked to Li Jingwan, put his arms around her slender waist. Li Jingwan frowned slightly and twisted her body to struggle slightly, but Lin Yuni held her tightly. Finding that she could not break free, Li Jingwan did not try to leave forcefully. That's all. I was the one who let him down this time, so let him take advantage of me as compensation. Li Jingwan thought so in her heart. Lin Yuni's smile was very confident. I, Lin Yuni, don't need my woman to take responsibility for the trouble I caused. It's just a Shun family. I will take care of it. These words came out of Lin Yuni's mouth, but how could Li Jingwan believe it? She thought that Lin Yuni was just pretending to be nice for the sake of face. Lin Yuni held Li Jingwan in his arms, gently feeling her slender yet strong waist, and his hands began to move dishonestly. Don't move. Li Jingwan was a little displeased and slapped away Lin Yuni's right hand that had touched her buttocks. It was just a touch. We are husband and wife, and I helped you a lot yesterday. Lin Yuni brought up what happened last night again. Li Jingwan felt helpless. Feeling guilty, she had no choice but to stop refusing and let Lin Yuni do what he wanted. Hey. Lin Yuni smiled in his heart and immediately began to take advantage of her. He started to touch Li Jingwan all over with his hands. After a while, he even climbed to the other's proud peak. Not there. Li Jingwan's cheeks had turned red without her knowing when. Her body had begun to weaken, and she leaned on Lin Yuni, breathing slightly. Last night's experience in bed began to emerge in her mind, and the physical stimulation at this moment was a little difficult for her to bear. Looking at the beauty in his arms with a blush on her face and breathing slightly, Lin Yuni lowered his head without hesitation and kissed Li Jingwan's slightly open seductive red lips. Li Jingwan widened her eyes. She struggled slightly, but Lin Yunyi's hands were so strong and powerful that no matter how she struggled, it was useless. Gradually, Li Jingwan's body softened and finally turned into a ball of mud, nestling completely in Lin Yunyi's arms. Lin Yunyi was savoring the taste of the beauty in his arms, and his hands were not idle either. Unconsciously, he had reached into Li Jingwan's clothes. Elder sister. Just at this moment, footsteps were suddenly heard outside, and then Li Schue pushed the door open and rushed in. As soon as Li Schue entered the room, she saw Lin Yunyi and Li Jingwan hugging and kissing each other. What are you doing? Li Schue was horrified and could hardly believe her eyes. In her heart, her sister, who was as holy as a goddess, was now held in Lin Yunyi's arms and kissed and caressed wantonly. Li Jingwan, who was immersed in the kiss, reacted quickly and pushed Lin Yunyi away with force. Xiao Xue is here, let me go, Li Jingwan said in a hurry. Chapter 41, Sister-in-Law. Lin Yunyi smiled in his heart, and this time he did not hold Li Jingwan forcefully, allowing her to leave his arms. Li Jingwan hurriedly tidied herself up, only to find that her clothes had been undone by Lin Yunyi for some reason, revealing her full and round breasts. Her cheeks immediately turned red. Xiao Xue, why are you here? Li Jingwan forced herself to calm down. Li Schue looked incredulous. Sister, when did you become so close to this guy? You actually let him kiss and hug you, and even... Li Schue was extremely angry and felt deeply distressed. It's over. My sister was defiled by this bad guy. Woo woo woo. Li Schue was both angry and anxious, and couldn't help but glare at Lin Yunyi fiercely. Li Jingwan quickly explained, Xiao Xue, don't think too much. Nothing happened between Yun Yi and me. Nothing happened? Then why were you hugging each other and kissing? And he was touching you like that. If I didn't come, would you have rolled in a bed soon? Li Schue asked angrily. Li Jingwan was somewhat helpless. Xiao Xue, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Yunyi, who was standing by, laughed secretly. He said, Xiao Xue, Jingwan and I are husband and wife, so it's reasonable for us to roll onto the bed, right? We also... Before he finished speaking, Li Schue was startled and shouted, brother-in-law. Li Schue showed a pitiful expression and begged Lin Yunyi with her eyes not to tell him what happened that night. Lin Yunyi immediately laughed, while Li Jingwan was puzzled. What happened to you? It's nothing. It's just that Xiao Xue was very disobedient one day. So, I taught her a lesson. Lin Yunyi. Li Jingwan sighed and touched Li Shue's hair. Xiao Xue. Yin Yi is your brother-in-law. You can't be too noisy. Li Schue felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. She was clearly the one being bullied, but she couldn't tell the truth. I'm sorry, sister. I will get along well with my brother-in-law. Li Schue showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Li Jingwan nodded with satisfaction. On one side was her husband, and on the other was her sister. She certainly hoped that the two could live in harmony. Okay, you sisters can chat slowly. I'll make a phone call. Lin Yunyi waved his hand. He walked to the side, took out his cell phone, and called Tang Yun Yin. Beep one beep. Beep. The call was connected quickly, and Tang Yun Yin's gentle and cold voice came from the phone. Divine Dr. Lin. Ms. Tang, I've been in some trouble recently, and I'm afraid I need your help. Lin Yunyi went straight to the point. Tang Yun Yin, who was at the other end of the line, immediately became serious when she heard this. Dr. Lin, just speak up. You are my savior. As long as it is something I can do, I will never refuse. I want to know how powerful your Tang family is in Yanhai City. Lin Yunyi asked. Tang Yun Yin said confidently. I wonder if Divine Dr. Lin has heard of the 3 major families in Yanhai? My Tang family is the leader of the 3 major families. It's settled. Lin Yunyi laughed in his heart. With Tang Yun Yin's words, the Shun family's troubles would no longer be a problem. The other 2 families should be the Shun family and the Wong family, right? Lin Yunyi guessed. Tang Yun Yin nodded. That's right. Dr. Lin, what trouble are you in? Shun Jie, the young master of the Shun family, drugged my wife last night and tried to take her, but I broke his limbs. Lin Yunyi said directly. Tang Yun Yin was shocked. Is your wife okay? She's fine. I arrived in time. I was a little too angry and hit her a little too hard. Lin Yunyi said in a calm tone. Tang Yun Yin's mind started working immediately. As they were from the same 3 major families, she naturally knew Shan Jie. She had heard of his misdeeds, but she didn't expect that she would run into Dr. Lin's trap this time. Don't worry, Dr. Lin. Shan Jie has done many evil things. Since he was the first to attack your wife, it is only natural for you to teach him a lesson. I will ask my family to help with this matter and will never let Shun Jie do whatever he wants. Tang Yun Yin said righteously. Lin Yuni nodded with satisfaction. Okay, the Shun family father and son asked me to go over tonight, and I'll trouble you to help me then. No problem. Tang Yun Yin nodded in agreement. The two then hung up the phone. Li Shue's voice came over at this time. Brother-in-law, who are you calling? Lin Yuni turned around and saw that Li Shue was the only one left in the room, while Li Jingwan was nowhere to be seen. Where's your sister? She went to sleep in the next room. Li Shue. Lin Yuni smiled slightly and looked at Li Shue. Your sister went to sleep next door, so how dare you stay here alone? After hearing these words, Li Shue's expression changed. She turned around and wanted to leave without saying a word, but before she took a step, she was pulled over by Lin Yuni. Ah! Li Shue couldn't help but let out a scream. You came at the right time. Jingwan just provoked my fire. Now that she has gone to sleep, you can help me. Lin Yuni showed an evil smile and then untied Li Shue's. Ah! No, this won't work. Li Shue's face changed drastically. She begged, Brother-in-law, I beg you, please don't do that kind of thing here again, okay? I'm not mentally prepared today. Okay, you don't have to do anything, but you have to help me solve it with asterisk. Lin Yuni smiled evilly. Li Shue pouted and looked aggrieved. I haven't done that kind of thing yet. It's okay, I will teach you. Elena Yunipata, Li Shue. Li Shue was extremely reluctant and struggled to leave. But how could her strength be a match for Lin Yuni? Xiao Shue, it seems that you don't like me, otherwise why would you refuse? If you don't like me, then why did you climb into my bed? Could it be that you? Lin Yuni used the same old trick again. Li Shue panicked and said quickly, No, I like my brother-in-law very much. Then help me solve it. If you don't want to do it, it means you don't like it. Lin Yuni directly grasped Li Shue. Li Shue. Woo woo woo. Li Shue felt very aggrieved, but she could do nothing in the face of Lin Yuni's threat. Chapter 42, Appointment. As night falls, a full moon appears in the sky. Tonight is a full moon night. The bright moonlight shines down from the night sky like countless silver sands falling. A red sports car sped along the road and finally arrived at the door of a high-end restaurant. The car door opened, and Lin Yuni and Li Jingwan got out of the car, along with Guan Mingyu. Guan Mingyu and Li Jingwan both had somewhat uneasy looks on their faces, but Lin Yuni looked normal, not showing any nervousness at all. The three of them walked into the restaurant, and a waiter quickly came forward. Excuse me, are you Miss Li? Please follow me, said the waiter. The three followed the waiter all the way to the door of a private room on the top floor of the restaurant. Two burly bodyguards in suits were already standing here. Boom, boom, boom. The waiter knocked on the door, and soon a steady and powerful voice came from inside. Come in. With a slight creaking sound, the waiter opened the door and led Lin Yuni and the other two into the box. There was only a middle-aged couple in the box, and no one else. The man had a dignified face and a calm demeanor, and his tall body looked very oppressive. An invisible aura of pressure emanated from him, and one could tell at a glance that he had been in a high position for a long time. Sitting next to him was a beautiful woman in her 40s. There was a gloomy and angry expression on her face, and her cold eyes fell directly on the three people. Guan Mingyu showed a flattering smile and hurriedly stepped forward. You must be Mr. Shin Xiangchen, the father of Mr. Shun, and I am Guan Mingyu, Jingwan's mother. I'm very happy to meet you two, Mr. Shun and Mrs. Shun, here today. Guan Mingyu was interrupted by Shun Xiangchen before she could finish her words. Don't say those boring nonsense. I'm not interested in listening to it. Shun Xiangchen said coldly. The expression on Guan Mingyu's face froze. Li Jingwan stepped forward and said, Mr. Shun, what happened yesterday is my responsibility. I will take full responsibility for it. Take responsibility? What can you take responsibility for? Do you know how badly my Ajay was injured? All the bones in his body were broken. The doctor said he would probably never be able to stand up again and would probably be a cripple for the rest of his life. How can you take responsibility for such a big problem? The beautiful woman scolded Li Jingwan with an angry tone. As she spoke, she looked Li Jingwan up and down and snorted coldly. You really look like a disaster to the country and the people. No wonder Ajay likes you. It's your honor to be favored by Ajay. Why don't you just obey Ajay? Why are you resisting? If you didn't resist, the series of events that followed wouldn't have happened. The beautiful woman scolded. Li Jingwan fronat. The beautiful woman wanted to say something, but was stopped by Shin Xiangchen. Enough. I'll handle this matter. Shin Xiangchen said in a deep voice. Li Jingwan said in a low voice. Mr. Shun, I don't know how you want to deal with us. How do you think we should deal with this? Shin Xianchen asked back. Li Jingwan bit her lip lightly. You can do whatever you want to me, but I hope you don't attack the Li family. At the same time, Yun Yi is innocent. I am willing to take all the responsibility. Shun Xianchen's eyes flickered slightly, and he sneered. It's definitely not possible for you to take all the blame on your own. I may not take action against the Li family, but I will never let go of the person who actually hurt my son. After saying this, Shin Xianchen looked at Lin Yuni. You're Lin Yuni, right? You didn't say anything from the beginning. Do you think you can escape? You let your woman take the lead, which is not what a man should do. Facing Shun Xianchen's questioning, Lin Yuni's expression remained unchanged, and he looked very relaxed. He walked straight forward and sat opposite Shin Xianchen and his wife. Lin Yuni, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Mr. Shen didn't say anything. Who allowed you to sit down? Guan Mingyu was shocked. Li Jingwan was also anxious. She didn't expect Lin Yuni to make such a bold move. Shun Xianchen frowned slightly, and his eyes turned cold instantly. Young man, you are really brave. I want to know where you get your confidence from. How dare you sit in front of me at this time? Shin Xianchen said in a cold tone. Lin Yuni spread his hands leisurely. Of course it's strength. Strength. Ha ha ha. Shin Xianchen laughed loudly. What is strength? Don't think I haven't investigated your identity. Bang. Shin Xianchen threw a book of information directly in front of Lin Yuni. When Lin Yuni opened it, he saw all his past information on it. This information can be said to be recorded in great detail, even recording clearly which kindergarten I attended when I was a child. Your parents died of bankruptcy 3 years ago. Your family's assets at their peak were only tens of millions. This amount of power is indeed outstanding for ordinary people, but compared to my Shan family, you are just beggars begging for food. Lin Yuni, I'm very curious about where you get the strength to dare to say such things in front of me. Shin Xianchen said with a dim look. Li Jingwan showed a worried look on her face, while Guan Mingyu next to her was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Lin Yuni, are you crazy? Get up quickly. No matter who you are, you dare to act like this in front of Mr. Shun. Don't harm my Jingwan. Guan Mingyu cursed. Lin Yuni checked the time. Wait 10 minutes. You will soon know where my strength comes from. Oh. When these words were spoken, everyone present, whether it was Li Jingwan, Guan Mingyu, or the Shun Xianchen couple opposite them, were a little surprised. Good. I will wait for you for 10 minutes. If you still can't keep up your strength after 10 minutes, I will break your hands and feet today. No matter what kind of injury my son suffered, you will have to bear the same pain. Shin Xianchen threatened coldly. Lin Yuni smiled lightly. No problem. Several people then waited patiently. The atmosphere in the box was very solemn, and a dull and depressing feeling filled the air. Guan Mingyu had become so nervous that she was sweating profusely without knowing when. Li Jingwan was also anxious and at the same time full of doubts. She didn't understand where Lin Yuni's confidence came from. Tick, tick, tick. Time passed by minute, and the box was completely silent. It was so quiet that one could even hear a pin drop. 10 minutes passed quickly. Shun Xianchen glanced at the clock. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, 10 minutes have passed. You still haven't shown the strength you claim to have, so don't blame me for being rude. Come here, break his hands and legs for me. I want to make him a cripple for life. Chapter 43, Firm Attitude. At Shun Xianchen's command, the bodyguards who had been waiting outside immediately came in. The person who entered the box was a burly, dark-faced, middle-aged man with thick arms and muscles as strong as steel. He exuded a fierce aura from head to toe. Lin Yuni, I heard that you're a martial artist. Is this the reason you dare to attack my son? Young man, you really don't know your place. Just because you have a little strength, you dare to look down on others. Today, I will teach you what it means to be humble and polite. Shin Xianchen said in a low and cold voice. Away, do it. He gave the order directly. The man called away is obviously a martial artist, which can be seen from the strong muscles faintly visible under his clothes. His pair of fierce eyes are like those of a terrifying and ferocious beast, and just his gaze is enough to make ordinary people shudder. Away was about to take action without hesitation. Li Jingwan, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but feel her face change drastically when she saw this scene. Etc. Mr. Shun, what happened last night was all my fault. It has nothing to do with Yun Yi. Li Jingwan bit her lip, her eyes full of determination. I am willing to accept the punishment on behalf of Yun Yi. Shin Xianchen glanced at her and said, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Besides, you didn't hurt my son. Do you think you can make me let Lin Yuni go with just one word? Li Jingwan looked pale, and she couldn't help but close her eyes, not daring to watch the tragic scene that followed. Guan Mingyu's face showed some excitement. She had not forgotten how Lin Yuni mocked her last time. She had long been dissatisfied with Lin Yuni. To her, Lin Yuni was just a useless son-in-law. Now that Lin Yuni was about to get into trouble, Guan Mingyu felt so happy. Wei showed a sneer on his face, and he rushed forward to take action. But at this moment, a hurried sound of footsteps suddenly appeared, followed by a voice coming from outside. Stop! Bang! The moment the voice fell, the door of the box was kicked open, and then a beautiful and delicate woman walked in quickly from outside. Who dares to interrupt at this time? Shen Xiangchen frowned. He turned his head, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Yun Yin? Shen Xiangchen asked in surprise. The person who came was Tang Yun Yin. She was breathing slightly, and it was obvious that she had jogged up the stairs quickly. Tang Long was also with her. She left the bodyguards outside, and then took Tang Yun Yin into the box. Uncle Shun, good evening. Tang Yun Yin greeted him politely. She said, Mr. Lin is my friend. I hope Uncle Shun will let Mr. Lin go for my sake. What? This statement was truly surprising. Everyone in the box, except Lin Yuni, was very surprised. Tang Yun Yin, the eldest daughter of the Tang family, actually appeared at this time and pleaded for Lin Yuni. How could this not be surprising? Guan Mingyu was shocked. She quickly asked Lin Yuni, Lin Yuni, how did you know Miss Tang? Li Jingwan was also surprised. She couldn't help but look Lin Yuni up and down. For the first time, she felt that the man in front of her was so strange. Although the two had been married for a year, Li Jingwan only realized at this time that she didn't understand each other at all. Lin Yuni not only possesses excellent martial arts skills, but he also apparently knows Miss Tang. As one of the three major families in Yanhai, not everyone can get to know Tang Yun Yin, let alone ask her to come here to help today. Lin Yuni had a smile on his face. Facing the questioning looks of Guan Mingyu and others present, he smiled but did not explain. At this moment, Shun Xiangchen realized the seriousness of the problem. His face didn't look good, and he said in a low voice, Yun Yin, are you the helper that Lin Yuni invited? Do you know what Lin Yuni did? Tang Yun Yin's face was calm. I know, Mr. Lin has told me everything about last night. Uncle Shun, Mr. Lin is not at fault in this matter. If the person who was bullied yesterday was my aunt, how would you react? Her question made Shun Xiangchen look ugly. Wang Fen looked unhappy. Yun Yin, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to say that my Ajai deserves it? I didn't say that. I just wanted you two to think about it from another perspective. What happened last night was Shun Jie's fault. I don't think any man would be able to stand that situation. It's completely understandable that Mr. Lin was a bit heavy-handed. I'm willing to pay 1 million as compensation on behalf of Mr. Lin. Tang Yun Yin said. Wang Fen said angrily, 1 million? Does the Shun family lack 1 million? Yin Yin, do you know how badly my Shun Jie was injured? All of his limbs were broken. The doctor said that he will be a cripple from now on. All of this was done by Lin Yuni. I don't care who was right or wrong last night. As a mother, I only know that Lin Yuni hurt my son, so I must make him pay the price. Wang Fen expressed her attitude in a cold voice. Hearing this, Tang Yun Yin frowned slightly. She was displeased by Wang Fen's unreasonable behavior, and, at the same time, she felt that she was a little difficult to deal with. Shen Xiangchen said in a cold tone, Yun Yin, don't interfere in what happened today. I don't know what your relationship with Lin Yuni is, but there's no need for you to destroy the relationship between our two families for the sake of a friend. Tang Yun Yin said firmly, Mr. Lin has been very kind to me. I will not give up. Uncle Shun, if you really want to attack Mr. Lin today, then attack me first. After saying that, Tang Yun Yin walked directly to Lin Yuni and sat down. After this was said, whether it was Shun Xiangchen or Wang Fen, or Li Jingwan or Guan Mingyu, several people looked stunned. What exactly is the relationship between Lin Yuni and Tang Yun Yin that would warrant this young lady saying such things? Shun Xiangchen was shocked, and his face darkened instantly. He suppressed his anger and said threateningly, Yun Yin, do you really want to hinder me? We Shun and Tang have always had a good relationship. Do you really want to destroy our friendly relationship for a friend? Tang Yun Yin remained calm. I have made my attitude very clear. I will not give up. Looking at Tang Yun Yin's unwavering attitude, Shun Xiangchen's eyes became extremely cold. Okay. He said 3 good words in a row, and then looked at Lin Yuni. Today, for your sake, Yun Yin, I will not do anything to Lin Yuni. I will go to discuss this matter with your father, and we will talk about it later. Chapter 44 Persuasion. Shun Xianchen left, and the others followed him. The group of people quickly walked out of the box and quickly disappeared in front of Lin Yuni and others. At this moment, the atmosphere in the box was frozen to the extreme. Because of the tension between Shun Xianchen and Tang Yun Yin just now, Guan Mingyu didn't even dare to breathe. When Shun Xianchen and the others walked out of the box completely, the extremely tense atmosphere in the box began to ease a little. Tang Yun Yin also breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She turned her head and looked at Lin Yuni and the others. She glanced at Li Jingwan and Guan Mengyu, then said to Lin Yuni, "Mr. Lin, let's talk." "Okay." Lin Yuni nodded. "Jingwan, you and your mother should go back first. I will go back later." Li Jingwan's expression was a little complicated. She nodded, then left with Guan Mengyu, who had an even more complicated expression. After the two left, Tang Lan immediately closed the door of the box. There were only 3 of them left in the room. Tang Yun Yin didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Dr. Lin, today's matter is not over yet. Shin Xianchen just didn't want to conflict with me, so he left temporarily. He will definitely contact my dad later. Although I support you, my family may not. I'm sorry, but there's only so much I can do to help you. I suggest you leave Yanhai tonight." The strength of the Shun family is just like that of my Tang family, which is limited to Yanhai. As long as they leave Yanhai, the Shun family will be out of reach. There was a hint of apology in Tang Yun Yin's tone. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. "Miss Tang, you are too polite. You have helped me a lot tonight. I won't make it difficult for you. I will find a way to deal with the rest." Tang Yun Yin frowned slightly. "Dr. Lin, I'm not kidding. Shun Jie is Shun Xianchen's only son. Now Shun Jie is completely useless. He will never give up." Lin Yuni smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I naturally have my own solution." This sentence made Tang Yun Yin confused, and she couldn't figure out what the solution Lin Yuni mentioned meant. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Lin Yuni interrupted her. "How is your health these days?" Lin Yuni looked at Tang Yun Yin's body. When this topic was mentioned, Tang Yun Yin smiled again. "After receiving the treatment from Dr. Lin last time, I haven't felt cold in the past few days. But my body temperature seems to be starting to drop again. It's not as effective as it was at the beginning." Tang Yun Yin was a little distressed. Lin Yuni spread his hands. "There's nothing we can do about it. You have a special constitution. This is not a disease, so it can't be cured. Since your body is starting to feel cold again, let me heal you again." "Okay, thank you, Dr. Lin." Tang Yun Yin agreed impatiently. Ever since Lin Yuni gave her a massage last time, she felt the feeling of warmth for the first time in a long time. After enjoying the beauty, how could she go back to the previous hell? Therefore, she began to feel uncomfortable just because her body was a little cold. Even if Lin Yuni didn't bring it up, she would come tomorrow. The 3 then left and went to the nearest hotel to get a room. "Alan, go wait outside," Tang Yun Yin said. Tang Lan nodded, turned and walked out of the room and stood outside the door, protecting the 2 of them like a door god. Only Lin Yuni and Tang Yun Yin were left in the room. Tang Yun Yin couldn't wait to ask, "Dr. Lin, should I still stay in bed?" "Go take a hot bath first and warm up your body so that the treatment will be more effective," Lin Yuni said. "Okay." Tang Junian note that. She walked into the bathroom, and soon the sound of running water was heard. In the room, Lin Yuni sat on the sofa and waited patiently. He seemed to be doing nothing, but in fact he was already thinking about how to solve the problem of the Shun family's father and son. There is no doubt that Shun Jie's problem is a troublesome matter and cannot be solved by Tang Yun Yin alone. Although Tang Yun Yin has a high status in the Tang family, it is obviously impossible for her to convince the entire family to help her alone, unless he is willing to show his strength to the Tang family and get the entire Tang family to support him. No, that's too much trouble. Compared to convincing the Tang family to help me, I have a simpler way. As the saying goes, if you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who raised the problem. When saying this, Lin Yuni's mouth curled up into a slight smile, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Lin Yuni waited patiently in the room, and soon half an hour passed. Finally, Tang Yun Yin finished her bath. She walked out of the bathroom with steam rising from her body, her cheeks a little flushed due to the heat in the bathroom. "Dr. Lin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I'm ready." Tang Yun Yin's tone was full of anticipation. Lin Yuni turned his head and saw Tang Yun Yin wrapped in a bath towel. At this moment, she was only wrapped in a bath towel to cover her body. Tang Yun Yin, who had just finished taking a bath, exuded a unique charm. Her skin was as white as cream and still had a little moisture. The thin bath towel only covered the important parts of her body. Her black hair was draped behind her. She really looked like a beauty coming out of the bath. Lin Yunyi looked at this scene, and his eyes instinctively lit up slightly. Good job. Tang Yun Yin really doesn't treat herself as an outsider. He asked Tang Yun Yin to take a shower so that she could clean her body properly for the subsequent massage. But I didn't expect that Tang Yun Yin didn't even put on clothes after taking a shower. She just came out wrapped in a bath towel. Do you trust me so much? Faced with Tang Yun Yin, who trusted him so much, Lin Yunyi felt a little embarrassed. However, this embarrassment soon disappeared completely, especially when seeing Tang Yun Yin's charming figure just out of the bath. Well, go lie down on the bed. After this massage, you should be warm and comfortable for the next week. I will activate some of your body's potential and make you healthier. Lin Yunyi said. Tang Yun Yin's face was filled with anticipation. Divine Dr. Lin is indeed a master, so I'll trouble you now. After saying that, Tang Yun Yin lay down on the bed and let Lin Yunyi do whatever he wanted. There was a beauty lying in front of me, who had just finished a shower and was wrapped only in a bath towel. Her temptation was self-evident. Chapter 45 At the State Tang Yun Yin. Faced with such temptation right in front of him. Fortunately, Lin Yunyi had good self-control. Otherwise, if he were an ordinary man, he would have been unable to resist and pounce on her by now. Lin Yunyi walked forward to the end of the bed, and the yin and yang energy in his body had already surged out to the position of his 5 fingers. He placed his hands on Tang Yun Yin's shoulders, and warm and even hot yin and yang energy was injected into Tang Yun Yin's body. Tang Yun Yin's face relaxed a lot instantly. She was in a good mood and felt that Lin Yunyi's hands seemed to have some magical power. It's not that she had never had a massage before, but none of the masseurs she had before had the magical power like Lin Yunyi behind her. The pair of hands massaging her body, although they were men's hands, did not make her feel uncomfortable at all, but instead felt extremely comfortable. This comfort is not only physical comfort, but also spiritual relaxation and enjoyment. A beautiful woman is lying in front of him. How many men in the world can resist such temptation? Lin Yunyi's hands were massaging Tang Yun Yin carefully at the beginning, but gradually he began to become dishonest. What a seductress that is hard to control. Lin Yunyi sighed. Tang Yun Yin's skin is extremely delicate and feels soft and boneless to the touch. Although her body is slender, it lacks fullness at all. Tang Yun Yin was completely immersed in the enjoyment. This scene is simply irresistible. Lin Yunyi couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he still has some principles and just wants to feast his eyes and satisfy his desire. If it was another man, someone like Shun Jia, he would probably have attacked Tang Yun Yin by now. The massage treatment lasted for half an hour, and a sound came out of Tang Yun Yin's mouth. She could no longer hold back. Finally, the room fell completely silent. Tang Yun Yin was sweating all over, with a lot of sweat flowing down her body. Even the sheets under her were completely wet. Her cheeks were flushed, and her beautiful face was full of enjoyment and happiness. Lin Yunyi pulled the bath towel that had already slipped off the side and covered Tang Yun Yin with it. After doing all this, he washed his hands and left the room. Tang Lan was still guarding the door. When she saw Lin Yunyi coming out, she immediately stepped forward and asked, "Dr. Lin, is the treatment over?" "It's over. Miss Tang will wake up soon. When she wakes up, please tell her that I thank her for what happened to the Shun family today. I will handle it myself from now on." Lin Yunyi said, "Tang Lan note, Tang Ju, Dr. Lin. I still have to go take care of Miss, so I won't see you off." "Yeah." Lin Yunyi nodded his chin lightly, then turned and left. Tang Lan then walked into the room and looked at Tang Yun Yin lying on the bed with sweat all over her face. She quickly went forward to check on her and only felt relieved after making sure that Tang Yun Yin was fine. She was still a little worried about letting a man stay in a room alone with a young lady. However, seeing that Tang Yun Yin seemed a little strange at the moment and the strange smell in the air, Tang Lan couldn't help but feel a little confused. "What's that smell?" Tang Lan was a little confused. After a long time, Tang Yun Yin slowly woke up from the peak of happiness. "Miss, you're awake. Do you need me to help you take a shower?" Tang Lan immediately walked to Tang Yun Yin's side. Tang Yun Yin shook her head to clear her mind. She looked around and asked, "Has Dr. Lin left?" "Dr. Lin left 10 minutes ago," Tang Lan said. Tang Yun Yin nodded. She got up from the bed. Looking at herself covered in sweat, she quickly went into the bathroom to clean herself. She was soaking in the bathtub. The warm water made her look very enjoyable, and her mind couldn't help but recall the joy she had just experienced during the massage treatment. Tang Yun Yin couldn't help blushing, still feeling a little unsatisfied. What on earth is Dr. Lin's massage capable of making me feel so comfortable? The only pity is that once a week is a bit too little. It would be great if it could be once every other day. Tang Yun Yin thought greedily. Lin Yunyi's figure appeared in her mind, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. On this side, after Lin Yunyi left the hotel, he closed his eyes slightly, as if sensing something. Soon, Lin Yunyi's gaze turned towards the north. Found you. Lin Yunyi's lips curled up into an icy smile. It has always been true that solving a problem is not as good as solving the person who poses the problem. Since you, Shun Xianchen, are unwilling to let me go, don't blame me for being ruthless, Lin Yunyi said with a sneer. In fact, when Shun Xianchen left, he had already used his true energy to cast a spell mark on Shun Xianchen. As someone who has worked his way to the top in the world of immortal cultivation, Lin Yunyi has never been a good man. In other words, there are no good men and women in the world of immortal cultivation. The higher one is in the world of immortal cultivation, the more ruthless their methods are. Because cultivating immortals is to go against the will of heaven. How can one truly reach the pinnacle of the world of cultivating immortals without fighting or competing? After sensing and determining the location of the spell mark, Lin Yunyi immediately headed towards the place where the mark was. Chapter 46 solved the problem-solving problem. He took a taxi directly and arrived near the spell mark in a short while. This was actually a villa community. In Lin Yunyi's perception, the spell mark he marked was in this villa community. After getting off the car and paying the money in one go, Lin Yunyi did not go directly into the villa complex. Instead, he took a walk around and arrived at a slightly remote place. He made a hand seal with his hands, and then a stream of true energy surged out, turning into a strange force that enveloped Lin Yunyi. Invisibility. There are many magic spells in the world of immortal cultivation. Although invisibility, as a basic spell, cannot be hidden from those powerful immortal cultivators, it can be used to deceive ordinary people without any problem. Invisibility can not only make oneself disappear from the sight of ordinary people, but also cover up the smell. It can be said to be an essential spell for home travel, murder, and arson. He was very proficient in the art of invisibility, because when he first started to cultivate in the world of immortals in his previous life, he relied on the art of invisibility to do various things. Over time, he had mastered the art of invisibility to a very high level. Even though he only has the strength of the innate level now, Lin Yunyi is confident that he cannot be seen through by anyone in the innate realm. He leaped up, and the whole person rose from the ground in an instant, directly crossing the several-meter-high community wall and entering the villa community. Lin Yunyi walked directly and swaggeringly on the road in the community, following the fluctuations emitted by the spell mark all the way, and soon stopped in front of the gate of the most luxurious villa deep in the community. He climbed up to the second floor and entered the villa through the floor-to-ceiling window. At this moment, someone is still unaware that death has arrived. Shun Xianchen had just finished taking a shower and walked out of the bathroom when the phone rang. After he answered the phone, a voice came from the other end. "Boss, have you found out how Lin Yunyi is involved with Tang Yun Yin?" Shun Xianchen said in a low voice. The person on the other end said respectfully, "I found out that Lin Yunyi seems to have some skills. It seems that he cured Tang Yun Yin's strange disease. Tang Yun Yin even calls Lin Yunyi the divine Dr. Lin." "Dr. Lin?" Hee. Shun Xianchen couldn't help but sneer. It's a bit too ridiculous for a young boy to claim to be a miracle doctor. There was a strong sense of disdain in his tone. Many thoughts flashed through Shun Xianchen's mind. Although he let Lin Yunyi go tonight because of Tang Yun Yin, it did not mean that he really forgave the other party. Before, in the box, Tang Yun Yin insisted on dying to protect Lin Yunyi, and he did not want to have a direct conflict with Tang Yun Yin, so he gave the younger generation face. After hanging up the phone, Shun Xianchen's eyes turned cold. "I only have this one son, and now he's become a cripple. I want you, Lin Yunyi, to compensate me with your life." Shun Xianchen said coldly, with murderous intent in his words that was extremely strong. "Yeah." However, at this moment, a teasing voice appeared and reached Shun Xianchen's ears. "What?" Shun Xianchen's pupils shrank slightly. He turned his head and found that there was one more person in the room. Upon closer inspection, he realized who else could it be but Lin Yunyi. "Why are you here?" Shun Xianqian was shocked and angry, and the expression on his face was extremely ugly. How did Lin Yuni sneak in? What do his men do? He was furious and looked at Lin Yuni coldly. Why did you come to see me? Do you want to beg for mercy? Lin Yuni smiled. Beg for mercy? Do you think you deserve it? These words made Shun Xianqian's face even colder. Young people really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Do you really think you could do whatever you want? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some strength. This world is not something you can rule. There was sarcasm in Shun Xianqian's eyes when he looked at Lin Yuni. Hee. Lin Yuni smiled in his heart. He liked it when his enemies showed an expression that showed they thought they had everything under control. Little do they know that the real stupid person is the other person. Where is your wife? Lin Yuni asked. He just walked around the villa and didn't find the beautiful woman. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. If Shun Xianqian were to walk the road to hell alone, it would be too lonely. Why are you asking this? Shun Xianqian frowned. I just want you and your wife to be reunited. Lin Yuni said teasingly. No matter how stupid Shun Xianqian was, when he heard this sentence, he understood the purpose of Lin Yuni's appearance here. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help laughing out loud. You actually came here to kill me? Bang. As Shun Xianqian laughed loudly, the door was pushed open and the middle-aged man, named Away, immediately rushed in from outside. Boss. Away immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Shun Xianqian. Shun Xianqian showed a cold and ferocious smile. Young man, you are really too confident. But since you've offered yourself up here, don't even think about leaving today. You broke my son's limbs before, making him completely disabled. I want you to feel the same pain again, or even more. Shun Xianqian said sternly. Away, catch him for me. I will break his bones inch by inch. Yes, boss. Away nodded respectfully, then walked towards Lin Yuni without hesitation. When he was 3 meters away from Lin Yuni, he instantly burst out with powerful strength. Away was very fast, and his pounce was as swift and fierce as a tiger pouncing on its prey. He arrived in front of Lin Yuni in just a moment. He opened his arms, made claws with his hands, and grabbed Lin Yuni's shoulders directly. Interesting, you have some strength. Lin Yuni's lips curled up into a smile. Even though he saw Away rushing in front of him, his expression did not change at all. Away placed his hands directly on Lin Yuni's shoulders, exerting force with his 5 fingers, with a confident smile on his face. He specialized in practicing claw skills, and the strength of his 5 fingers was great enough to break the bones of ordinary people. Countless people had fallen under his claw skills. Lin Yuni did not resist at all and let Away do as much as he could. The next moment, the smile on Away's face froze in an instant, and astonishment and disbelief appeared in his eyes. He just felt as if he was pinching a stone. Lin Yuni's shoulders seemed indestructible, and no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. How is this possible? Away was shocked. He reacted quickly, changed his moves immediately, and slapped Lin Yuni's chest. Bang! A dull sound was heard, followed by the sound of breaking bones. But the one who screamed was not Lin Yuni, but Away. Chapter 47. He who knows the current situation is a hero. Ah! Away screamed. His right hand was twisted irregularly, but at this moment the pain of broken bones was nothing compared to the shock in his heart. Impossible. This power just now. Could it be the legendary True Chi? Away exclaimed in surprise. Just as he hit Lin Yuni's chest with his palm, he immediately felt a terrifying force erupting from the opponent's chest, directly shattering the bones of his arm. This kind of power is exactly the same as the legendary True Chi. First, the innate strong. Away was so shocked that he could hardly believe his eyes. Oh, it seems you have some knowledge. Lin Yuni looked at Away with interest. Being able to recognize True Chi, this man, named Away, seems to have some skills. The spiritual energy on Earth is so thin that there must be very few people who can cultivate True Chi. The fact that Away was able to recognize it shows that he has a keen eye. Lin Yuni slapped Away's body with his palm, as if he was slapping a mosquito. Ah! The next moment, Away screamed and flew backwards, hitting the opposite wall hard. Puff! He vomited blood and almost fainted on the spot. This is impossible. Shun Xianqian looked at the situation in front of him with a look of shock on his face. Cough, cough. Away coughed violently and barely got up. His expression had completely changed. His original pride and confidence turned directly into fear and terror, as well as excitement. A congenitally strong person. I didn't expect that there are still congenitally strong people in the world today. Awei said excitedly. He turned his head and said to Xianxian, I'm sorry, boss. I resign. I don't want to die against such an innate strong man. Xianxian's expression was stiff. He was shocked and angry. Awei, what are you talking about? I spend money to support you every year, not to let you betray me at this critical moment. Awei didn't say anything. In his opinion, Xianxian was already a dead man. Having offended an innate strong man, Xianxian would have no chance of surviving. Lin Yuni had a smile on his face. Awei, you really know the current situation. I'm sorry, senior. I was offended just now. I hope you can forgive me. I am willing to pay 5 million to buy my life, and I hope you can show mercy. I will follow your lead from now on. As long as you give me an order, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Plop. Awei knelt down directly in front of Lin Yuni without any hesitation. Interesting. Lin Yuni chuckled. He was quite surprised that Awei could be so aware of the current situation. He gave up the idea of dealing with the opponent. The strength of the Awei in front of him was quite good, at least much stronger than the Nanshan martial arts school he met before. He could barely be recruited as a subordinate to serve him. Get up, work for me for a year, and I will forgive you for offending me today, Lin Yuni said lightly. Awei showed his delight. Thank you for your generosity. Very good. The first thing you do for me is to kill Xianxian and his wife. This is your token of allegiance, Lin Yuni said. When Awei heard this, his pupils shrank, and he immediately understood what Lin Yuni meant. He stood up without hesitation and walked towards Xianxian. Xianxian had already clenched his fists at this time, and the anger on his face could not be suppressed. Awei, you are such a traitor. You betrayed me. Awei looked at him with a cold expression. Sorry, boss. You offended someone you shouldn't have offended. As soon as he finished speaking, Awei rushed forward and punched Xianxian in the chest. Ah! Xianxian fell to the ground with a scream. His eyes wide open and soon lost their luster. The expression on his face was frozen, and it was still filled with anger, but also a hint of regret. He underestimated Lin Yuni. If he had known that Lin Yuni was so powerful, he should not have sought revenge for that stupid son. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Xianxian, death. Senior, I've already dealt with him. Awei turned around. Lin Yuni nodded with satisfaction. Very good. The 5 million will be transferred to my card later. Also, you need to get rid of Xianxian's wife. Since you're husband and wife, of course you have to go together. Only then can you keep each other company. Awei nodded and asked, what about Shunjia? Don't bother with that idiot. Living is the real pain for him. Lin Yuni sneered in his heart, left this sentence, and then turned and left. Looking at Lin Yuni's departing back, there was deep fear in Awei's eyes. Is living the greatest pain? Yes, both parents are dead and all my limbs are broken, making me a disabled person. Isn't this the greatest pain? This senior must not be offended. All was evident in Awei's eyes. An hour later, Lin Yuni drove back to the villa and found that the lights in the house were still on. Li Jingwan was watching TV in the living room. When she saw him come back, a look of worry flashed across her face. Is the matter with Miss Tang over? Li Jingwan asked. Lin Yuni smiled and nodded. He walked forward and sat down next to Li Jingwan, then naturally reached out and hugged her slender waist. Don't move. Li Jingwan's tone was a little helpless. She struggled a little, but finally let Lin Yuni hold her. How did you get involved with Miss Tang? Li Jingwan couldn't suppress her curiosity and confusion. In her heart, Lin Yuni has always been an ordinary young man. The reason why she married him was simply because of his pitiful life experience and his honesty. But now it seems that she doesn't understand Lin Yuni at all. Not only is he a martial artist, but he also knows big shots like the eldest daughter of the Tang family. The Tang family is one of the 3 major families in Yanhai. The Li family can only be regarded as a second-rate family compared to the Tang family. I once helped Miss Tang once before, and she owes me a big favor, Lin Yuni said vaguely. Really? Li Jingwan looked doubtful. What kind of favor could actually allow Miss Tang to come and help like this? This is definitely not something that can be explained simply by favors. Li Jingwan sighed in her heart, and she looked at Lin Yuni with guilt in her eyes. I'm sorry, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten into so much trouble. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. If you really want to thank me, you have to be nicer to me in the future. We are husband and wife, but you never let me touch you. How can a husband and wife behave like this? Li Jingwan frowned slightly. You are already in trouble. Why are you still thinking about that kind of thing? There's nothing I can do. Men are like this. They're either shivering or on the way to shivering. Lin Yuni spread out his hands, looking like a tough guy. Chapter 48. Lin Yuni the Rogue. Seeing his heartless look, Li Jingwan couldn't help but get angry. I'm not joking with you. Ha 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 ha. Li Jingwan's angry look made Lin Yuni laugh. He smiled and said, Don't worry. You don't have to worry about Shun Xiangchen anymore. I've asked a friend to help me with this matter. You'll get the news tomorrow. Kindness? Li Jingwan's doubts became even stronger. What friend? You will know tomorrow. Lin Yuni smiled mysteriously. He gently held the beauty in his arms, and his hands were already beginning to become dishonest. The waist has always been a sensitive area for women, so how could Li Jingwan not feel Lin Yuni's mischievous hands? Stop it. Li Jingwan protesta dissatisfiedly. I want compensation, Lin Yuni said confidently. Just one sentence made Li Jingwan deflated. She bit her lips lightly, knowing very well what Lin Yuni wanted. No, I'm not ready yet. Lin Yuni spread his hands. What should I do? I feel very uncomfortable now. You have to help me solve it. I want compensation. Lin Yuni emphasized again, and at the same time, the hand that was originally holding Li Jingwan's waist had begun to move gradually upwards and reached into her clothes. Feeling the delicate skin of the beauty in his arms, Lin Yuni kept smiling. Stop touching me. I haven't agreed yet. Li Jingwan twisted her body in protest. Lin Yuni didn't care at all. It was obvious that he had Li Jingwan in his control now. He had saved her without regard for his own safety before, so what was wrong with taking advantage of her now? Thinking of this, Lin Yuni felt even more justified. Ah! Li Jingwan screamed like a frightened deer. Take it out quickly. This is not allowed. Li Jingwan felt helpless. She resisted powerlessly, but facing Lin Yuni, who was like a piece of meat on a rolling knife, her protest was completely useless. Yuni, I'm not ready yet, Li Jingwan said with a pleading tone. I'll just touch it and won't go any further. Lin Yuni said. Really? Li Jingwan's frown relaxed slightly. Lin Yuni smiled and nodded. Really? No way, he said in his heart. Lin Yuni laughed in his heart. He found Li Jingwan innocent and cute. How can you believe what a man says at a time like this? Li Jingwan obviously believed it. She didn't protest anymore and leaned her head on Lin Yuni's shoulder, letting him do whatever he wanted. Gradually, Li Jingwan's cheeks became redder and her breathing became faster. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lin Yuni lowered his head without hesitation and kissed Li Jingwan's red lips. Liar, you said you wouldn't go any further. Li Jingwan felt helpless and a little aggrieved, but her body quickly went limp and she could only lie in Lin Yuni's arms and let him do whatever he wanted. After a long time, their lips parted. Li Jingwan's cheeks were already flushed, and her eyes were filled with tenderness and shyness. Liar. Li Jingwan was 7 parts angry and 3 parts shy, and lightly hit Lin Yuni's chest. Lin Yuni smiled. Men's words are deceiving. Don't you understand such a simple truth? These words made Li Jingwan roll her eyes at Lin Yuni. Lin Yuni said, Let's go back to the room. No, you've gone too far. This is absolutely not allowed. Li Jingwan became tough and refused dissatisfiedly. Lin Yuni showed an aggrieved expression. What should I do? You have to help me. Li Jingwan's originally tough attitude suddenly deflated, and she finally softened. Just once. The next day, Li Jingwan got up early as usual to cook. After a simple breakfast, she prepared to go to the company. After quickly changing into a professional suit, Li Jingwan knocked on Lin Yuni's door. Yuni, I've prepared breakfast and put it in the kitchen. You should get up early and eat, she shouted. After saying that, she went downstairs to leave for the company, but at this moment, the phone suddenly rang. When I picked it up, I saw that it was a call from Guanmingyu. Mom, Jingwan, something big happened. I just received news that Mr. Shun and his wife died last night. The murderer was his bodyguard away. Guanmingyu spoke quickly, her voice full of shock. What? These words shocked Li Jingwan, and she started to wonder if there was something wrong with her ears. Boss Shun? Could it be Shun Xiangchen from a Shun family? Besides him, is there another Mr. Shun in Yanhai? Now the news has spread all over Yanhai. I heard that the Shun family is furious and has offered a reward of 10 million for the capture of a Wei. Our problem has been solved. Now that Shun Xiangchen is dead, the Shun family is busy tracking down the murderer and has no time to take care of our affairs. It's great. Guanmingyu's tone was excited, but a little disappointed at the same time. Shun Xiangchen died, and her dream of having Li Jingwan marry into a wealthy family was completely shattered. Li Jingwan was stunned on the spot and couldn't help but think of what Lin Yuni said last night. I asked my friends to help me deal with this matter. After hanging up the phone, Li Jingwan was still in shock. Could it be that the friend Yun he was talking about is away? But how is this possible? Isn't that person named Wei Xianxian's personal bodyguard? Li Jingwan was a little confused. She took a deep breath to suppress the shock in her heart, then turned around to ask Lin Yuni. But she stopped as soon as she took a step, her expression very complicated. How did Yuni do it? How many secrets is he hiding from me? No, we seldom communicated before. Although we are husband and wife, I have never asked Yun Yi about his personal affairs. Li Jingwan bit her lip lightly and finally gave up the idea of asking. She found that she didn't know what attitude to use towards Lin Yuni, as their previous relationship was quite awkward. After hesitating for a moment, Li Jingwan finally turned around and left, driving to the company. In the room, Lin Yuni was still sleeping soundly. He slept until noon and was woken up by the urgent ringing of the phone. Lin Yuni opened his eyes and picked up the phone. It was Tang Yun Yin calling. Hello, Dr. Lin, good news. Xin Xianqian's bodyguards rebelled last night and killed him and his wife. You don't have to worry about your troubles anymore. Chapter 49, Shun Jie's Speculation. There was a hint of surprise in Tang Yun Yin's tone. She obviously didn't expect something like this to happen. Although it was a bit strange, her appearance at this time was obviously a great help. Lin Yuni laughed in silence. He responded calmly. Okay, I already know. After saying that, Lin Yuni hung up the phone. Such a calm reaction made Tang Yun Yin, on the other end, a little confused. In her expectation, shouldn't it be normal for Lin Yuni to be very happy? In the end, Tang Yun Yin didn't think too much about it. She just thought that Lin Yuni hadn't woken up yet and didn't react. Inside the room, Tang Yun Yin had just woken up not long ago. She was also extremely shocked when she first heard the news. Shun Xianqian, as the core figure of the Shun family, died unexpectedly and died at the hands of his own personal bodyguard. If she hadn't confirmed the authenticity of the news again and again, she wouldn't have believed that such an outrageous thing would happen. Tang Yun Yin stretched lazily, her translucent pajamas outlining her sexy and mature body. Tang Lan came over and frowned. Miss, I think there might be something hidden in Shun Xianqian's matter. Oh, Tang Yun Yin was a little puzzled. What's the secret? I don't think Shun Xianqian was killed by Wei because he was Shun Xianqian's personal bodyguard. If Shun Xianqian didn't trust him enough, he would never have become a personal bodyguard. As a personal bodyguard, how could he kill his employer? Tang Lan said in a low voice. The reason why she had such thoughts was because she was Tang Yun Yin's bodyguard. That was why she couldn't believe that Wei would actually kill Shun Xianqian. Tang Yun Yin smiled slightly. Alan, I won't alienate you because of this matter. We are good sisters. Miss, that's not what I meant. Tang Lan explained, but she was still a little touched. Dr. Lin is really lucky. Now that Shun Xianqian is dead and Shun Jie is a disabled person, with Shun Jie's own abilities, there is no way he can take any revenge on Dr. Lin. So I don't need to worry about anything. Tang Yun Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Tang Lan nodded in agreement with this statement. And at this moment, inside the Yunhai First People's Hospital, in a ward, Shun Jie, who had both his hands and legs broken and could only lie on the hospital bed, also received the news of his parents' death. What? Shun Jie's voice suddenly rose octaves, and he looked at his men in shock. The boss and his wife are really dead, and the murderer is away, said the man. Impossible. Shun Jie was instantly extremely excited, and the expression on his face was full of disbelief. Are you kidding me? How could Wei kill my parents? This is simply impossible. You are so brave that you dare to deceive me about such a thing. You don't need to do this anymore. Get out of here right now. Shun Jie shouted angrily. At this time, someone walked in from outside. Ajay, you didn't say anything. Your parents are indeed dead. The visitor was a middle-aged man. Uncle Wei, what is going on? How can my parents be suddenly killed by Wei? Wei has been my dad's bodyguard for 5 years and has never made any mistakes. Shun Jie couldn't accept it. Shun Wei's face was gloomy and anger appeared in his eyes. I don't know either. I'm afraid it's because Wei has evil intentions. No matter what his reason was for killing my eldest brother and sister-in-law, my Shun family will never let him go. Shun Wei gritted his teeth as he said this. Shun Jie was completely stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. In just one night, Shun Xianqian and Wang Fen both died, and they were killed by their trusted bodyguards. This is unacceptable no matter how you look at it. Fake, this is impossible. There must be some hidden story behind this matter. Shun Jie gritted his teeth, unable to accept this matter. Looking at Shun Jie's crazy look, Shun Wei sighed. He held down Shun Jie, who was struggling on the bed, and said, Ajay, second uncle, I know you can't accept it in your heart, but don't worry, I will definitely catch a way. Besides that, I will also help you avenge the murderer who hurt you. Who hurt you? Hearing this, a bright light suddenly flashed through Shun Jie's mind, and Lin Yunyi's figure appeared in front of him. Oh, Lin Yunyi, this must have been done by Lin Yunyi. Wei has always been trusted by my father. He would never do anything to my father. But if it was Lin Yunyi, then it's possible. He is a martial artist and could kill my parents. Second uncle, the person who killed my parents must be Lin Yunyi. Shun Jie said excitedly. Lin Yunyi? Shun Wei frowned slightly. Shun Jie excitedly explained to Shun Wei who Lin Yunyi was. After listening, Shun Wei was a little stunned. He frowned. Lin Yunyi is the murderer? Is it really possible? If he is really the murderer, then how did he get passed away and kill your parents? Shun Jie said excitedly. I don't know, but the murderer must be Lin Yunyi. Uncle, let's just arrest Lin Yunyi and interrogate him. We will definitely get the truth. Shun Wei nodded and said, I will take care of this matter. You should take good care of your injuries from now on. After comforting Shun Jie, Shun Wei then left the ward. He made a phone call after he walked out. Inside the villa, Lin Yunyi slept until noon and then got up leisurely to eat. He had just finished washing up when Su Linguang called him. Mr. Lin, have you finished your work the night before last? After listening to Su Linguang's words, Lin Yunyi finally remembered the other party. The night before yesterday, I was about to enjoy this beauty, but unexpectedly, the incident with Li Jingwan happened. This delayed him for 2 days, and if Su Linguang hadn't called to ask, he would have almost forgotten about it. I'm done with my work here. I'll come to see you later. Lin Yunyi said. Su Linguang said apologetically, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I have to leave Yanhai for a while for something. Let's complete the deal after I come back. What do you think? Okay, but don't make me wait too long. Lin Yunyi nodded and agreed. He was not an impatient person. Since the other party had something to do, he would just let her be busy. Anyway, with the temptation of the bodybuilding pill, as long as Su Linguang wants the prescription, she will definitely not be able to escape. After hanging up the phone, Su Qing went to the kitchen and made himself a simple lunch. At this time, someone called again. This time, it was Tang Yun Yin. Yin Yi, are you free now? Nanshan Martial Arts School has sent people here, and they want to challenge you again. Chapter 50 Nanshan Martial Arts School is here again. Nanshan Martial Arts School. Lin Yunyi suddenly felt bored. Nanshan Martial Arts School was too weak. If he fought with Nanshan Martial Arts School, it would be no different from a professional boxer beating up a kindergarten kid. However, since he had already promised Tang Yun Yin, he naturally would not go back on his word. I'll come to the martial arts hall right away. Lin Yunyi nodded. After a simple lunch, Lin Yunyi prepared to set off for the Tao family martial arts school. But before he went out, Li Schue walked in. Brother-in-law, are you going out? Li Schue asked curiously. Going out for a while. Lin Yunyi nodded casually. Li Shue's eyes turned when she heard that. She said without hesitation, I want to go with you. Oh. Lin Yunyi looked at Li Schue with interest. This girl had been avoiding him since yesterday, and now she actually took the initiative to go out with him. He couldn't help but smile, and walked up to Li Schue and hugged her in his arms. Brother-in-law, it's daytime now. Stop making trouble. Li Shue's cheeks turned red instantly, and she struggled to break free from Lin Yunyi's arms. But how could she do such a thing with such little strength? No matter how she struggled, it was useless. What's wrong with it being daytime? There's no one around here anyway. Lin Yunyi said with a teasing look on his face. He looked up and down at Li Schue in his arms. Today, the girl was dressed in standard JK style, with a simple t-shirt on the upper body and black stockings and a miniskirt on the lower body. The snow-white skin between the short skirt and the black stockings is a standard absolute area. The girl's youth and beauty are fully displayed on Li Schue. Seeing Lin Yunyi looking at her unscrupulously, Li Shue's face turned even redder, and some of the things that happened between them yesterday came to her mind. Brother-in-law, stop looking, Li Schue said shyly, feeling angry at the same time. Lin Yunyi is simply a guy with only CC in his mind. Every time he sees her, he bullies her severely. Li Schue gritted her teeth, wishing she could escape from here immediately. Hey, Lin Yunyi laughed in his heart. Everything he did to Li Schue was intentional. His purpose was to train this woman well. He has not forgotten what Li Schue did to him in the past, and the accounts between the two have not yet been settled. He will not let this woman go until this is truly over. With his current strength, It would be very easy for him to take revenge on Lee Schue. However, it would be too boring to use ordinary methods to retaliate. So he had to train Lee Schue well, destroy her self-esteem bit by bit, and finally make her kneel at his feet willingly. Thinking of this, Lin Yuni patted Lee Shue's hips and said, "Don't you want to follow me? Then let's go together." Having said that, Lin Yuni took Lee Schue away. Lee Schue felt a little nervous. She didn't know what Lin Yuni was going to do. The two of them quickly got in the car, and Lee Schue asked, "Brother-in-law, where are we going?" Lin Yuni gave her the address of the Tao Family Martial Arts School and said, "Drive." Lee Schue took a look at the address on the navigation, and it clearly said Tao Family Martial Arts School. Martial arts school? What is this guy doing at the martial arts gym? Is it going to work out? Lee Schue thought so in her heart. She stepped on the accelerator, and the sports car shot out like an arrow and soon disappeared completely at the end of the road. Half an hour later, Lee Schue drove to the door of Tao's martial arts school. The two got out of the car, and then Lee Schue, led by Lin Yuni, came to the Tao Family Martial Arts Gym. When I walked into the martial arts gym, I found that there were already quite a few people inside. After looking around, they were all from Nanshan Martial Arts Gym. The atmosphere in the entire martial arts hall was dull and depressing. There were more than a dozen people with unfriendly faces staying in the hall. Each of them had a burly and menacing look. Lee Schue couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this scene. "Brother-in-law, have we come to the wrong place? Something seems wrong here." Lee Schue was a little scared, and she couldn't help but move towards where Lin Yuni was. "Here he comes. Here comes the man." Lin Yuni's appearance instantly attracted the attention of a person from Nanshan Martial Arts School, and that person immediately shouted, "Brush, brush, brush." All of a sudden, everyone in the martial arts hall looked over, and all their gazes fell on Lin Yuni, with all of them containing ferocious and evil eyes. Lee Schue was so scared that her face turned pale, and she quickly hid behind Lin Yuni. She was shocked. "Brother-in-law, we seem to be in trouble." She was shocked and had no idea what was going on. Being stared at by a dozen burly men was obviously quite stimulating for a 17 or 18-year-old girl like Lee Schue. At this time, Tao Yin walked quickly from the crowd. "Yin Yi, you're finally here." Seeing Lin Yin Yi appear, Tao Yin instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on her face, and she quickly walked up to Lin Yin Yi's side. Lin Yin Yi walked forward with a smile on his face. He scanned the entire room and soon saw Lu Nanshan, the owner of Nanshan Martial Arts School. There was also a strange face among the group of people. "Lin Yuni, you are finally here. The last time you came to challenge my Nanshan Martial Arts School, we lost. So according to the rules, Nanshan Martial Arts School is currently temporarily closed. But we also have the opportunity to challenge each other again. If I beat you today, you must apologize to us, and my Nanshan Martial Arts School can reopen." Lu Nanshan walked forward with a cold face. There was strong hostility in his eyes when he looked at Lin Yuni, and his tone was even gritting his teeth. Just a few days ago, Lin Yuni went to challenge the school and defeated all the students in front of them. Such a devastating defeat undoubtedly caused serious damage to the reputation of Nanshan Martial Arts School. Lu Nanshan came here today to avenge his previous humiliation. Only by defeating Lin Yuni can the reputation of Nanshan Martial Arts School be restored. Lu Nanshan's attitude was extremely aggressive. A group of loyal disciples from the martial arts school around him stepped forward one after another, looking at Lin Yuni with cold expressions. This sound seemed quite oppressive. If an ordinary person were here, he would probably have been scared and retreated. Lin Yuni had a smile on his face, and he crossed his arms over his chest. "Want to challenge me? I'm always here to help." As he spoke, his eyes turned to the strange man standing next to Lu Nanshan. The man was very tall, over 2 meters in height. His solid body looked like a wall, and he gave people a strong sense of oppression just by standing there. His eyes were cold and sharp like an eagle's. "Is he the helper you found?" Chapter 51, Eldest Disciple Along. Lu Nanshan smiled confidently. "Yes, Along is my eldest disciple. He has been studying the essence of other martial arts schools abroad for many years and just returned to China yesterday. Aaron wasn't here when you came to challenge me last time. Otherwise, how could you be so arrogant?" These words made Lin Yuni sneer in his heart. He looked Aaron up and down, and the latter walked forward and looked at Lin Yuni. "Lin Yuni, right? I'm going to play a game with you today. If you lose, don't blame me for being ruthless." A ferocious smile appeared on Aaron's face. The disciples from other Nanshan martial arts schools around were all excited, with anticipation in their eyes. On the other side, Lee Schue was dumbfounded watching this scene. She thought Lin Yuni came here to exercise or learn martial arts, but she didn't expect that Lin Yuni came here to accept a challenge from others. And from what these people said, it seemed that Lin Yuni had just come to challenge them not long ago and defeated all the opponents. How is this possible? There must be something wrong with my ears. How could this loser Lin Yuni have such ability? Lee Schue couldn't help but mutter to herself. Tang Yun Yin, who was standing by, had good hearing and heard what Lee Schue said. Little sister, who are you? Tang Yun Yin asked. Lee Schue responded, that guy's my brother-in-law. I see. Tang Yun Yin suddenly realized, and a kind smile appeared on her face. She originally wanted to establish a good relationship with Lee Schue, but soon realized that something was wrong. The way the girl in front of him looked at Lin Yuni was not the way a normal sister-in-law looked at her brother-in-law. Instead, it was more like she was looking at an enemy. This girl has a bad relationship with Yuni? Seeing this, Tang Yun stopped talking to avoid doing something that would backfire. While the two were talking, Lin Yuni and Long had already walked onto the competition stage. Come on, big brother. Give Lin Yuni a good lesson. Go ahead, big brother. Defeat Lin Yuni and let him know how powerful our Nanshan martial arts school is. Lin Yuni is definitely going to be in trouble this time. Last time, he was able to act so rampant because the senior brother was no longer around. Now that the senior brother is back, he has no chance of being his opponent. Many disciples of Nanshan Martial Arts School were talking about it, and they all cheered for Aaron and were full of confidence in him. Aaron leaped onto the arena, his tall stature forming a sharp contrast with Lin Yuni. Although Lin Yuni has been practicing bodybuilding techniques these days, he has only just begun. Although his body has gradually become stronger, it is obviously incomparable to Long, who is over 2 meters tall and as tall as a mountain. The huge difference in their sizes looked quite visually impactful, and anyone who saw it would think that Aaron could kill Lin Yuni with one punch. Seeing this, Lee Schue couldn't help but get excited. She resisted the urge to cheer for Aaron and was looking forward to seeing Lin Yuni being beaten to death in the ring. Ha 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 ha. This guy Lin Yuni is doomed. If he doesn't die this time, he will be skinned alive. Lee Schue was excited. She was severely bullied by Lin Yuni yesterday, and she was angry and gnashing her teeth. But because Lin Yuni had the leverage over her, she couldn't do anything to him. Now seeing that Lin Yuni was about to get into trouble, how could Lee Schue not be excited? Tang Yun Yin took in Lee Shue's expression and couldn't help feeling a little strange. What's wrong with Yun Yi's sister-in-law? She seems to be looking forward to seeing Yun Yi getting taught a lesson. Isn't it said that the sister-in-law is the warm and caring little cotton-padded jacket of her brother-in-law? Tang Yun Yin shook her head secretly, unconsciously feeling bad about Lee Schue. A tense atmosphere has spread on the arena. Aaron took off his shirt, revealing muscles as strong as steel. The expression on his face was extremely ferocious, and his ferocious eyes looked as scary as a demon. Lin Yuni, are you ready? Let me be frank with you. I will not hold back. If you are scared, you can surrender now. If you kneel on the ground and admit defeat and crawl under my crotch, I can let you go today. Otherwise, after the battle, I can't guarantee whether you can live a normal life in the future. Aaron said sarcastically. Ha ha ha. The disciples of the Nanshan Martial Arts School all laughed excitedly, and they were all looking forward to seeing Lin Yuni being defeated. Lin Yuni, who was on the opposite side of the arena, couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard this. What are you laughing at? Aaron asked. Lin Yuni sneered. I'm laughing at you for being too stupid. We haven't even started fighting yet, so why do you think I will definitely lose? Originally, I just wanted to defeat you, but based on what you just said, I decided to teach you a lesson. I'll just break one of your hands. Aaron was furious when he heard this. Arrogant. Lin Yuni, can't you recognize the difference between us? Do you think you can break one of my arms? That's just wishful thinking. Aaron burst into laughter, feeling as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Lin Yuni spread his hands. He was too lazy to explain. Rather than talking big, he prefers to prove things with facts. Come on. Lin Yuni hooked his finger at Aaron. Aaron showed a ferocious sneer. Since you want to die, then I will grant your wish. The moment the words fell, Aaron had already rushed directly towards Lin Yuni. He was very fast and could cross the distance of the arena in just 2 or 3 steps. The tall figure launched a charge, and to ordinary people, it looked like a heavily armored tank, unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, Long came in front of Lin Yuni. He rounded his fist and punched out, directly towards Lin Yuni's chest like a cannonball. The punch was so powerful that ordinary people didn't even have time to react. Quite interesting. An expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. Judging from the strength Aaron has shown now, it is obviously close to the late stage of the acquired realm. The strength of the late acquired stage is enough to crush ordinary people, but it is far from enough to defeat me. Bang! Lin Yunyi did not dodge or evade and directly fought with Long. Two fists, one big and one small, collided with each other, making a dull sound. Lin Yunyi, you are too arrogant. You actually dare to fight with Long. Let me see what you can do. Lu Nanshan became excited. But before he could finish his words, the situation on the arena changed. A painful sound came out of Aaron's mouth, and he took several steps back. Chapter 52, Explosive Hammer. A look of pain appeared on Aaron's face. He looked down and saw that all the bones of his 5 fingers on his right fist were broken. Impossible. Aaron endured the pain, his face full of shock. Everyone in the audience was in an uproar. All the disciples of Nanshan Martial Arts School who had been cheering for Long just now had changed their expressions, especially Lu Nanshan, who was extremely shocked. This is impossible. The two of them were fighting. Shouldn't the injured person be Lin Yunyi? How could it be Aaron? Lin Yunyi, what tricks did you play? Lu Nanshan asked angrily. Lin Yunyi sneered. I'm fighting with bare hands. What tricks can I play? It's just that Aaron is too weak. You can't even stand a single blow with me. Yet you still have the audacity to say you can beat me. What a joke. Lin Yunyi's undisguised sarcasm and loud laughter echoed throughout the martial arts hall. Boom! These words were like dropping a depth charge into a calm lake, instantly creating huge waves. Good. Tang Yun Yin's delicate face was full of joy and excitement. It's fake. It must be fake. With your frail body, how could you possibly burst out with such amazing strength? Aaron couldn't accept it. He looked at Lin Yunyi's ordinary body, then looked at his own giant body over 2 meters tall, and for a moment he began to doubt his life. Hee. Lin Yunyi sneered in his heart. He was not interested in explaining anything to Aaron. He walked straight towards Aaron. Wait, don't come over here. Aaron panicked. The pain in his hand told him that Lin Yunyi's strength was extremely terrifying. Although he didn't know what means the other party used, he was definitely stronger than him. Just a head-on confrontation, the difference in strength between the two has been fully revealed. The chase was no longer a battle of equal strength, but Lin Yunyi was unilaterally crushing Aaron. Why are you running? Weren't you so awesome just now? Why are you hiding like a turtle now? Lin Yunyi sneered. Aaron's face instantly turned red. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Lin Yunyi, don't go too far. You idiot, you dare to challenge me. I always keep my word. Since I said I would break one of your hands, I will definitely break one of your hands. Lin Yunyi no longer had the patience to waste time talking to Aaron. He took a step forward, and this time, it was his turn to take the initiative to attack. He immediately grabbed Aaron's hand. Aaron was horrified. He tried his best to break free, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape Lin Yunyi's restraints. Lin Yunyi's hand was like an iron clamp that held him tightly. Snap! The sound of bones breaking was heard on the spot, echoing in the ears of everyone present. What followed was Aaron's shrill scream. He knelt on the ground, covering his twisted and broken right arm, his face full of pain. Aaron! Lu Nanshan was horrified and quickly ran up to the arena. When he saw Aaron's broken right hand, he was shocked and angry. Lin Yunyi, you're too harsh. People who practice martial arts must know when to stop, but you actually use such a heavy hand. You don't have any martial ethics at all. Lu Nanshan shouted. Lin Junyu is knitted. Gude? Who just said that I should kneel on the ground and crawl under his crotch? Humiliating your opponent. Is this the martial virtue you practice? Since you can humiliate me, why can't I break his hand? Lin Yunyi was not one to suffer a loss, so he fought back on the spot. Lu Nanshan was speechless after hearing this, and he stammered for a while. Nothing to say? If you have nothing to say, then go away. I am a magnanimous and compassionate person, and I am not interested in arguing too much with the defeated. If you still want to challenge me, I'm always here to challenge you. But next time, don't let this kind of trash come to me. It's a complete waste of my time. Lin Yunyi sneered. Lu Nanshan gritted his teeth, and Along's face turned red with anger. Lin Yunyi actually called him a waste, which was a great humiliation. Lin Yunyi, you are really going too far. Lin Yunyi sneered, looking down at the injured Aaron who was half kneeling on the ground. Why? You, a mere defeated general, still have any doubts? If you're not convinced, then I allow you to stand up and fight me again. As long as you can beat me, I have no problem kneeling on the ground and kowtow to you. Lin Yunyi was full of sarcasm and wrote the word arrogant on his face. These words almost drove Long and Lu Nanshan crazy. Especially Aaron. He used to be the one who would taunt others after defeating them. But he didn't expect that now the situation has changed, and it is his turn to be taunted by Lin Yuni. Okay. He said the word good 3 times in a row, which was enough to show how angry Lu Nanshan was. Lin Yuni, don't think you are invincible. My Nanshan martial arts school will definitely avenge you today. Let's go. Lu Nanshan said this harsh word and left in disgrace. He helped Long to get up, and the martial arts disciples around him were like eggplants hit by frost, and they all hurriedly followed Lu Nanshan and left quickly. After a short while, the martial arts hall became deserted again, with only Lin Yuni and the other 2 left. Yuni. Tang Yun Yin couldn't contain her joy. She rushed over quickly, her face flushed with joy and passion. She was so excited that she took the initiative to kiss him. When a beautiful woman offered him a kiss, Lin Yuni certainly wouldn't be polite. He held Tang Yun Yin in his arms and savored her taste wantonly. While tasting the sweetness of Tang Yun Yin's cherry lips, Lin Yuni's hands were not idle, and he naturally reached into the other's clothes. The 2 kissed passionately, and Lee Schue, who was not far away, was dumbfounded. This guy Lin Yuni actually has this kind of relationship with this woman. Lee Schue was shocked and angry. Damn it! How could Lin Yuni be so unfaithful to her sister by doing this? Lee Schue gritted her teeth as she watched this scene, wishing she could pounce on them and separate them directly. However, when Lee Schue thought of Lin Yuni's strength in knocking Aaron out with 1 punch just now, she quickly calmed down. After kissing for more than 10 minutes, Lin Yuni finally let Tang Yun Yin go. After releasing her passion, Tang Yun Yin calmed down. Then she remembered that her sister-in-law Lee Schue was still watching her. She quickly turned her head and saw Lee Schue looking at her with cold eyes. Brush. The expression on Tang Yun Yin's face suddenly became extremely embarrassed. Tang Yun Yin didn't know how to explain. Chapter 53 continues. Lin Yuni patted Tang Yun Yin on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Xiao Xue won't talk nonsense." Right, Xiao Xue. Lee Schue gritted her teeth and said, "Brother-in-law, you are going too far. You're married to my sister, but you still have a lover outside." Lin Yuni spread his hands and said, "Your sister and I are only in a formal marriage. Besides, she told me before that as long as I don't cause any big trouble, it's totally fine for me to play with other women outside." What? These words shocked Lee Schue. Is this true? How could my sister say such a thing? Lee Schue was stunned. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can call her and ask her. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. Lee Schue couldn't help but believe it, because this kind of word was somewhat like Li Jingwan's style. Lee Schue was furious. Even if that's the case, you can't do this. Why? I just found a few lovers. Besides, aren't you my lover too? Lin Yuni laughed jokingly. If your sister knew that you were with me, she would definitely be very sad. Lee Schue was shocked, and then she remembered that she also had the character of Lin Yuni's lover. Brother-in-law, don't tell my sister. Lee Schue looked pleading. Lin Yuni smiled evilly. He had already figured out Lee Shue's weakness, and now he could control her with just 1 sentence. Watching the conversation between the 2, Tang Yin on the side was a little confused. Yin, what is your relationship with a child? Tang Yin was confused. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. Xiao Xue is also my girlfriend. This girl has been in love with me for a long time. A few nights ago, she took the initiative to climb into my bed and devote herself to me. I saw that she was deeply in love with me, so I couldn't bear to refuse her and asked her to be my secret lover. After hearing these words, Lee Schue couldn't help but scream. She squatted down and covered her face, wishing she could find a place to hide on the spot. Brother-in-law, why did you tell this to others? Lee Schue was going crazy. Lin Yuni still had a smile on his face. Yu Yin is not an outsider, and she is not a big mouth. She won't say anything. Tang Yun Yin had a strange expression on her face. She looked at Lin Yuni, then looked at him again, and felt something was wrong. She had just secretly observed Lee Schue, and she didn't see any love for Lin Yuni in Lee Schue. In fact, her intuition told her that Lee Schue hated Lin Yuni very much. What about offering oneself voluntarily in the middle of the night? Is such a thing really possible? But now Lee Schue did not deny it, so it was obvious that this incident really happened. But how could this happen? This girl clearly hated Lin Yuni, but she took the initiative to devote herself to him in the middle of the night and was willing to be his lover. This complicated situation confused Tang Yun Yin for a moment. She shook her head and suppressed the matter, then said seriously, "Yin, you defeated Nanshan Martial Arts School again this time. I don't think they will come to cause trouble again in the short term. You gave me 5 million last time. I plan to rent a new place as the venue for the martial arts school. This place is too remote. Even if we open a martial arts school, not many people will come here to learn martial arts. Lin Yuni tapped his chin lightly, and an idea quickly emerged in his mind. Why don't you open a martial arts school opposite the Nanshan Martial Arts School? You can then attract their students over here. Lin Yuni gave an outrageous suggestion. Tang Yun Yin was stunned. She hesitated a little. I'm afraid I'll be hated if I do this. Opening a martial arts school across from someone else's is no different from a direct provocation. Martial arts schools recruiting students is a form of competition. We have slapped Nanshan Martial Arts School in the face many times. If we don't snatch their students, won't we be hated by them? Lin Yuni asked back. Okay, then I'll go see if there's any vacant space for rent. Tang Yun Yin figured out quickly and nodded without hesitation. Lin Yuni thought for a moment, then said, let me introduce you to someone who is quite capable and can be a coach at the martial arts gym. As he spoke, Lin Yuni contacted Away. In his opinion, Tang Yun Yin is already his woman, so it would be okay for her to help him a little more. Away is quite capable and is more than qualified to be a coach. Otherwise, Tang Yun Yin alone would not be able to run the martial arts school. Okay. Tang Yun Yin nodded. Lin Yuni nodded in satisfaction. He reached out and hugged Tang Yun Yin. I helped you again today. You have to express your gratitude. Tang Yun Yin's face couldn't help but turn red. How could she not understand what Lin Yuni meant? Let's go to the room. No, right here. Xiao Xue, come and help too. Lin Yuni waved to Lee Schue not far away. Lee Schue quickly stepped back, furious. Brother-in-law, are you crazy? I don't want to do that kind of thing for you with other women. Lee Schue was furious and gnashed her teeth in hatred. At the same time, she felt aggrieved. She was a virgin girl, and she served Lin Yuni once yesterday, but the other party didn't think it was enough. Now, he wanted her to serve him together with other women. It's simply perverted. Damn man. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. Are you going to stop listening so soon? You didn't have this attitude in bed that day. If you don't want to, then let's break up. I'll tell your sister when we get home tonight. Lee Schue was panicking and said quickly, don't. My sister would definitely be sad if she knew. Brother-in-law, I beg you, don't tell my sister about our affairs. That depends on your performance. Lin Yuni said jokingly. Woo woo woo. Lee Schue felt extremely aggrieved, and under Lin Yuni's threat, she had no choice but to come over reluctantly. Tang Yun Yin looked at this scene and became more certain of her previous guess. Soon, a strange sound was heard in the martial arts hall. 1 hour later, Lin Yuni and Lee Schue walked out of the Tao family martial arts gym. Lin Yuni had a refreshed expression on his face, while Lee Schue had a look of grievance on her face. The two got in the car, and Lee Schue endured the grievance in her heart. Brother-in-law, where are we going? Let's go to the 5S store. I want to buy a car. Otherwise, it would be too inconvenient to take a taxi every time I go out. Lin Yuni said. He remembered that he didn't have a car yet. His status in the Lee family was very low before. Of course, the Lee family would never provide a car for a useless son-in-law like him. Now that I have the ability, of course I want to buy a car that suits me. Have you any money? You're not going to ask me for money, am I? I have no money left. Lee Schue looked alert. Lin Yuni rolled his eyes at her in dissatisfaction. Xiao Xue, you are so useless. I want a car, but you can't even afford it. How are you going to support me in the future? Chapter 54. Frustrated Lee Schue. These words almost made Lee Schue go crazy. She suppressed her anger and forced a smile on her face. Brother-in-law, I'm a girl. Shouldn't you buy me a car? But I am a son-in-law. Lin Yuni said confidently. Li Chua. Hurry up. Ask your mother for some money. I want to buy a car, and the price will be at least 1 million. Lin Yuni said. Lee Schue clenched her fists and felt like she was going crazy. Lin Yuni was really getting more and more unreasonable. This man was indeed a loser. It was bad enough that he bullied her physically, but now he wanted to drain her wallet. I have no money. Lee Schue protested angrily. Lin Yuni shrugged. Since you have no money, I can only ask Jingwan for it. Etc. My sister's company is having financial difficulties, and she can't come up with the money. Brother-in-law, you are such a waste. As my sister's man, it would be fine if you didn't help me, but why do you hold my sister back? Lee Schue gritted her teeth and scolded Lin Yuni angrily. I'm a son-in-law. Lin Yuni repeated this sentence again. Just one sentence made Lee Schue gone silent. She was frantic inside. If she could defeat Lin Yuni, she would have rushed up and scratched his face. Seeing that Lin Yuni was about to call Li Jingwan, Li Schue had no choice but to compromise. Wait a moment. I'll find a way to get some money. Li Schue gritted her teeth. She took out her cell phone and made a call. Lin Yunyi on the side watched this scene jokingly. He liked to see Li Shue's helpless, angry, and crazy look. Beep, beep, beep. There was a busy tone. Then the phone was connected and a familiar voice came from it. Xiao Xue. Xiaoro, can you lend me some money? Li Schue said with a somewhat aggrieved tone. This voice is Jiang Ro. Lin Yunyi figured it out immediately. Jiang Ro on the other end smiled and agreed. Of course, no problem. How much do you want? 300,000. Li Schue said helplessly. Huh? Jiang Ro was surprised. Xiao Xue, what do you want so much money for? Li Schue was a little confused, but she definitely couldn't tell Jiang Ro the reason directly. Xiao Ro, please don't worry about it. I have something important that requires money. Li Schue pleaded. Jiang Ro frowned. I can lend you the money, but I want to see you. Where are you now? Li Schue was a little flustered. If Jiang Ro knew that she used the money to buy a car for Lin Yunyi, she didn't know what she would think. But before Li Schue could say anything, Jiang Ro said in a tough tone. If you don't see me, Xiao Xue, I won't lend you the money. Okay, I'm at. Li Schue had no choice but to report her location. After hanging up the phone, Li Schue showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Brother-in-law, Xiaoro will be here later, and you must tell her that you want to buy a car. Jiang Ro, I know that kid too. Anyway, she is your good friend, so it doesn't matter even if she tells me. I don't care anyway. Lin Yunyi smiled. Li Schue quickly stopped him. How can this be possible? She pleaded. Brother-in-law, please, if Xiaoro knew that I was lending you money to buy a car, she would definitely refuse. Lin Yunyi smiled. Okay. After a while, Jiang Ro drove over. After the three met, Jiang Ro recognized Lin Yunyi at a glance. Mr. Lin, why are you here too? Jiang Ro was a little surprised. Her expression was a little complicated. Are you dating? Li Schue couldn't help but cover her face. Li Schue was extremely embarrassed when her best friend found out about this. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into. That's right. It seems that Xiaoro, you also know the relationship between Xiao Xue and me. She is a shy girl and hopes you can keep it a secret. Lin Yunyi said with a smile. Jiang Ro's expression was a little stiff. She had not forgotten what her cousin Lu Mei said last time, and the way she looked at Lin Yunyi suddenly changed. This man is actually a sea king. Although he is already married, he has an affair with his sister-in-law, and even his cousin Lu Mei is interested in him. What is the charm of him? Jiang Ro couldn't help but look Lin Yunyi up and down. However, no matter how she looked, Lin Yunyi in front of her was ordinary except that he looked better than ordinary people. Are gigolos so popular these days? Xiao Ro, don't ask too many questions. Just lend me 300,000. Li Schue walked forward. Jiang Ro nodded. Okay, but I want to go with you. Li Schue was almost in despair. Wouldn't I be completely embarrassed in front of my best friend? Okay. She could only nod in agreement. Jiang Ro made a phone call and asked the servant to drive the car back, and then got into Li Shue's red sports car. With the roar of the engine, the sports car shot out like an arrow. Half an hour later, Li Schue drove to a 5S store. Xiao Xue, you want to buy a car, but don't you already have a car? Could it be bought from Mr. Lin? Jiang Ro guessed with a strange look on her face. Li Chua. Lin Yunyi smiled slightly. Yes, Xiao Xue saw that I didn't have a car, so she insisted on buying one. I tried to persuade her several times, but it was useless. This kid just couldn't bear to see me suffer a little bit. She's so nice to me. As Lin Yunyi spoke, he hugged Li Schue in his arms and kissed her directly on her cherry lips. Li Shue's eyes widened instantly. Jiang Ro was right next to her. How could this guy kiss her? She wanted to struggle, but found that she was strangely powerless and could only let Lin Yunyi do whatever he wanted. Jiang Ro, who was sitting in the back seat, watched the two of them kiss each other, and a blush appeared on her face. She quickly turned her head away, but soon couldn't help looking back out of curiosity. Looking at Li Schue enjoying herself in Lin Yunyi's arms, Jiang Ro was filled with curiosity. What kind of charm does this man have that can make Xiao Xue so obsessed with him? After a while, Lin Yunyi let Li Schue go. Li Shue's face turned red at this moment. Especially when she saw Jiang Ro's curious look, she felt even more sad in her heart. It's over. This time, it can't be washed clean at all. The three of them got out of the car quickly and walked into the 5S store together. Lin Yunyi held Li Shue's hand. The latter struggled a little, but found that she could not get rid of Lin Yunyi's big hand, so she had to give up. A salesperson immediately walked up quickly with a smile on her face. Sir or madam, who wants to buy a car? It's me. Which is the best car you have? Lin Yunyi asked directly. The salesman's eyes lit up. This is a big customer. She immediately and enthusiastically took Lin Yuni to the deepest part of the 5S store. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 55. Ridicule from High School Classmates. Lin Yuni, hearing a familiar voice, Lin Yuni couldn't help but turn his head and saw a young man in fancy clothes standing over there. He asked Li Schue and Jiang Ro to watch the car here while he walked over. Who are you? Lin Yuni was a little confused. The other person looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. Hearing this, the young man couldn't help but sneer on his face. Mr. Lin, you are really forgetful. It's only been 2 years since I graduated from high school, and you can't even remember my name? His tone was sarcastic. I heard that your parents died in an accident and your company went bankrupt, so you couldn't even get into college. What a pity. When you were in school, you were a popular figure in the class. I didn't expect that everything has changed so much in the blink of an eye. It's really a bit sad. Now that your family has gone bankrupt and you don't have much ability, I guess you must have had a miserable life in the past 2 years. It's really sad. Listening to the young man's words, Lin Yuni finally remembered the identity of the man in front of him. Yu Xiang, it turns out to be you. You still don't like to speak human language. I remember that I taught you a lesson back then. It's only been 2 years, and you've forgotten the pain. Lin Yuni retorted directly. He is not someone who likes to suffer losses. The person in front of him was his high school classmate. At that time, his family had not yet encountered a major change. Relying on his status as a rich second generation, he could be said to be a celebrity in the class, and many classmates tried to curry favor with him. Yu Xiang in front of him was jealous of his success, so he deliberately acted sarcastic to him several times, and then was severely punished by him. When Yu Xiang heard his words, the expression on his face instantly became gloomy. Lin Yuni, please stop bringing up this issue. I remember very clearly how you deliberately bullied me back then. You were so proud because your family was rich. Now your family has gone bankrupt. Why are you still so proud? Yu Xiang gritted his teeth. He puffed out his chest and said, you may not know this yet, but I've been admitted to Yunhai University, which is the best university in the entire Yunhai. When I graduate from Yunhai University, I can easily find a job with a monthly salary of tens of thousands. As for you, I heard that your parents' company owed a lot of money when it went bankrupt. I'm afraid you can't even afford to eat now. Yu Xiang laughed wildly, and his eyes were full of sarcasm and mockery when he looked at Lin Yuni. Lin Yuni burst out laughing. He found it ridiculous that Yu Xiang was showing off in front of him. Yunhai University? It seems that you're doing well indeed. No wonder you dare to show off in front of me. Lin Yuni sneered. Yu Xiang frowned. Lin Yuni's indifferent reaction made him quite unhappy. He looked Lin Yuni up and down and sneered. Lin Yuni, what are you doing here today? Are you here to apply for sales position? This is a top-notch 5S store. Even salespeople need a college degree at the very least. You don't even have enough skills to come here and clean the toilets. Lin Yuni rolled his eyes at him. Who told you I'm here to apply for a job? I'm here to buy a car. Buy a car? Ha ha ha. You're in so much debt, and you can still afford a car? And it's from his 5S store. I can't even afford a car here. What qualifications do you have to say such things? It's really making me laugh to death. Yu Xiang laughed out loud on the spot, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Yeah, I'm afraid you will be disappointed, but I can actually afford it. Lin Yuni showed a playful look on his face. As he spoke, he waved to Li Schue, who was not far away. What are you two doing over there? Come here quickly. Lin Yuni shouted. Yu Xiang turned his head, and when he saw the two girls, Li Schue and Jiang Ro, his eyes suddenly lit up. What a beautiful girl. Both Li Schue and Jiang Ro are extremely beautiful girls. One is youthful and beautiful, while the other is quiet and gentle, showing two different styles. 17 or 18 years old is the age when one is as beautiful as a flower. Coupled with the exquisite looks and well-shaped bodies of the two girls, it is enough to make a man unable to walk at one glance. Brother-in-law, who is he? Your classmate. Li Schue walked over, her tone a little puzzled. What? Yu Xiang was a little surprised when he heard what Li Schue said. Lin Yuni, are you married? What kind of woman is so short-sighted as to marry you? Before Lin Yuni could react to what he said, Li Schue suddenly got furious. Four-eyed boy, how dare you talk like that? My sister has good taste, and it's not your turn to say anything. Li Schue cursed back on the spot. Yu Xiang was scolded and immediately became angry. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Your sister actually likes a guy like Lin Yuni. She must be a fat woman weighing 300 pounds. Li Schue flew into a rage on the spot and took out Li Jingwan's photo from her mobile phone. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Is my sister a 300-pound fat woman? Li Schue was furious. Yu Xiang took a closer look and his eyes widened immediately. The woman in the phone was undoubtedly an intellectual beauty. Her stunning appearance was no less beautiful than the girl in front of him. She was less immature and more mature. Her dignified and capable temperament made her look even more outstanding, so much so that Yu Xiang couldn't take his eyes off her for a moment. Impossible. How could a beauty of this level be Lin Yunyi's wife? Yu Xiang denied. Li Schue snorted and said nothing more this time. Yu Xiang burst into laughter upon seeing this. See, I told you guys you were definitely lying to me. How could a beauty like Lin Yunyi be attracted to him? It's really funny. Lin Yunyi couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this, and he couldn't help laughing. Why not? Even if I, Lin Yunyi, am down and out, I'm still different from you. Forget it, I'll show you the evidence. As he spoke, Lin Yunyi took out his cell phone and pulled out his wedding photo with Li Jingwan. As soon as he saw the wedding photos, Yu Xiang was stunned. How is this possible? It's fake, it must be fake. Lin Yunyi, you actually played such a trick with photo editing. Yu Xiang said. Lin Yunyi sneered and waved his hand. Forget it, if you don't believe me, I'm too lazy to explain. Xiao Xue Xiao, let's go. Lin Yunyi reached out and hugged Li Shue's shoulders. His action immediately made Yu Xiang's eyes widen, and he immediately shouted, Lin Yunyi, what are you doing? Take your hand away. You actually took advantage of other girls openly. Lin Yunyi rolled his eyes at him angrily. What are you barking about? She's my girlfriend. Why can't I hug her? Chapter 56. Pretty boy Lin Yunyi. What? Yu Xiang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter on the spot. But the next moment, Lin Yunyi lowered his head and kissed Li Schue directly on the face. Li Schue stood there quietly, with no intention of objecting at all. Brother-in-law, don't get my face covered with saliva. Li Schue said helplessly. Yu Xiang, that's impossible. Yu Xiang's eyes almost popped out of his head. Such a beautiful girl is actually Lin Yunyi's girlfriend. Wait, why does she call you brother-in-law? Lin Yunyi said as a matter of course. Because she is my wife's sister. Of course, she calls me brother-in-law. You are actually involved with my sister-in-law. Yu Xiang's eyes widened. Why not? As long as we are willing, it's fine. Looking at your shocked expression, you really have never seen the world. Don't you know what it means to gain both the sister and the child? Lin Yunyi looked at him with a teasing expression. Yu Xiang covered his heart and took several steps back, his face full of shock and disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a loser like Lin Yunyi be favored by such a pair of top-notch sisters? I must be dazzled. Yu Xiang stood there muttering to himself, his face dull. Seeing Yu Xiang actually being stunned by the shock, Lin Yunyi felt extremely bored. You're such a weakling that you can't bear it so soon. Lin Yunyi said with disdain, and then left with the two girls, Li Schue and Jiang Ro. Led by the salesperson, the three of them came to a luxury car at the deepest part. It was actually a sky-blue Lamborghini, its streamlined body sparkling under the light, shining brightly. What a beautiful car! Jiang Ro's eyes lit up. Lin Yunyi nodded with satisfaction. It's really good. I want this car. Xiao Xue, pay for it. Li Schue had a constipated expression on her face. She walked over and took a look at the price and almost had a cardiac arrest. For $1 million. The salesperson next to me came over with a smile and said, Miss, this car is a new model that Lamborghini has just launched. The current landing price is only $4 million. You only need to pay 30% down payment to get it. Our 5S store will take care of everything else. You just need to come and drive the car away tomorrow. Li Schue almost jumped up. No, that's too expensive. $4 million obviously exceeded Li Shue's expectations. Brother-in-law, let's look for another car. Li Schue looked at Lin Yunyi with pleading eyes. Lin Yunyi glanced at her and said, No, I want this one. Buy it for me. Li Schue suppressed her anger and coaxed. Brother-in-law, this car is too expensive. A 30% down payment is still $1.2 million. Where can I get so much money? I don't care about this. You figure it out yourself. Lin Yunyi spread out his hands with a rogue look on his face. Seeing this, Li Schue gnashed her teeth and wished she could stab Lin Yunyi to death with a single knife. Jiang Ro, who was watching the scene, had an even weirder expression on her face. Why does Xiao Xue's position in this relationship seem so humble, and it is Lin Yunyi who bullies her so much? Mr. Lin, how could you let Xiao Xue buy such an expensive car? It's totally beyond her ability. Jiang Ro couldn't help but say. Lin Yuni said bluntly, Xiao Ro, this has nothing to do with you. Go and have fun. This made Jiang Ro a little angry. Mr. Lin, you are going too far. I'm Xiao Xue's best friend. I can't watch her being bullied by you like this. She looked very cute when she was angry. Although she was angry, her quiet and gentle temperament like a lady from a noble family did not change at all. Lin Yuni laughed secretly in his heart and said to Li Schue, Xiao Xue, you have to find a way quickly. I must buy this car today. If you don't buy it, I'll call Jingwan. Why not just let Jingwan sell her company? Her company is worth tens of millions, so it will be no problem to buy this car if she sells it. Li Schue almost went crazy after hearing this. Brother-in-law, how could you do this? Then you better think of a solution quickly. Otherwise, I will call your sister now. Lin Yuni looked like a tough guy. He was deliberately making things difficult for Li Schue. Otherwise, how could he feel at ease? Li Schue showed an expression of grievance and helplessness, and she looked like she was about to cry. The salesperson at the side couldn't stand it any longer. Sir, your behavior is a bit too much. If I buy this car, you can get a considerable commission. Don't you want this money? Lin Yuni said. Salesperson. This sentence directly silenced the salesman. Between conscience and money, the salesman finally chose money. Jiang Ro couldn't stand it any longer. She was angry and said, Xiao Xue, let's go. Don't worry about him. No. Li Schue shook her head and refused. She looked pleading, Xiao Ro, can you lend me 1.2 million? Xiao Xue, are you crazy? This is 1.2 million. You can't spoil him like this. Jiang Ro couldn't believe it. Why didn't Li Schue resist when being bullied by Lin Yuni? What was the reason? In her heart, Li Schue is not a weak and vulnerable person. Please, Xiao Ro, help me this time. Li Schue begged. Why? Jiang Ro sighed inwardly and took out a bank card from her pocket. Okay, I'll help you this time, but we need to talk later. Li Schue was overjoyed. Thank you. Jiang Ro took out a black bank card. Swipe it. The salesperson was pleasantly surprised and immediately started to process the procedures. Under the charm of money, the entire car buying procedure was very simple. All the documents were quickly prepared for Lin Yuni, and he only needed to sign the documents. Sir, everything has been handled. We will take care of the car procedures for you. Please leave an address, and we will deliver the car to you tomorrow. The salesperson looked excited. Okay. Lin Yuni nodded with satisfaction and left the address of the villa. Lin Yuni bought the sports car directly, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Li Schue, standing aside, looked like an eggplant hit by frost. A full 4 million. The down payment was 1.2 million yuan, and she would have to pay tens of thousands of yuan in loans every month, but the car was under Lin Yuni's name. Li Schue almost despaired. Such a huge sum of money was simply an unbearable burden for her. Looking at Lin Yuni's smiling face, an urge to die together emerged in her heart. This idiot is simply bullying me. I can't let him control me like this. Li Schue gritted her teeth, the anger in her heart erupting like a volcano. Chapter 57, Confession and Advice. The three of them walked out of the 5S store and got in the car to leave. Jiang Ro said at this time, Mr. Lin, the car has been bought now. You can go back first. I want to go play with Xiao Xue. Okay, then have fun. Lin Yuni nodded with a smile. He looked at Jiang Ro deeply, then took a taxi and left. If nothing unexpected happens, Jiang Ro will definitely cause trouble, but he doesn't care. As long as she gets hold of Li Shue's handle, she will be her prey. Even if Li Schue was persuaded by Jiang Ro to play some tricks, he could easily suppress her with his strength. Seeing Lin Yuni leave, Jiang Ro couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For some reason, when standing next to Lin Yuni, she always felt an inexplicable pressure. Lin Yuni seemed to have a certain temperament that made her instinctively fear him. It was obvious that the other party was just a gigolo who depended on women for a living, but he could give her such a feeling, which really made Jiang Ro confused. Xiao Xue, let's go. We'll find a place to talk, Jiang Ro said seriously, with an unquestionable tone. Li Zhushrank Hadnik. She wanted to run away, but seeing Jiang Ro's serious look, she had to give up the idea. The two had been best friends for several years, and she knew very well that once Jiang Ro showed such a serious expression, it would become very scary. Okay. Li Schue nodded and agreed obediently. Jiang Ro drove this time. She took Li Schue to a cafe and booked a private room. There were only Li Schue and Jiang Ro in the box now, and the waiter quickly brought 2 cups of coffee. Jiang Ro took a sip and then looked at Li Schue. Xiao Xue, does Mr. Lin have any leverage over you? Jiang Ro opened her mouth and hit the nail on the head. Li Schue was surprised and waved her hands quickly. How is this possible? Xiaoro, you are seeing things. Don't lie to me. I can see that you don't like Mr. Lin at all, right? We have known each other since junior high school. I know your character very well. You would never like a man like Mr. Lin. You don't like him at all. If a woman likes a man, her expression will not be like yours. When saying this, Jiang Ro couldn't help but think of her cousin Lu Mei. That was the look Lu Mei had when she truly fell in love with a man. Thinking of this, Jiang Ro felt a little headache. My best friend and cousin are actually having an affair with the same man, and this man is a useless gigolo. It's really frustrating. Jiang Ro couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Li Shue's expression froze, and then she burst into tears. Woo woo woo. She couldn't bear it any longer and threw herself into Jiang Ro's arms and burst into tears. Jiang Ro couldn't help showing anger when she saw this. Did Mr. Lin really threaten you? She felt distressed and hugged Li Schue, who was crying loudly to comfort her. Li Schue cried very sadly, as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances she had suffered from Lin Yun in the past few days. After a long while, she slowly calmed down. Seeing this, Jiang Ro couldn't help but said, Xiao Xue, tell me what evidence he has against you. I will help you. Li Schue wanted to say something, but stopped herself. She opened her mouth, but shook her head again. Xiao Ro, my brother-in-law, didn't catch anything against me. This made Jiang Ro look helpless. Xiao Xue, we are good friends, but you don't even want to tell me the truth. What on earth did he catch on you that made you not even tell the truth? Li Schue almost cried again. She hesitated, and the expression on her face was extremely complicated. Xiao Ro, I can tell you, but after I tell you, can you not hate me anymore? Li Schue looked at Jiang Ro with expectant eyes. Jiang Ro was stunned for a moment. What does this mean? Isn't this Mr. Lin's fault? She was very smart, and she keenly sensed the problem from Li Shue's words. Li Schue looked embarrassed. She gritted her teeth and told him everything. I'm sorry, Xiaoro. I'm not a good girl. Actually, this is all my fault. I don't like Lin Yun at all. I even hate him. I have always hated him very much. My sister is so outstanding, but she married a loser like Lin Yun, so I want to kick Lin Yun out. My mother came to see me that day, and then Li Schue described what happened. What? After hearing what Li Schue said, Jiang Ro was shocked and could not believe what she heard. You actually used this method to drive Mr. Lin out. Do you know what will happen if this thing really succeeds? Jiang Ro's expression was complicated. Li Schue was speechless and burst into tears again. I'm sorry, I was so stupid and agreed to my mother's proposal. I didn't consider the consequences at all. I just wanted to get Lin Yun out. Jiang Ro sighed. Even if you want Mr. Lin to divorce your sister, you can't use this method. Your method is so stupid. It will kill 1,000 enemies, but lose 800 of your own. Not only will you be hurt, but even if your sister really misunderstood Mr. Lin and divorced her, she would be sad because her man hurt her sister. Li Chua. She was completely stunned. Now, after listening to Jiang Ro's analysis, Li Schue finally realized how stupid she had been. Woo woo woo. Li Schue cried very sadly, and at this moment she regretted it to the extreme. Jiang Ro felt both distressed and angry, but seeing Li Schue crying so sadly, she finally comforted her. Xiao Xue, I think you need to explain this matter clearly to Mr. Lin. Although he is a gigolo, he is your brother-in-law after all. If you continue like this, you will be unable to hide it sooner or later, Jiang Ro said. Li Schue hesitated. How can this be possible? If I tell the truth, he will definitely tell my sister. My image in my sister's heart will be completely ruined by then, and she will definitely hate me very much. Jiang Ro was helpless. But it's not a solution if you keep dragging it out like this. Why don't you leave this matter to me? I will talk to Mr. Lin. As long as we negotiate the terms, this matter can be resolved peacefully. Li Schue raised her head. Really? Leave it to me, Jiang Ro said confidently. Li Schue was very grateful. Xiao Ro, thank you. You are really my best friend for life. Jiang Ro slapped Li Schue on the butt. Don't do such stupid things again. If it happens again, I won't care about you anymore. Yeah. Li Schue nodded like a chick pecking at rice. After the discussion, Jiang Ro then called Lin Yun. Mr. Lin, I want to talk to you. Chapter 58. The Lion Opens His Mouth. Half an hour later, Lin Yun came to the cafe. As soon as he pushed open the door of the private room, he saw Jiang Ro and Li Schue in the room. Li Shue's eyes were red, and there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Obviously, she had just cried. Seeing this attitude, Lin Yuni immediately understood. It seemed that Li Schue must have told Jiang Ro about their affairs. Jiang Ro might have asked him to come here today just to resolve this matter. He chuckled in his heart, then walked forward and sat on the chair opposite the two girls. Tell me, what do you want from me? Lin Yuni got straight to the point. If I'm not mistaken, it's because of Xiao Xue. Li Schue couldn't help but shrink her neck a little. She didn't dare to look into Lin Yuni's eyes. Jiang Ro sat beside her and said seriously, Yes, I came here because of Xiao Xue's matter. Xiao Xue has told me everything, Mr. Lin. In fact, Xiao Xue doesn't like you at all. Everything before was a misunderstanding. Oh, Lin Yuni raised his eyebrows, still with a smile on his face. I know. What? After these words were spoken, Jiang Ro and Li Schue could not help but be stunned for a moment. You know, Li Schue was shocked. Is this weird? Our relationship has always been very bad. You looked down on me from the beginning and were always sarcastic to me. But that night you suddenly climbed into my bed and your attitude changed 180 degrees, saying you loved me. In this situation, anyone who is not a fool can see that you are deceiving me. Lin Yuni sneered. Li Shue's expression froze instantly. She couldn't believe her ears and said in shock, Since you know I don't like you at all, why do you deliberately cater to my words? Of course it's to play with you. Otherwise, what do you think it's for? If I'm not mistaken, you must have deliberately played a trick on me that night. Did you think I didn't know that you had ambushed someone outside? You climbed into my bed on purpose just to frame me. You arranged for someone to catch me in the act just to ruin my reputation. Do you think I can't see it? Lin Yuni said in a cold tone. He laid his cards on the table. Since Jiang Ro has already laid everything out, there is no point in continuing to play. It's time to move this game into phase 2. Listening to Lin Yuni's words, Li Schue almost became dumbfounded. You actually knew it from the beginning. How is this possible? Li Schue was shocked to the extreme. Don't think I'm too stupid. Facts have proved that you are the real fool. Lin Yuni mocked madly. Li Schue was shocked and angry. You knew it from the beginning, so what you did to me these days was just to tease me. Yeah, I was just teasing you on purpose. You set a trap for me to ruin my reputation, so why can't I play with you? You are allowed to do despicable things, but am I not allowed to fight back? Lin Yuni's words alone left Li Schue speechless. Li Schue stammered for a long time and couldn't utter a complete sentence. She looked at Jiang Ro beside her with a look of grievance. Jiang Ro felt helpless. Things were more troublesome than she had expected. Lin Yuni actually saw through Li Shue's plan from the very beginning, and had been completely manipulating Li Schue in the palm of his hand these days. The purchase of the car, just now, was probably intentional, just to make Li Schue bear a debt of 4 million. Not only that, Lin Yuni also knew Li Schue quite well. He knew very well that Li Shue's weakness was her sister Li Jingwan, so he had been using Li Jingwan to control her. He was able to see through the plan from the beginning and was able to play Li Schue around so easily. Is he really the useless son-in-law that Li Schue mentioned? Thinking of this, Jiang Ro became much more serious. She immediately realized that the conversation that was about to begin might not be so easy. Jiang Ro took a deep breath and said seriously, Mr. Lin, first of all, I apologize to you on behalf of Xiao Xue. I don't expect you to forgive Xiao Xue's mistakes, because she was indeed wrong in this matter. I just hope that this matter can be resolved. To this end, Mr. Lin can put forward his own conditions. Lin Yuni touched his chin. He looked at Jiang Ro deeply with a smile on his face. Compared to Xiao Xue, you are much smarter than her. That girl is just an idiot without her own opinion. Lin Yuni chuckled. Li Chua. She couldn't help but cover her face. She couldn't find any way to refute Lin Yuni's words. So you want me to let Xiao Xue go and resolve the conflict from now on? Lin Yuni spread out his hands. Jiang Ro nodded. That's right. Please make the conditions, Mr. Lin. Lin Yuni laughed jokingly and then said, 100 million. What? The expression on Jiang Ro's face stiffened for a moment, and she wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. 100 million RMB? No, I'm talking about 100 million US dollars. Lin Yuni, give me 100 million US dollars, and this matter will be settled. This sentence immediately stunned Li Schue and Jiang Ro. Li Schue almost jumped up from her chair. She was furious. Lin Yuni, are you crazy? You actually want 100 million US dollars. Where can I get that much money? Then there's nothing I can do. I have already made the conditions. It is this number. Either you give me 100 million US dollars, and we will settle our grievances in the future. Either you continue to be my girlfriend, and let me play with you as I please. Lin Yuni was blunt. Li Shue's cheeks flushed with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, Lin Yuni, you pervert. I won't let you play anymore. Lin Yuni smiled. Then I will go tell your sister and tell her the whole story. What do you think your sister's expression would be if she knew about this? Brush. Li Shue's expression changed suddenly. The anger on her face disappeared completely in an instant and was replaced by fear and pleading. Don't tell my sister. If she knew, she would be very disappointed in me. Li Shue pleaded. Lin Yuni sighed. Xiao Xue, I am also very disappointed in you. I don't think I have ever done anything to let you down. Ever since I married your sister, you have never been nice to me. You often curse and insult me, and often call me a waste. I admit that I am not very capable, but if you were called a loser every day, what would you think? Chapter 59, Overbearing Invitation. Li Shue became even more silent, and even Jiang Ro beside her couldn't help but fall silent. Why? Jiang Ro sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat remorseful towards her best friend. Xiao Xue, you really did a stupid thing this time. Woo woo. I'm sorry. Li Shue's tears flowed down. Lin Yuni regained his smile. You don't need to apologize to me. Even if you cry, it will be useless. My conditions have not changed at all. I've given you 3 choices, so choose one. You only have today to think about it. If you don't give me an answer by tomorrow, I will assume that you have chosen option 3. After saying this, Lin Yuni stood up and left. Wait a minute, Mr. Lin. Jiang Ro wanted to say something, but Lin Yuni ignored her. His figure quickly disappeared in front of the 2 women and was completely gone. Only Li Shue and Jiang Ro were left in a box. Li Shue cried bitterly. Xiao Ro, what should I do? Why? Jiang Ro looked helpless. What can I do? He obviously doesn't intend to forgive you. You can really only choose one of those 3 options. Li Shue burst into tears. On the other side, Lin Yuni left the cafe and went straight back to the villa. He didn't take Li Shue's affairs seriously. He didn't think Li Shue could escape from his grasp. At the same time, he had no intention of forgiving Li Shue. If apologies work, then what is the use of the police? The real mastermind behind what happened that night was my good mother-in-law. She is the culprit. Compared to that, the fool Li Shue is just a knife. Lin Yuni narrowed his eyes, thinking in his heart how to deal with Guan Mingyu. If we say that Li Shue is quite dissatisfied with her brother-in-law because she has a sister complex, then in fact, she is not a bad person by nature. Guan Mingyu really looked down on him. This woman was quite sinister heart. Guan Mingyu is the one who really looks down on others. This has been fully demonstrated in what happened to Shan Jie. The Shun family is very powerful, so she can't wait to marry Jingwan to Shan Jie, even if Shan Jie is not a good person, so that she can climb up the Shun family. I didn't have much ability before, so she looked down on me and never treated me as a human being. Such a woman is simply disgusting. In her eyes, even Li Jingwan is just a tool to climb up the social ladder. When saying these words, there was a strong chill in Lin Yuni's eyes. There is no doubt that Guan Mingyu will take revenge, but he has no good idea of how to deal with this woman yet. It would be very easy for me to just go to her house and kill her, but sending her to death like this would be too easy for her. If you want to make people feel pain in the true sense, it's better to start from the heart. Isn't Guan Mingyu vain and a sycophantic person? Then I'll start from that aspect. Lin Yuni couldn't help but curl up a smile at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, there was a sound outside, and someone rang the doorbell of the villa. When Lin Yuni walked out, he saw a black business van parked outside, and several men in black suits got out. What are you doing? Lin Yuni walked forward. The leading man in black looked at Lin Yuni and asked, Are you Lin Yuni? Our boss wants to see you. Come with us. Oh. Lin Yuni narrowed his eyes slightly. Is your boss from the Shun family? Although it was just a guess, Lin Yuni's tone was very certain. After all, among the people he had offended now, the Shun family was the most powerful. The man in black didn't nod. You'll know when you meet our boss. Hee hee. Lin Yuni couldn't help but sneer. Who do you think you are? Why should I follow you? You don't have the strength to refuse, the man in black said coldly. The next moment, he snapped his fingers, and several men in black beside him instantly took out a crossbow and aimed at Lin Yuni. I know you have good skills, but can you escape facing for crossbows? The man in black sneered. Interesting. Lin Yuni sneered in his heart. He naturally didn't care about just 4 crossbows. His current strength is at the middle stage of the innate realm, and he has long possessed power beyond that of mortals. Although it is not even 1/1000th of his strength at the peak of his previous life, he does not care about the 4 crossbows. Okay, I'll follow you. Lin Yuni did not refuse. Since the other party had taken the initiative to invite him, he naturally had no reason to refuse. He wanted to see who in the Shun family wanted to deal with him. He who knows the times is a hero, said the man in black. I followed the other party and got into a black business van, which quickly drove away. After passing through most of the sea of clouds, the black business van finally stopped at a high-end tea house. The car door opened, and Lin Yuni walked down under the protection of several men in black. Let's go, said the man in black. Lin Yuni had a calm expression and followed the man in black casually. Under the other party's guidance, Lin Yuni came all the way to the deepest part of the tea house. The environment of this tea house is very good. The overall decoration is retro and elegant, and there is a faint scent of sandalwood in the air. Anyone who can enter such a high-end tea house must be either rich or noble. Lin Yuni glanced casually for a few times and then looked away. When a man in black stopped, a box had appeared in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. I knocked on the box door, and a steady and powerful male voice soon came out from inside. Come in. The door opened with a creak, and a middle-aged man, about 40 years old, was seen inside. The middle-aged man looked somewhat similar to Shun Xianchen. Upon closer inspection, in addition to this man, there was an old acquaintance sitting in a wheelchair next to him. It was Shun Jie. Lin Yuni. When he saw Lin Yuni appear, Shun Jie's face immediately showed anger and hatred. He stared at Lin Yuni intently, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. Isn't this Mr. Shun? Why is he so miserable? TSK, TSK, TSK. It looks like all your limbs are broken. I'm afraid you'll be a cripple for the rest of your life. How pitiful. Lin Yuni was filled with hatred, and his words started with sarcastic remarks. Facing such ridicule, Shun Jie could no longer hold back. Lin Yuni, you are still so arrogant here. I will kill you today. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yuni laughed out loud, as if he had heard some funny joke. With you? You are not qualified. Chapter 60, you are not qualified. Shun Jie was furious. Lin Yuni, you are too arrogant. He looked at the middle-aged man next to him. Uncle, he is Lin Yuni. He was the one who broke my hands and feet a few days ago. Today I will take vengeance on him. I will make him wish he were dead, but unable to live. Shun Jie's face was ferocious, and the hatred on his face was extremely strong. Shin Wei frowned slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied when he saw Shun Jie losing his composure. Ajay, you are a little too excited, Shin Wei said dissatisfiedly. Shun Jie took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. I'm sorry, second uncle. Shun Wei patted Shun Jie on the shoulder. Don't worry, your second uncle will help you get revenge today. He looked at Lin Yuni, looking him up and down. Lin Yuni, Ajay is right. You are indeed a little too arrogant. You dare to mock Ajay like this when you come to my territory? Aren't you really afraid that I will take action against you? Lin Yuni looked relaxed. He walked up and sat opposite Shun Wei, then picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Taking a sip of tea, Lin Yuni said calmly, I've already said that you are not qualified enough. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire box fell into deathly silence. What an unqualified one. Young people really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. I'm really curious about where you get your confidence from. I have checked all your information. You are just a son-in-law of the Li family. The Li family is just a second-rate family in Yanhai. It is not even worthy of being compared with my Shan family. Is your strength your only reliance? Don't be ridiculous. What era is this now? What is the role of a martial artist? Shin Wei sneered. Bang! He snapped his fingers, and then several people walked in from behind the screen and outside the box. 7 or 8 bodyguards in black directly surrounded Lin Yuni, each of them holding a black crossbow in their hands. All the crossbows were aimed at Lin Yuni. The sharp crossbow arrows flashed cold light under the sunlight, seeming to carry the breath of death. Ha ha ha! Shin Jie burst out laughing on the spot. Lin Yuni, let's see how you can escape now. Aren't you a good fighter? Let's fight again. I want to see if you can still act recklessly under the threat of 8 crossbows. If you dare to move, they will shoot you into a sieve on the spot. Shun Jie was complacent, and his eyes were full of sarcasm when he looked at Lin Yuni. Shin Wei also had a smile on his face. However, when the uncle and nephew looked over, they saw that Lin Yuni's expression was still calm and indifferent. There was even a smile on his face. Lin Yuni, what are you laughing at? Shun Jie was furious. You are now surrounded and can't escape, yet you still dare to laugh in front of me. Today I will torture you severely. I will make you pay back 100-fold for the pain you inflicted on me." Lin Yuni laughed, as if he didn't notice the crossbows around him at all. "Just relying on these things, you want me to surrender? I thought you could get some pistols, but you only got a few crossbows. I'm really disappointed. It seems that your Shun family's power is just this level," Lin Yuni said sarcastically. Shen Wei's expression instantly turned cold. "What a great guy. But that's all. Although the power of a crossbow is not as strong as a pistol, it is enough to deal with you. You are still so sharp-tongued, even at this point. I guess I have to teach you a lesson. Someone break one of his legs for me." As soon as Shen Wei finished speaking, a bodyguard in black immediately walked up with a baseball bat. He raised the baseball bat high and then smashed it hard on Lin Yuni's right leg. The blow was so powerful that if it hit an ordinary person's leg, it would be broken on the spot. At this critical moment, Lin Yuni took direct action. He suddenly lunged forward, his whole speed reaching an extreme speed. In just a blink of an eye, he climbed over the entire table and came in front of uncle and nephew Shen Wei and Shen Jie. Before the uncle and nephew could even react, Lin Yuni slapped Shen Jie first, directly on the face, and then pressed Shen Wei's shoulder with one hand. Snap! A sound of breaking bones was heard, and Shen Wei's right hand was twisted off in an instant. Ah! Shen Wei couldn't help but let out a scream. "Boss! Boss!" The black-clad bodyguard around were shocked and could hardly believe their eyes. "Impossible!" Shen Wei was also shocked. "But it's not over yet." Lin Yuni smiled and flew out again. Quick! His speed was extremely fast, like a gust of breeze or a tiger descending from the mountain. Wherever he went, all the bodyguards in black were thrown to the ground. "Shoot him! Everyone shoot him to death!" Shen Wei ordered. Whoosh! 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 The other bodyguards in black immediately aimed their crossbows at Lin Yuni, but found that Lin Yuni was too fast and they could not aim at all. They could only pull the trigger based on their feeling. The crossbow arrow shot out instantly and hit the air. Bang! 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 There was a sound of punches hitting flesh, and when Lin Yuni stopped, there was no one standing in the box. "Ouch, my hand! Oh, my leg is broken." The 8 bodyguards in black were all lying on the ground screaming, and the painful expressions on their faces were clearly visible to everyone. "Impossible." Shen Jie looked at this scene. His face, which had a slap mark on it, was full of shock. Shen Wei was also horrified and looked at Lin Yuni with shock. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. "It's you. You killed my elder brother." Shen Wei understood instantly. Lin Yuni chuckled jokingly. "Don't talk nonsense. What does your brother's death have to do with me? Who else could it be but you? You have enough strength to kill my eldest brother, and you two have hatred for each other, so it must be you. As for Wei, he must have been framed by you." Shen Wei was shocked and angry. Lin Yuni sneered. "It seems that you are not particularly stupid. I'm a person who always does things simply and directly. If I can solve the problem with the simplest thing, then I won't make it complicated. So I killed Shin Xiangchen directly. I thought your Shin family would not continue to investigate the matter, but I didn't expect you to come to trouble me again." Lin Yuni chuckled coldly, then walked towards Shen Wei. Shen Wei was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his face. He was not a fool, so how could he not understand what Lin Yuni meant? "Etc. You can't kill me. You have already killed my eldest brother. If you kill me again, even if other people kill others, they will know it was you. The old man will definitely let you go." Shen Wei was shocked and angry. Chapter 61. Dark and Windy Night. Hee hee. Lin Yuni sneered and looked at Shen Wei with cold and teasing eyes. "Don't worry, you won't be alone on the Yellow Spring Road. Besides you, I will also send the rest of your Shun family down with you." After hearing this, Shen Wei couldn't help but widen his eyes. His eyes were full of astonishment. "Madman, you are simply a madman. They would kill people directly and even wipe out the entire family. There are no such lawless people in modern society." His Shun family is not a group of ordinary people, but Lin Yuni in front of him said he would take action if he wanted to. He had never met such an unscrupulous guy before. Lin Yuni, wait. Shen Wei wanted to say something, but before he could finish his words, Lin Yuni's hands had already grabbed his neck. Snap! A sound of breaking bones was heard, and Shen Wei's neck was directly broken by Lin Yuni. When he died, the same expression he had when he was alive was still on his face, and his eyes were filled with regret, shock, and anger. Second uncle. Shen Jie looked at the scene in horror. He watched Shen Wei being killed by Lin Yuni, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Fear, panic, terror. He looked at Lin Yuni with shock. He never expected that the other party's courage and strength would be so great. They broke his limbs, killed his parents, and now they have killed his second Uncle Shun Wei. They're even going to destroy the entire Shun family. Lin Yuni, how dare you? Shun Jie roared in anger, as if he had gone crazy. Lin Yuni turned his head with a cold expression and walked directly in front of Shun Jie. Snap! Another sound of breaking bones was heard, and Shun Jie's body fell to the ground with a thud, dying on the spot. You are a dying man. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lin Yuni's voice was extremely cold. He then glanced at the other black-clad bodyguards in the box and killed them all. There was no living person in the huge box except him, and there were corpses lying on the ground. If outsiders saw this scene, they would be shocked. Lin Yuni made a hand gesture, and his true energy gushed out and turned into balls of fire that shot out from his hands. Boom! 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 The spell flame directly ignited the things in the box and the corpse on the ground. In just a moment, a raging fire was burning here. Thick smoke billowed out and soon attracted the attention of other people in the tea house. There's a fire. A box is on fire. Put it out. Panic sounds rang out in the tea house, and many waiters and guests who came to the tea house to drink tea fled out. In a short while, the raging fire engulfed the entire tea house. In a corner, Lin Yuni witnessed the whole thing. He ignored it and drove away Shin Wei's car directly after arriving at the parking lot. Boom! The engine roared, and the car quickly sped away like an arrow, eventually disappearing completely at the end of the street. Soon, fire trucks arrived and started to put out the fire. By the time the fire was out, the entire tea house had been burned into ruins. Firefighters entered the ruins of the tea house, and after some searching found 10 bodies inside the private rooms. When the fire captain saw all 10 bodies in one box, his expression changed. Check these people's bodies immediately, said the fire chief. A firefighter walked over and just took a casual look. He discovered that the neck bones of the corpses were completely broken. This was not just for one, but for all 10 corpses. Captain, these people were killed and their necks were broken, the man reported. The fire chief's face changed drastically. Killed by someone? Then this is not a fire, but someone deliberately set the fire after killing someone. Notify the police immediately. The police arrived quickly and verified the identities of these people. When they found that 2 of the 10 dead people were members of the Shun family, the police realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately called to inform the Shun family. The Shun family received the news, but the entire Shun family was shocked. What? The second brother was killed. The Shun family was shocked. As night fell, Lin Yuni went out under the cover of darkness and drove to the villa where the Shun family lived. Crunch! With a sharp brake sound, Lin Yuni stopped the car about 200 meters away from the villa and then got out of the car. Not far away, a villa was looming in the darkness. Although it was already midnight, the villa was still brightly lit. It's a dark and windy night, a good time for murder. A slight smile appeared on Lin Yuni's lips. Shun Xiangshan, Shun Jie, and Shun Wei, 3 core figures of the Shun family, all died at his hands. He didn't think the Shun family would let it go. If the Shun family finds out about him, it will definitely bring him trouble. What is the best way to solve the problem? That is to deal with the people who will cause trouble in advance. As long as the Shun family is wiped out, the matter of Shun Xiangshan and the other 2 will naturally become an unsolved case, and no matter how much others investigate, they will not be able to find out about them. Don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame your Shun family for not taking good care of your own children and raising an idiot like Shun Jie. Lin Yuni sneered. Bang! He snapped his fingers casually, and the invisibility spell was released instantly, covering his entire body. Lin Yuni walked straight towards the Shun family villa. He glanced at the time, and it was exactly 12 o'clock in the evening. He was moving very fast and entered the Shun family villa almost silently. He ignored the bodyguards patrolling in the Shun family villa. After randomly grabbing a person and asking about the villa where the important figures of the Shun family lived, Lin Yuni began the killing tonight. He was as agile as a monkey, and the seemingly well-guarded Shun family villa seemed like an empty place in front of him. He easily sneaked into a villa and went up to a room on the 2nd floor. A middle-aged woman was sleeping soundly in her bed, completely unaware that death was approaching quietly. Puff! Lin Yuni pulled out a sharp dagger, then gently wiped the neck of the woman from the Shun family, cutting the throat and the aorta directly, and a large amount of blood gushed out. After doing all this, Lin Yuni left directly, completely ignoring the woman who was struggling in pain on the bed with her hands covering her neck. He did the same thing, and his figure went in and out of the villas in Shun's villa like a ghost. The Shun family bodyguard patrolling outside didn't know that their employer had been taken care of. Half an hour later, Lin Yuni walked out of the Shun family villa again. He got in the car and left quickly, his figure eventually disappearing into the darkness at the end of the night. Chapter 62, Li Jingwan was fired. The next day, in the Shun family villa, the maids prepared breakfast early, but found something strange. In the past, the Shun family would have gotten up at this time, but today there was no movement. The old man doesn't seem to have gotten up yet. Why don't we go and check on him to make sure nothing has happened, said a maid. After saying that, she went and knocked on the door of the old man of the Shun family's room. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, but no sound came from inside. Old man, old man. The maid's voice was filled with doubt. The other maids came over and looked at each other, with confusion in their eyes. A maid couldn't help but say, "Could something have happened? I think we should force our way in and take a look." Her words reminded the others, and after discussion, they decided to force the door open and take a look. Bang! They broke into the room with their force and took a closer look at the scene in the room. They saw that the old man of the Shun family had been dead for a long time on the bed. A large amount of blood was flowing from his neck, staining the bed and the ground red. The blood had even dried up, and the old man of the Shun family had a pale face with an expression of pain, and there was no light in his eyes. Several maids couldn't help but scream in fear. "The old man is dead. Go and inform the others." The maids were so shocked that they could hardly believe their eyes. Someone immediately went to notify other members of the Shun family, but when they arrived they found that the dead were not just the old man of the Shun family. Dead. Everyone is dead. The maids and bodyguards of the Shun family were all shocked. Overnight, without alerting any bodyguards, everyone in the Shun family was killed. It's over. The Shun family is finished. Au revoir. Lin Yuni got up from bed after a night of practice. After washing up, he came to the living room and found that Li Jingwan had not gone to work yet. "Jingwan, is everything okay at your company today?" Lin Yuni asked with some surprise. Li Jingwan is a workaholic. She usually gets up very early and doesn't go home until dark. Looking closely, Li Jingwan's face looked a little strange, and she seemed to be a little distraught. "I've been fired. The family has taken back the company, and I have nothing to do for the time being," Li Jingwan said with a somewhat lonely tone. Lin Yuni was slightly surprised, but he quickly figured it out. It was probably because the Li family was concerned about the Shun family's affairs, so they simply took back the company to avoid causing them greater losses because of Li Jingwan's troubles. Those people in the Li family are so heartless. He knew clearly that Li Jingwan was very capable. Under her leadership in recent years, the Li family's company was thriving. In the early years, the Li family almost went bankrupt. If it weren't for Li Jingwan's efforts to save the situation, the entire Li family would probably have gone to the streets to pick up trash by then. Li Jingwan worked hard to get the company back on track, but now because of the Shun family's affairs, those people in the Li family are ungrateful and their behavior is really ugly. Seeing Li Jingwan's distraught look and doubt about life, Lin Yuni felt a little distressed. Although his relationship with this woman has never been good, he has long regarded Li Jingwan as his woman. Now that his woman was in trouble, he had no intention of sitting back and doing nothing. "Jingwan, since the Li family has ditched you and kicked you out of the company, why don't you start a new company of your own?" Lin Yuni said. Li Jingwan turned around and said, "It takes a lot of money to open a company. I only have tens of thousands of yuan, which is not enough to start a company. I'll figure out the money issue. I'll get you 1 million within 3 days." Lin Yuni smiled slightly. "What?" Li Jingwan was slightly stunned, wondering if she had heard it wrongly. "Yin, where did you get 1 million? You are not allowed to do anything illegal or criminal," Li Jingwan said immediately. Lin Yuni laughed loudly. "It's just 1 million. It can't be a problem for your man. You should rest at home for the next 3 days. You've been working so hard in the past few years, so take this opportunity to rest up." As he spoke, Lin Yuni sat over and sat next to Li Jingwan. The two of them immediately sat close to each other. Li Jingwan felt a little uncomfortable with such an intimate posture, and she couldn't help but sit to the side. "What? We are husband and wife. Why do you despise me so much?" Lin Yuni pretended to be hurt. Li Jingwan waved her hand. "No, I don't mean to dislike you. Thanks to your help that night, and I caused you a lot of trouble because of me." Lin Yuni couldn't help but laugh. Those are all in the past. You should change your opinion of me. I have to go out for something, so you don't have to wait for me to eat lunch." After leaving these words, Lin Yuni stood up and left. He had just walked out of the villa, and at this moment, the 5S shop delivered the sports car he bought yesterday. "Mr. Lin, we have delivered your sports car, and all the procedures have been prepared. You just need to sign." The staff member was smiling. Lin Yuni looked indifferent and casually signed his name on the document. "Thank you very much for your purchase, and wish you a happy life. If you need to buy a car in the future, you can contact us at any time," said the staff with a smile. Lin Yuni nodded casually, opened the car door, and got in. He stepped on the accelerator, and the sports car emitted an engine roar like a wild beast. The violent sound was so shocking that it instantly attracted countless passersby to watch. "Wow, it's a Lamborghini. This car seems to be the latest Phantom sports car from Lamborghini. I remember it cost $5 million. People who could spend $5 million to buy a car are all rich people. No wonder they can live in a villa. I wonder which rich second generation this is." Passersby were talking about it, and there was envy and jealousy in their eyes. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. He was just about to leave when the phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Tang Yun Yin calling. "Hello," Lin Yuni answered. Tang Yun Yin, on the other end, spoke hurriedly, with a hint of shock in her tone. "Dr. Lin, something serious has happened. Last night, an assassin sneaked into the Shun family villa and killed everyone in the Shun family." Lin Yuni had a smile on his face. "Oh, there is actually such a good thing. It seems that I don't have to worry about Jingwan's matter anymore. Yes, we suspect that the person who killed the Shun family was Wei, Shun Xiangshan's personal bodyguard. Now the entire Yunhai is shaken. Once the Shun family is destroyed, they left behind a large amount of property and market share. I'm afraid Yunhai will cause quite a stir." Tang Yun Yin's tone was filled with emotion. Chapter 63, Taking Tang Yun Yin to Gamble on Stones. Listening to Tang Yun Yin's words, Lin Yuni was relaxed. "Business matters have nothing to do with me. I'm not a businessman." Tang Yun Yin smiled and said, "Dr. Lin, are you free today? I'd like to invite you out for a walk." "Oh." Lin Yuni's eyes flickered slightly. Since a beautiful woman invited him, he would naturally not refuse. However, given Tang Yun Yin's identity and personality, she would definitely not invite him to do anything casually. Could it be that because I demonstrated my strong medical skills last time, Tang Yun Yin wanted to make friends with me more closely? I'm afraid so. "No problem. I happen to be out for something today, so I'll come to see you," Lin Yuni said. "Good." Boom. Lin Yuni stepped on the accelerator, and the sky blue sports car shot out like an arrow and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Half an hour later, he arrived outside the Tang family villa and saw Tang Yun Yin already waiting at the gate. She was wearing a pure white corseted long dress today, which fully showed off her slender waist. Her long black hair was draped behind her, and her beautiful face was painted with delicate light makeup, which made her already beautiful appearance even more beautiful. Lin Yuni drove the car and stopped in front of Tang Yun Yin with a smile on his face. "Miss Tang, you look so beautiful today." "Thank you." "Dan Zunian Yuke." "Get in the car." Tang Yun Yin sat in the passenger seat, her eyes a little surprised. "I didn't expect Divine Dr. Lin to drive a sports car. I thought that with Divine Dr. Lin's personality, he would drive a more stable car. I'm also a young man. Of course I have a flamboyant side." Lin Yuni chuckled. A sports car plus a beauty, now it's complete. Lin Yuni drove off quickly, and the breeze blew in from the car window, bringing a slight coolness. "Dr. Lin, where are we going?" Tang Yun Yin was a little curious. "Jade Street." Lin Yuni said 3 words. Half an hour later, a special commercial street appeared in front of the two. Looking around, the entire commercial street was filled with various jade shops. The dazzling array of various jades is dizzying to look at. In addition to finished jades, the shops on both sides of the street also have raw jades that have not been mined or cut. The liveliness of these raw stone shops is obviously much higher than that of jade shops. Each raw stone shop is packed with people, many of whom are gathered around the stone cutting machines with excited looks on their faces, and many are even shouting excitedly. "It's going up, haha, it's finally going up." Someone looked excited, holding a piece of cut raw stone in his hand, and the color of jade inside the raw stone was very obvious. The others around looked at that person with envy. This person is really lucky. The raw stone he bought for 10,000 yuan turned out to be jadeite. Although the quality is not very good, it is worth at least 70,000 or 80,000 yuan if it is sold. Yes, just reselling it can bring several times the profit. No wonder gambling on stones is so addictive. It makes me want to try my hand at it. Come on, gambling on jade is a matter of life and death. If you find a piece of junk jade, you will lose everything you have. Many people were talking about it. Lin Yuni and Tang Yun Yin walked into the Jade Street and went straight into a raw stone shop. Dr. Lin, do you want to gamble on stones? Tang Yun Yin saw through Lin Yuni's thoughts. Lin Yuni smiled and said, I've heard people say that gambling on stones is a way to get rich overnight, but I still owe you millions. How can I not find a way to make some money? Tang Yun Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Dr. Lin, you were joking. It doesn't matter if you don't have to pay back the millions. If Dr. Lin is short of money, I can lend you another 5 million. Good job. Lin Yuni burst out laughing. She was indeed a rich woman. She could spend 5 million casually. If it were someone else, he would definitely agree immediately, but Lin Yuni didn't have the habit of living off others. He had a good tooth and always liked to eat hard food. He took Tang Yun Yin directly into the store, and the combination of handsome men and beautiful women immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Many men's eyes were focused on Tang Yun Yin, and then they looked at Lin Yuni with envy. Who is that guy? How could he have such a beautiful girlfriend? Some people looked at him with jealousy, wishing they could kick Lin Yuni away and take his place. These words reached Tang Yun Yin's ears, causing a slight blush to appear on her beautiful cheeks. She glanced at Lin Yuni, but found that the other party's attention was completely on the raw stones in the store, and he was completely aware of these. Lin Yuni walked to the raw stone and tapped it a few times as if he was picking a watermelon, making a dull popping sound. Ha ha ha. Brother, you can't pick raw stones. Are you picking watermelons here? A middle-aged man next to him couldn't help laughing when he saw Lin Yuni's obviously novice movements. Lin Yuni ignored this man. He narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to tap and hit the raw stones. To outsiders, his behavior was clearly that of a complete amateur. If you want to select raw stones of top-quality jade, you can't rely on this method. Tang Yun Yin didn't disturb Lin Yuni as he was so serious, but she was a little curious. Dr. Lin doesn't seem to know anything about gambling on stones. Will he lose a lot of money today? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Lin Yuni suddenly stopped in front of a piece of raw stone. He slapped it repeatedly a few more times and then nodded slightly. This one is good. Let's take it. Lin Yuni picked up the raw stone and walked towards the stone cutting machine. Sir, you need to pay first before you can cut the stone. The waiter in the store came over. How much? This one is 20,000 yuan for you, the waiter said with a smile. Lin Yuni tapped his chin and took out a bank card. Swipe it. The middle-aged man looked at this scene with a strange expression on his face. Little brother, this piece of raw stone has been picked many times before. Judging from its color and shape, it is impossible to produce jade. Just for fun, Lin Yuni said calmly. Play? Wow, just take 20,000 to play with. Is this guy so rich? There was a look of suspicion on the middle-aged man's face. He looked Lin Yuni up and down and saw that he was dressed in ordinary clothes and did not look like a rich second generation. However, when he saw Tang Yun Yin, who looked like a fairy beside him, he suddenly understood. Grass. Turns out he's a gigolo. There was jealousy in the middle-aged man's eyes. How could he have such a good opportunity to be loved by such a beautiful and wealthy woman? At this time, Lin Yuni had already walked to the stone-cutting machine with the raw stone. Tang Yun Yin followed him all the way, and many people around him gathered around. Chapter 64, A Trial. Seeing that Lin Yuni actually picked out a very ordinary piece of raw stone to cut, many people around him smiled. Young people are indeed young people. They want to try everything. He must be a novice. Otherwise, he would never choose such a rough stone. That's right. It's hard to see that this piece of raw stone can produce any good jade. Ha! Forget about the good jade. I suspect this piece of raw stone is just a piece of waste stone. It's always right for young people to suffer a little loss. Just think of it as paying for a lesson. Everyone was talking about it, and there was a teasing look in each of their eyes as they looked at Lin Yuni. Lin Yuni listened to everyone's discussion without any change in his expression. Tang Yun Yin couldn't help but feel curious. She looked at Lin Yuni and started to murmur in her heart. Why would Dr. Lin choose such a piece of raw stone? Is he really a complete newcomer, as others say? Fortunately, this piece of raw stone is only worth 20,000 yuan, so even if I lose money, it's no big deal. She decided to comfort Lin Yuni after the raw stone collapsed, so that he would not be too depressed. At this time, Lin Yuni had already handed the raw stone to the stone-cutting master. He picked up the chalk next to him and drew a line on the rough stone. Master, just cut along this line. Lin Yuni said. The stonecutter took a look at the raw stone. He had been in this business for 7 or 8 years and had cut at least 8,000 raw stones. From his point of view, it is absolutely impossible to mine jade from the raw stone in front of him. This kid is definitely going to lose. However, he did not remind him. After all, the customer had already made his choice, and he certainly could not ruin his boss's business. Okay, the stonecutter nodded. The machine started quickly, and a buzzing sound was heard. The water flowed on the stone to wet it, and the stone-cutting wheel quickly began to cut along the dotted line drawn by Lin Yuni. A series of sounds continued to be heard, and some turbid sewage flowed down from the stones. Everyone's eyes were focused on the stone. As the grinding wheel continued to go deeper, the small stone was soon cut in half. When the raw stone was completely separated, everyone looked closely, and a bright green color suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Oh, it's green, it's actually green. The bystanders screamed in surprise. The scene was in an uproar. Many people were so surprised that they could hardly believe their eyes. The stonecutter was also surprised. Brother, you were so lucky. I didn't expect that this piece of raw stone could produce green. Looking at the color and size, it's quite good. I estimate it can be sold for at least 50,000. Someone immediately came forward and said, Little brother, are you interested in selling this stone? I'll give you 60,000. Lin Yuni looked at him, then tapped his chin. Okay, transfer the money now. No problem, brother. That's straightforward. The middle-aged man smiled. 60,000 was quickly transferred to Lin Yuni's account, and everyone else in the store looked at Lin Yuni with envy. This young man is really lucky. Just now I saw that he even sold the raw stone that he bought for 20,000 yuan for 60,000 yuan. Yeah, I made 3 times the money in less than 10 minutes. It's really lucky. There was a strong sense of envy in the tone of many people. Tang Yun Yin was also surprised. She smiled slightly and said, Dr. Lin really has a good eye. He picked this one out of so many raw stones. This time it has become a big hit. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. Outsiders thought he was lucky, but he himself knew very well that this was not luck. He lived a new life, and although his powerful strength that could turn the galaxy upside down had disappeared, he still retained some things. Spiritual awareness is the most powerful ability among them, which is an ability that can only be possessed after reaching the golden core stage. His divine sense can see through everything in the world, so how could a mere piece of raw stone be hidden from him? For other people, gambling on stones is something that requires luck and vision, but for him, gambling on stones is really like picking up money. He just needed to walk over and scan with his spiritual sense to easily know what the inside of the raw stone was like. He only needs to pick out the best pieces from countless raw stones. It's just luck, not a sharp vision. Lin Yuni smiled modestly. It seems like I'm really lucky today. I'll go pick a few more pieces. As he spoke, Lin Yuni was about to pick a few more pieces, but at this moment a voice suddenly came from outside. Yin Yin. The voice was clearly Wong Long's. Tang Yun Yin's originally smiling expression suddenly froze, and she frowned slightly. Wong Long, why are you here? Wong Long strode forward. When he saw Lin Yuni, the smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a deep gloom. Yin Yin, I also want to ask why you are here, and why are you with Lin Yuni? He suppressed his anger and watched his fiancée go shopping with other young men. This scene was really exciting for Wong Long. Tang Yun Yin, don't forget who you are. You are my fiancé, and now you are out with a man. Have you ever cared about my feelings? Wong Long lowered his voice and said in a deep voice. Lin Yuni walked over and was a little surprised by Wong Long's appearance. I invited Miss Tang here. Is there any problem? Lin Yuni said lightly. Wong Long's expression was extremely gloomy. He stared at Lin Yuni with his eyes fixed, and his expression looked as if he wanted to eat him up and chew him into pieces. Lin Yuni, you are having an affair with a married woman. Do you still have any shame? Wong Long asked angrily. Lin Yuni smiled jokingly. He didn't have a good impression of Wong Long. He remembered clearly that this guy tried to trick him last time. If I didn't have some skills, I would have probably fallen into the other party's trap. Miss Tang and I are friends. Does that mean she can't go out with her friends after she gets engaged to you? Lin Yuni asked Wong Long jokingly. Wong Long was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Lin Yuni, don't quibble. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. I have already checked your information. You are already married, and you are the son-in-law of the Lee family. If I tell the Lee family what's going on now, what do you think will happen to you? He threatened with a sneer, thinking he had found Lin Yuni's weak spot. Hee. Lin Yuni smiled without panicking. Are you threatening me? Then you may have chosen the wrong person. Chapter 65, Playing Games. Wong Long's face was extremely gloomy. If looks could kill, he would probably want to cut Lin Yuni into pieces. Okay. Saying the word good 3 times in a row was enough to show how angry Wong Long was. He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Lin Yuni, don't be so arrogant. I won't bother with you for Yunyan's sake. You are just a useless son-in-law. What qualifications do you have to show off in front of me? Lin Yuni sneered. The angrier Wong Long was, the happier he was. He just likes the feeling of teasing and playing with his opponents. I think I should be the one to say this. You are just a rich second generation. You can show off your power only because you have the Wong family backing you up. Without the Wong family, who would you be? Lin Yuni responded directly with his own words. Talk nonsense? In the past, he had a debate with many scholars in the world of immortal cultivation, and he scolded hundreds of immortal cultivators so much that they couldn't answer back. But mere Wong Long was far from being comparable to him. Wong Long was instantly furious. What he hated most was when someone said he was an uneducated, rich second generation. Lin Yuni's words exactly hit his pain point. Lin Yuni, you are so big. Before Wong Long could finish his words, Tang Yun Yin spoke up to stop him. That's enough. Wong Long, Dr. Lin and I are just ordinary friends, not to mention we haven't gotten married yet. You have no right to control me. Tang Yun Yin said in a cold tone, not hiding her attitude of being biased towards Lin Yuni. Wong Long was so angry that his teeth were almost broken. Suddenly, he saw the raw stone in Lin Yuni's hand, and his eyes turned and a plan came to his mind. Lin Yuni, are you gambling on stones? I didn't expect you to have such an interest. What a coincidence. I also like gambling on stones. Why don't we have some fun? Wong Long said coldly. Tang Yun Yin immediately walked to Lin Yuni's side, and she lowered her voice and leaned close to his ear. Dr. Lin, Wong Long is a man with a lot of tricks in his mind. Don't agree to his request. Lin Yuni nodded, and then said, Okay, how do you want to play? Tang Yun Yin. She was a little angry. Didn't she remind him? Why do you still agree? Ha ha ha. Wong Long immediately burst into laughter. Great, that's refreshing. Since it's gambling on stones, our rules are very simple. We each choose 3 pieces of raw stones from this raw stone shop and cut them. Whoever chooses the most valuable raw stone will be the winner. How about that? Good job. Listening to Wong Long's way of playing, Lin Yuni almost couldn't control his expression and laughed out loud. Isn't this way of playing just asking yourself to get hit in the face? Does this guy think that his ability in gambling on stones is comparable to his own with the ability of clairvoyance? Okay, but since it's a game, there must be a prize. How about this? The loser needs to pay out money equal to the value of the winner's raw stone. If you win, and the 3 pieces of raw stone you opened are worth 10 million, then I will lose 10 million to you, and vice versa. Lin Yuni chuckled slightly. Tang Yun Yin was shocked when he heard this. She quickly grabbed Lin Yuni's hand and said, Dr. Lin, the stakes are too high. You can't continue. Lin Yuni smiled and patted Tang Yun Yin on the shoulder. Don't worry, I will win. Wong Long's eyes lit up when he heard this. Ha, okay, I accept your bet, but if you lose, I don't expect you to come up with enough money. After all, you are just a useless son-in-law. If you lose, then get out of Yanhai and never set foot in Yanhai again. A smile appeared on Wong Long's lips, and he looked at Lin Yuni with a playful expression. Okay. Lin Yuni smiled and nodded. Wong Long smiled even more. Yun Yin, you'll be the referee. I believe you will make a fair judgment. Tang Yun Yin frowned, feeling helpless. No matter how she tried to persuade him, it was useless. This was really troublesome. Okay. Tang Yun Yin nodded helplessly. Then start choosing. The time is 10 minutes, so don't take too long. Wong Long said. After saying this, Wong Long immediately started to choose things in the store. Everyone else in the store heard the entire game between Lin Yuni and Wong Long, and many of them looked like they were enjoying the show. Are these 2 young men fighting over that girl? It seems that the young man had cheated on another young man's fiancée, and now the victim has come to find him. How on earth did that young man do it? What great trick. Everyone was talking about it, and folded their arms, ready to watch a good show. Lin Yuni ignored everyone. He put the raw stone in his hand back to its original place and began to select it carefully. This game is a good opportunity for him to make a fortune. If he is lucky, it will be enough for him to earn tens of millions. It just so happened that he was short of money recently, and since he met Wong Long, a boy who could bring him wealth, he couldn't miss the opportunity no matter what. Tang Yun Yin came over with an anxious look on her face, and there was a hint of complaint in her tone. Divine Dr. Lin, You are too impulsive. Don't worry, I will win. Lin Yunyi's face was full of confidence. Tang Yun Yin frowned even more tightly. How did you win? Did you rely on luck? Your luck is not always so good. Lin Yunyi chuckled. What if I'm really so lucky every time? How is this possible? How could Tang Yun Yin believe it? Lin Yunyi smiled, but said nothing. Since Tang Yun Yin didn't believe it, he naturally wouldn't explain it repeatedly. Nothing is more convincing than facts. Once she wins, Tang Yun Yin will naturally have no doubts. His spiritual consciousness spread out and began to scan the raw stones in the shop one by one. Lin Yunyi still pretended to pick watermelons and went up to pat them, but his movements looked very amateurish. This gesture made many people at the scene laugh. That young man doesn't know how to select rough stones. It would be strange if he could win. Someone laughed jokingly. On the other side, Wong Long was also paying attention to Lin Yunyi's actions. When he saw Lin Yunyi selecting raw stones in such an amateurish manner, he almost laughed out loud. You are indeed an idiot. You dare to bet with me with such little ability. I want to see how you die this time. Wong Long sneered. At this time, a person quietly walked up to him. Boss, the raw stone has been selected. This raw stone was chosen by the master craftsman in the store. It is guaranteed to increase in value. The man lowered his voice. Wong Long smiled with satisfaction when he heard this. Very good. Continue to pick 2 more good ones for me. Okay. The man nodded repeatedly. Wong Long took the raw stone in his hand, his playful smile reaching its peak. Chapter 66, 2 million. Lin Yunyi, you probably don't know that this store is actually under my name. Wong Long laughed wildly in his heart. Soon, the 3 rough stones on his side had been selected. On the other side, Lin Yunyi walked around the entire store, touched most of the raw stones, and finally selected 3 pieces, then walked to the side of the stone cutting machine. Lin Yunyi, you are too slow. I have already selected the 3 pieces of raw stone. Wong Long said sarcastically. Lin Yunyi glanced at him and said, You are so fast. Did you ask someone to help you choose? These words made Wong Long's heart beat violently. He quickly pretended to be calm and said, What nonsense are you talking about? I picked these 3 rough stones myself. Hee hee. Lin Yunyi sneered in his heart. Wong Long's little tricks could be hidden from other people, but how could he be hidden from him who possessed the ability of spiritual consciousness? He had already covered the entire store with his spiritual sense. Within the coverage of his spiritual sense, even a mosquito flying by could not escape his perception, let alone Wong Long's little movements. Whatever you want, start cutting stones. You first. Lin Yunyi crossed his arms across his chest. Wong Long sneered. Then let me go first. He walked straight forward and handed the raw stone to the stone cutter. Just cut it in half. Wong Long said. The stone cutter nodded and placed the raw stone on the machine. As the machine started, the grinding wheel immediately began to spin wildly. Sizzle. The grinding wheel cuts on the raw stone, making a sizzling sound. At this moment, no one spoke in the entire raw stone shop. All the customers and even the staff came here. Everyone stared at the stone cutting machine intently, with curiosity and anxiety in their hearts. As the grinding wheel continued to move downwards, a hint of green soon emerged in everyone's sight. It's green, someone shouted excitedly. The atmosphere of the scene was also lifted, and a bright smile instantly appeared on Wong Long's face. Keep cutting. He waved his hand. The stone cutter continued to control the grinding wheel downward, and finally completely cut the raw stone. Wow. When everyone looked closely, there was an uproar. This is imperial green. It's a really big piece of imperial green. Although the color is a little off, it's big enough. This young man is so lucky. This piece of imperial emerald is worth at least 300,000. The store immediately became lively, with everyone talking about it. Many people present were experts in jade, and they quickly saw the value of this piece of jade. 350,000. Wong Long's face was full of smiles. Okay, everyone has sharp eyes and sharp minds. Since everyone agrees that 350,000 is the right number, then let's stick with that. Lin Yunyi, what do you think? 350,000 is too high. I think this piece of jade is worth 300,000 at most. Tang Yun Yin said. Wong Long was very upset when he saw this. He said angrily, Yun Yin, don't lie with your eyes open. Since you have identified me as the referee, then listen to me. I think this piece of jade is only worth 300,000. Tang Yun Yin. Wong Long was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Tang Yun Yin. Lin Yunyi interrupted him, folded his hands and smiled, and nodded. Wong Long is right. 300,000 is indeed a bit too much. Let's just round it up and call it 400,000. Ah, everyone was shocked. Who can round up a number like this? 350,000 is not enough? And it keeps going up? Ha ha ha. Lin Yuni, I think you are crazy. You said 400,000, so this piece of jade will be recorded as 400,000. Next, cut the second piece of raw stone. Wong Long laughed loudly, and his laughter echoed throughout the raw stone shop. Tang Yun Yin in the crowd was almost in despair. Dr. Lin, what on earth are you doing? Tang Yun Yin felt extremely helpless and felt that she had such a bad teammate that she couldn't lead him. She had even lowered her head to help Lin Yuni cheat, but she didn't expect that Lin Yuni would not appreciate her kindness, and now he was actually going against her. Tang Yun Yin was angry. She couldn't help but stretch out her hand and wanted to pinch Lin Yuni's waist hard. But before he touched Lin Yuni, he had already grabbed Tang Yun Yin's hand. Miss Tang, don't touch me. I'm a married man. Lin Yuni teased. Tang Yun Yin. She is tired. It's really hard to lead a bad teammate. Tired, destroy it quickly. The second piece of raw stone was quickly placed under the machine, and the stone cutter started operating again, and the familiar crackling sound was heard. The turbid water flowed down from the cutting seam, and slowly the whole piece of raw stone was cut into two halves. It's rising and rising again, and the prices increased significantly again. The quality of this piece of jade is better than the previous one, someone else said excitedly. Everyone at the scene was amazed. They didn't expect Wong Long to have such a keen eye. He selected 3 rough stones, and 2 of them increased in value greatly. The first piece is worth 400,000, and the second piece is better than the first one, 600,000. Soon everyone gave a rough price. Okay, the 2 pieces together make 1 million. Lin Yuni, you have seen this number, right? I want to see if your 3 pieces of raw stones can compare to it. Ha ha ha. Wong Long laughed wildly. Lin Yuni still had a smile on his face, and his expression did not change at all from beginning to end. There's one last piece left, just open it. Wong Long naturally nodded in agreement and took out the last piece of raw stone and handed it to the stone cutter. Soon, the last piece of raw stone was cut out, and there was green inside again. Hiss! This time many people couldn't help but gasp. 3 pieces of raw stones and 3 huge increases in price. This is too outrageous. Someone couldn't help but question it, and the look they gave Wong Long was already a little strange. Tang Yun Yin also immediately questioned, Wong Long, did you cheat? Even if you're a top-notch expert in gambling on stones, it is impossible for you to make a huge profit from 3 rough stones. Facing Tang Yun Yin's doubts, Wong Long remained calm. Yun Yin, even if you want to doubt me, you have to show me evidence, right? If there is no evidence, then what makes you say I cheated? You. Tang Yun Yin was speechless for a moment. Let's measure it and see how much this last piece of raw stone is worth. Wong Long smiled happily. 1 million. The last piece of jade was the most valuable, reaching an astonishing 1 million. The total value of the 3 raw stones is as high as 2 million, which is no small number. Ha ha ha. Lin Yuni, my 3 rough stones have all been cut out with a total value of 2 million. Now, take out your 3 rough stones. Don't forget the agreement we made just now. If you lose, you must get out again high. Wong Long laughed unscrupulously. Chapter 67, It's my turn to perform. Facing the aggressive Wong Long, Lin Yuni smiled and said, That's what I wanted to say too. If I win, don't forget to fulfill your promise. Wong Long burst into laughter and felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Beat me? With those 3 broken stones of yours? You won't be able to do it even in your next life. Wong Long laughed and sneered. Lin Yuni took his time and handed the first piece of raw stone to the stone cutter. Let's start, Lin Yuni said. The stone cutter nodded, then operated the machine to start cutting the stone. Sizzle. The store, which was bustling with discussions just now, suddenly became quiet. Now was the time to decide the winner, and it was also the climax of the game. Tang Yun Yin couldn't help but look over, and even became nervous, breaking into a cold sweat for Lin Yuni. It's green, it's green. Someone suddenly shouted. What? Everyone's attention was instantly attracted. After taking a closer look, they saw that green had indeed appeared in the stone as the grinding wheel was faintly visible. It's really green. I wonder what the quality is. Everyone became nervous. Wong Long said with contempt, It's just shit luck. Even if it's green, what's the value of it? At this time, the cutting of the raw stone was completed, and the stone cut into two halves was immediately separated, and the jade inside was directly presented in front of everyone. Emerald green. This is emerald green, and it has such a good color. Everyone looked carefully and were immediately shocked. I saw a large piece of tender jade in the stone. The crystal clear color was very beautiful. It was obviously a top-quality jade with excellent appearance. It is actually top-grade jadeite, and is such a big piece. This piece of jade alone is worth at least 800,000, one person said excitedly. Others sneered. You want to buy this top-grade jadeite for 800,000? What are you dreaming about? This jadeite is worth at least 1 million. What? Million? Many people in the store were shocked and could hardly believe their ears. The middle-aged man who just said it was worth 1 million yuan quickly stepped forward and said, Brother Lin, I wonder if you can part with this top-grade jadeite. I just opened a jade shop, and I need a treasure to be the treasure of the shop. I am willing to pay 1 million for this piece of jade. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. No problem. I'll sell it to you after this game is over. Okay, Brother Lin is a straightforward person. The middle-aged man looked excited. Impossible. Wong Long cried out in shock, his expression full of shock. You actually have such shitty luck. The first piece of raw stone actually produced top-grade jadeite worth millions, which was completely beyond Wong Long's expectations and caught him off guard. The total value of his 3 pieces of jade is 2 million. Now Lin Yuni has caught up with half of it, which is completely comparable to his last piece of jade. If one of the 2 jades behind is of top quality, he will lose the game. Impossible. This kind of shitty luck is already incredible enough to happen once. I don't believe that Lin Yuni can create another miracle. Thinking of this, Wong Long quickly calmed down. Let's cut the second piece of raw stone. Lin Yuni took out the second piece of raw stone. This piece of raw stone is very large, weighing dozens of kilograms and as big as a human head. Sizzle. The sound of the grinding wheel cutting the raw stone continued, and the store became quiet. Tang Yun Yin was still surprised at this time. She didn't expect that Lin Yuni would actually dig out a piece of jade worth millions. Is it luck? She couldn't help but look at Lin Yuni, but found that there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. She had only seen that look of confidence, as if one had control over the situation on some big shots. It's green, green again. Suddenly a cry of surprise came again, interrupting Tang Yun Yin's pondering. Crash! The people around were all pushing forward, their eyes fixed on the second rough stone. The raw stone left, and a piece of crystal clear jade appeared in front of everyone. Top-grade jadeite. It's actually top-grade jadeite again. Someone screamed out loud on the spot, covering his heart with his hands, as if he couldn't accept it. 2 million. This piece of jade is worth about 2 million. Boom! The atmosphere in the entire store exploded. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lin Yuni, what on earth did you use? The first piece is top-grade jadeite, and your second piece is also top-grade jadeite. You must have cheated. Wong Long roared. He lost his temper. This piece of jade was even bigger than the first one, and it was obvious at a glance that it was more valuable. There is no doubt that he had already lost with just these 2 pieces of jade. Facing Wong Long's questioning, Lin Yuni smiled contemptuously. Young Master Wong, don't talk nonsense. You said I cheated. Do you have any evidence? Lin Yuni directly repeated Wong Long's previous words to the other party. Wong Long almost vomited blood after hearing this. How could you achieve this without cheating? It's simply impossible. Wong Long was furious. Lin Yuni sneered. I told you. Show me the evidence. You. Wong Long gritted his teeth. He didn't expect the retribution to come so quickly. He had just used this sentence to mock Tang Yun Yin, but he didn't expect that it would be Lin Yuni's turn to mock him with the same words so soon. Tang Yun Yin stepped forward and said, What Divine Dr. Lin said is correct. If you, Wong Long, doubt it, then bring out the evidence that Divine Dr. Lin cheated. Okay. You 2 teamed up to bully me, right? I admit defeat in this match. I will transfer the 3 million to you later. Lin Yuni, I will remember you. Just wait for me. I will definitely wash away this shame. Wong Long gritted his teeth. He said these harsh words, turned around and wanted to leave. The people around him made way for him and looked at Wong Long with some sympathy in their eyes. Poor guy. Being cheated on is bad enough, but now I'm being slapped in the face by the other party. It is really miserable, etc. But at this moment, Lin Yuni suddenly spoke. Lin Yuni, I've already admitted defeat. What else do you want? Wong Long was furious. Lin Yuni chuckled jokingly. Young Master Wong, why are you in such a hurry? I still have a piece of jade that I haven't cut yet. I've already given up. What else do you want to cut it into? Wong Long was furious. Hee hee. Lin Yuni smiled. Of course we have to cut it. Don't forget our prize. You have to pay me the same amount as the jade I cut is worth. My first two pieces of jade are worth 3 million in total. Guess how much value I can get from my last piece of rough stone? Brush. At this moment, the entire raw stone shop was dead silent. Everyone was silent. It was so quiet that even a needle dropping on the ground could be heard clearly. Chapter 68, 10 million kills. Wong Long's pupils shrank, and his voice couldn't help but change. What do you mean by this? Can you cut a jade with higher value from the third piece of raw stone? Are you kidding me? You've already had shit luck twice, and you want a third chance. Lin Yuni looked at him with a joking expression. Why not give it a try? The game isn't over yet. You can't leave. Wong Long's face turned red instantly, and he clenched his fists. Because he used too much force, his nails pierced deeply into his palms, causing a piercing pain. Okay. Saying the word good 3 times in a row was enough to show how angry Wong Long was at the moment. Lin Yuni, you are so confident. I want to see what you can get from your last piece of raw stone. Wong Long gritted his teeth. Lin Yuni clapped his hands. I won't let you down. As he spoke, Su Qing quickly lifted out a piece of raw stone that weighed over 100 kilograms. Everyone looked at the raw stone, and their eyelids couldn't help but twitch. This piece of raw stone weighs hundreds of kilograms. If it is really jade, how big would it be? Master, please help me open it. Lin Yuni. The stone cutter nodded excitedly. He had been cutting raw stones for many years, but he had never cut out top-quality jade twice in a row. Now the third piece was in front of him, making him look forward to it. Because the original stone is too large, it can no longer be placed in the stone-cutting machine. The stone-cutting master took out the handheld abrasive cutter and started working. The sizzling sound of stone cutting appeared again. This time, everyone's mentality was different. Even Tang Yun Yin was very curious. Lin Yuni looked so confident. What could he cut out of this last piece of raw stone? A large amount of turbid liquid continued to flow down, and stones weighing hundreds of kilograms were slowly cut. The whole process took half an hour. Bang! Finally, when the stone was completely cut and revealed, it instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. When everyone took a closer look, there seemed to be a loud noise in their heads. Boom! Shining with a color as bright as a gem, the ice blue jade is crystal clear under the lighting in the store, and this ice blue light seems to be the most brilliant color in the world. Most of the raw stones weighing hundreds of kilograms were ice blue jade, and the dazzling light almost blinded the eyes of everyone present. Extreme grade ice jade. Oh my god, it's actually top grade ice jade. A man spoke in a trembling voice. His legs went weak, and he almost fell to his knees. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became boiling, and everyone was in an uproar. It's actually top-grade ice jade. This is the best of the best. Such a large piece of top-grade ice jade is of extraordinary value. Tens of millions, this piece of top-grade ice jade is worth at least 10 million. I've never seen such a top-quality jade in my life. It is as dazzling as a gem. This is the real, top-quality jade. There was an uproar at the scene, and the atmosphere exploded. Impossible. A huge exclamation suddenly drowned out everyone, causing everyone who were just excited to be stunned for a moment. Wong Long rushed into the crowd, his lips trembling and his face full of shock. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lin Yuni, you said you didn't cheat. You even opened up the best ice jade. How do you want to explain it now? This piece of jade must have been prepared by you in advance. You deliberately tricked me. Wong Long was like a madman. But just as he finished speaking, a voice came from inside the store. That young man didn't cheat. The raw stone has always been in the store. As a regular customer, I see it often. After the man finished speaking, someone else in the store echoed him. Yes, I can testify. If I had known that this rough stone actually contained top-grade ice jade, I would have bought it even if it cost me everything. Several voices appeared in succession, as if giving Wong Long a hard slap in the face. Lin Yuni walked forward with a smile. Master Wong, do you have anything else to say now? Would you like me to calculate for you how much my 3 pieces of jade are worth? Wong Long's face turned pale, and he almost fell down on the ground. I estimate the value of this piece of top-grade ice jade to be 10 million, plus the 2 pieces of jade I got before, which is 3 million. A total of 13 million. Lin Yuni laughed. Wong Long's body trembled slightly. Although he was a core member of the Wong family, it was definitely not an easy thing for him to take out 13 million at once. 13 million. Lin Yuni, you deliberately tricked me. You dare to take so much money from me. Aren't you afraid that it will be too hot? Wong Long roared in anger. Tang Yun Yin stepped forward and said, Wong Long, you took the initiative to propose this game. Do you want to regret it now? Wong Long was almost angry to death. Tang Yun Yin, you're my fiancé. Isn't my money your money? How can you be willing to give 13 million to an outsider for nothing? Wong Long scolded. Tang Yun Yin's face was full of indifference. Wong Long, your money has nothing to do with me. You must remit 13 million to drive Lin within today. I hope you won't break the contract. Dr. Lin, let's go. After saying this, Tang Yun Yin walked to Lin Yuni's side. The three of them then left, taking away 2 pieces of raw stone. They sold the first piece of raw stone to the middle-aged man mentioned earlier, earning 1 million yuan directly. Watching the 2 people leaving, Wong Long's chest heaved violently, and the expression on his face kept changing. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, then his eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. He's dead. He was angry to death. Call 120 quickly. The scene was in an uproar. When he was about to fall in a coma, Wong Long's gaze finally fixed on Lin Yuni's smiling face, and then he lost consciousness instantly. Lin Yuni and Tang Yun Yin left, and the 2 pieces of jade were placed in the Lamborghini. After getting in the car, Tang Yun Yin couldn't help but say, Dr. Lin really opened my eyes today. I never thought that besides his amazing medical skills, divine Dr. Lin also has such a sharp eye. Each of the 3 raw stones is more amazing than the last one. The last piece of top-grade ice jade is worth tens of millions. It's really eye-opening. There was a hint of strangeness in Tang Yun Yin's eyes as she looked at Lin Yuni. I originally thought that Lin Yuni was too confident, but I didn't expect that the other party was really capable. The 3 pieces of jade completed the fatal slap in the face, which not only shocked the other people in the raw stone shop and Wong Long, but also shocked her. Tang Yun Yin looked at him in surprise. The light in her eyes could not be ignored. It's just good luck, it's nothing. Lin Yuni said very modestly. Chapter 69, Made Lee Schue. Tang Yun Yin chuckled and said, This is not just as simple as good luck. The sharp vision of Dr. Lin is truly admirable. At this point, Tang Yun Yin couldn't help but say, Dr. Lin obviously has such outstanding abilities, why? Although she didn't finish her words, her meaning was obviously clear. She didn't understand why Lin Yuni, who had such outstanding abilities, chose to marry into the Li family. Is there some magical power in the Li family? Or is Li Jingwan really so attractive that Lin Yuni is willing to marry into the family? Lin Yuni did not explain, but just gave a mysterious smile. His smile made Tang Yun Yin even more confused. It's getting late today. Let me take Miss Tang back home. By the way, I wonder if Miss Tang is interested in these 2 pieces of jade? Lin Yuni said. Tang Yun Yin's eyes lit up. Yes. My Tang family is also involved in the jade business. We will never refuse such top-quality jade. If Divine Dr. Lin is willing to sell it to me, I am willing to pay 13 million for 2 pieces of jade. Lin Yuni nodded. No problem. I still owed Miss Tang 5 million, so you only need to give me 8 million. Okay. Tang Yun Yin chuckled. Boom. Lin Yuni stepped on the accelerator, and the sports car engine roared like a beast and soon disappeared at the end of the street. He drove Tang Yun Yin back to the villa, but just as Lin Yuni was about to leave, Tang Yun Yin suddenly called him. Dr. Lin, I feel a little cold again. Can you give me another massage? Tang Yun Yin asked, with anticipation in her eyes. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. Since the beauty had such a request, he would naturally not refuse. After getting off the car, Lin Yuni followed Tang Yun Yin into the villa. After waiting for more than half an hour, he came out again. In the room, Tang Yun Yin, who had just finished her massage, was lying on the bed with a flushed face. She was naked, with only a thin bath towel barely covering her private parts. Her beautiful face was filled with enjoyment and satisfaction, and she was immersed in the afterglow of the peak happiness for a long time, unable to extricate herself. Lin Yuni closed the door and drove away. He returned to the villa, and as soon as he opened the door, he found Lee Schue sitting on the sofa. Sister, brother-in-law. Lee Schue jumped up from the sofa in an instant like a frightened deer. Her face showed panic and nervousness, and her palms were full of sweat. Lin Yuni glanced at the living room and found that Li Jingwan was not there. Where's your sister? My sister went out. She said she was going to borrow money to start a new company. Li Schue said. Lin Yuni shook his head. It seemed that Li Jingwan didn't really trust his financial resources. Forget it. I'll wait until the funds from Wong Long or Tang Yun Yin arrive, and then I'll slap her in the face with the money. How have you considered what I told you yesterday? I gave you 3 choices. You should have considered them now, right? Lin Yuni went straight to the point. Woo woo woo. Li Schue burst into tears. Brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied you before. Please forgive me. Hee hee. Lin Yuni sneered and said, will an apology be useful? You've bullied me a lot in the past. Isn't it a bit too insincere to just apologize? Li Schue cried. But you have bullied me many times. Not enough, Lin Yuni said coldly. Li Schue couldn't help but tremble, with a look of fear on her face. Then what do you want to do? Of course you continue to be my good sister. Lin Yuni showed a wicked smile on his face. He walked straight over and hugged Li Schue in his arms. The petite Li Schue had no power to resist in front of Lin Yuni and was picked up like a doll. Ah! Li Schue couldn't help but struggle. Bang! Lin Yuni slapped her on the butt without saying a word. Although Lin Yuni had already restrained his strength, how could Li Schue withstand his strength? Li Schue almost cried out in pain, and her struggle stopped instantly. It hurts. Brother-in-law, don't hit me. Li Schue pleaded with tears in her eyes. Lin Yuni sneered. He put Li Schue directly on his legs, holding Li Shue's slender waist with one hand, and the other hand had already climbed up to her pair of perky breasts. Ah, brother-in-law, don't. This is the living room. What if my sister comes back and sees it? Li Schue was horrified and wanted to pull Lin Yuni's hand out. Lin Yuni only applied a little force, and Li Schue immediately cried out in pain. Woo woo woo. Looking at Li Shue's aggrieved look, Lin Yuni felt very happy. You insulted me so much in the past. Why are you so embarrassed now? I still like your previous rebellious look. Please recover a bit. Lin Yuni said jokingly. Li Schue cried bitterly. Wow, brother-in-law, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I promise I will never insult you again, and I will listen to you from now on. I'll do whatever you tell me to do from now on. Please don't bully me, okay? And don't tell my sister about our affairs. Li Schue pleaded pitifully, her delicate and cute little face full of tears and grievances. Lin Yuni raised a smile. Of course, no problem. As long as you listen to me obediently in the future, I won't bully you. But the prerequisite is that you must obey all my orders. Wow, I promise you. Li Schue covered her face and cried. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yuni laughed in his heart. He patted Li Shue's little butt. That's right. If you were so obedient earlier, I wouldn't have taught you a lesson. Before your sister comes back, please serve me well from now on. Huh? Li Schue showed resistance on her face. Bang! Before she could finish her words, Lin Yuni's slap had already landed on her, but again. You're not listening, are you? What did you promise me just now? Lin Yuni looked at her coldly. Woo woo. Li Shue's face was full of grievance, and facing the domineering Lin Yuni, she had no choice but to nod obediently. Lin Yuni had an expression of enjoyment on his face. He sat down on the sofa with a swagger, enjoying Li Shue's service in a half-lying position. Seeing his former enemy, now serving him like an obedient puppy, the pleasure of revenge made him unable to stop. Li Shue's training has been initially successful. I just need to continue training her, and this girl will never be able to escape from my grasp. But Li Schue was just the beginning. My mother-in-law was the mastermind behind the incident that night. Lin Yuni narrowed his eyes. Guan Mingyu's figure appeared in his mind, and he was already thinking about how to train Guan Mingyu. Chapter 70 Reversal of Family Status. Night. Li Jingwan returned home with a tired look on her face. Her hair was a little messy, there was some sweat on her face, and she looked exhausted. If it were someone else, seeing Li Jingwan like this, they would probably think that she had done something. Lin Yuni's face was very calm. He knew very well that with Li Jingwan's character, she would never betray him unless she was forced. Jingwan, you're back. Lin Yuni greeted. Li Jingwan looked a little absent-minded. She said, well, I'll go cook for you. Please wait for a moment. No need. I've already prepared dinner. Go back to your room and take a shower. I'll heat up the food. Lin Yuni smiled slightly. Li Jingwan nodded woodenly. Then she went upstairs and into her room. Lin Yuni turned and entered the kitchen, and soon the tempting aroma of food wafted out from inside. When Li Jingwan finished taking a shower and came out of the room, she found a sumptuous meal already set on the dining table in the living room. The tempting aroma wafts out, and the food on the table is delicious and tasty. Just smelling it makes one's appetite open. Did you do all this? Li Jingwan was a little surprised. In her impression, Lin Yuni's cooking skills did not seem to reach this level. Although it was edible, it was only edible. The meal in front of me is comparable to that prepared by a professional chef. Could it be that you booked it directly with the hotel? Such thoughts couldn't help but emerge in Li Jingwan's mind. I made all of these. I've been practicing cooking recently. Come and try them. Lin Yunyi chuckled slightly. Li Jingwan did not expose it. She walked forward and sat on the chair. She picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork, and put it in her mouth. The taste was so smooth and soft that her eyes lit up. Good. Lin Yunyi chuckled. If you like it, eat more. You must be tired today. Failed to borrow money? Li Jingwan was silent for a while, her eyes slightly dim. Looking at her expression, Lin Yunyi could tell the result. He smiled slightly, then took out a bank card and placed it in front of Li Jingwan. What's this? I don't want your money. Li Jingwan shook her head without hesitation. Lin Yunyi smiled and said, there are 10 million in it. What? Li Jingwan was shocked when she heard this and wondered if she had heard it wrongly.